Distinguished delegates, I think we have overshot our time. Let's get organized and begin this symposium. Our beginning will be with anthems, starting with the national anthem, then East African anthem. We shall have the prayer, and from that we shall get the brief on the program as we introduce the chair for our first session this morning. Let me request the band as we all stand in honor of the anthems. Band, let's have the anthems. As we keep as we are, let me request Miss Grace Cherimo to come and lead us in prayer.
Let us humble ourselves for a word of prayer. Almighty God, we thank you for a new day and the gift of life. We also thank you for our beautiful country, Uganda, our leaders, and the peace that you have given us. Lord, we commit this meeting to your able hands and ask for your guidance and wisdom as we deliberate to build a promising future for our people. This we pray in the name of our Almighty God.
Thank you. Can say amen. Let's take our seats. Distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies, this morning is a special morning. Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs has organized the Symposium on Transitional Justice. The theme of the symposium is national healing, building consensus, and giving back to conflict-affected communities. And I hope by the time we are done from here, we shall have realized a very big milestone in this trend. As we all know, conflict is part of the human experience, as well as reconciliation is part of the result of conflict. Our morning session will be chaired by Mr. Robert Kasande, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. And I will request, in the interest of time, that he takes over this session, and I will also request him to honor the protocols because he's the most well-pressed person to run through the protocols as we have them today. Otherwise, we welcome all of you and feel free, have an open mind. Let's discuss this as brothers and sisters. Your MC for today is Frank Paine, Senior Commissioner of Prisons and Prisons spokesperson. Without much ado, let me hand you over to the session chair to take us, because we are more than 30 minutes late for this session.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very welcome this morning to this symposium that will discuss a very important topic in all our lives, in the life of Uganda as we know it since pre-colonial times. The discussions we'll have today will date that long. We have a great lineup of speakers this morning. Our sessions are divided into the opening ceremony that will have the first part of that session, that will have our distinguished ambassadors from the Netherlands ambassador from Sweden, His Excellency the Ambassador from Belgium, Your Excellency the Ambassador from Austria, the resident coordinator of the UN. We are also expecting Oweekitiibwa Charles Peter Mayiga, Katikkiro of Buganda, to be with us in this first part of the opening session. We will also have in this session Ms. Sarah Chika Kasande, Head of Office, ICTJ Uganda. On behalf of civil society organizations, we will also have Professor Ronald Naluwairo, Principal School of Law, Makerere University. On behalf of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, we'll have Mr. Joshua Chitakule, Secretary General. And also we'll have in this session a documentary that speaks to conflict and transition in Uganda. Then we'll have the next session that will have the ministers and then we'll have we'll have the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, who will give a keynote address. What is transitional justice? Myself, I know what it is not. I know that transitional justice is not activism. When I've had some discussions with some colleagues, especially when the first program came out, the lineup of people we had, I was asked, do we expect activists in this meeting? And I was very categorical. That's not what I understand to be transitional justice. I was also told that transitional justice is a process, and there are also mechanisms that are aimed at confronting our legacies of the past. How has been our past human rights record? Have we had any abuses? Have we had any violations? And it's also an attempt to repair any harm that has been suffered by victims, but also to ensure that we have an accountability, a justice system that promotes reconciliation and that guarantees non-occurrence of these violations and abuses. We also attempt to ensure that we start a process that builds peaceful and democratic systems that contribute to the rule of law and respect of human rights. This process was informed by a policy of cabinet that was approved way back in 2019. So all delegates, please understand where we have come from. We have an approval from cabinet. And one of the pronouncements was that we needed to fast track legislation that will be anchored on that policy that was approved in 2019. We also had an interaction in 2019 with His Excellency the President. And in his remarks, he acknowledged the importance of this process. But I will quote on what he said. He supports the principles of the proposed policy at that time, as long as they were only subsidiary to the provisions of modern laws and not, and I repeat, and not in conflict with the democratic values. I would like to reiterate that in these discussions in these 2 days, we will respect those aspirations of His Excellency the President and also the Cabinet, as we intend to enrich this process that will see accountability, those that have had their human rights violated from way back the pre-colonial times. We have already lost some time. I think we need to go straight to our presentations of the day. And I will, at this moment, request Her Excellency Karin Boren, Ambassador of the Netherlands, to kick us off with her remarks. Your Excellency, you are welcome. We get her mic sorted. May I also welcome on the podium Her Excellency Maria Håkansson, Ambassador of Sweden, His Excellency Mr. Hughes Chaudhry, Ambassador of Belgium, join us. Ms. Susan Ngongi Namondo, Resident Coordinator of the UN, also to join us, and Dr. Katja, Head of Office, Austrian Development Corporation, to join us, please. And lastly but not least, the Deputy Representative of the EU, please join us. Over to you, Excellency.
Yes, the microphone is working. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, all protocol observed. I'm honored to stand or sit before you today at this national symposium on Uganda's transitional justice policy. And my special thanks go to the organizers of the conference hosted by the Honorable Minister Norbert Mao, our Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Thank you very much for inviting us. As we gather here to discuss Uganda's past injustices with a view of promoting reconciliation, it is crucial to acknowledge the pivotal role that transitional justice plays in building a peaceful and inclusive society. As you all know, the Netherlands proudly hosts renowned institutions such as the International Criminal Court, ICC, and the International Court of Justice, ICJ. These institutions serve as symbols of our unwavering commitment to accountability, justice, and the rule of law on a global scale. With the Ministry of Justice and our current partners present here, RLP, ICTJ, and ASF, we have worked tirelessly to advance transitional justice efforts in Uganda, emphasizing the importance of conflict mitigation and peace building in post-conflict societies. Furthermore, the Netherlands' contribution to the ICC Outreach Office in Uganda and our country contribution to the United Nations further underscores our commitment to supporting initiatives that promote justice and reconciliation. The United Nations Secretary General's report report on the rule of law and transitional justice in conflict and post-conflict societies described transitional justice as the full range of processes and mechanisms associated with a society's attempts to come to terms with a legacy of large-scale past abuses in order to ensure accountability, serve justice, and achieve reconciliation. The National Transitional Justice Policy we are here to strategize on stipulates various methods and processes that can be utilized to address the needs of victims and war-affected communities, including truth-telling mechanisms, reparations, and traditional and community-based initiatives. It is, I think, imperative for Uganda to provide support for victims and war-affected communities, not only to address their immediate needs, but also to facilitate their long-term healing and recovery to overcome trauma and rebuild their lives. I commend the government of Uganda and especially Minister Mao for its dedication to transitional justice that includes the development and passing of the transitional justice policy. This milestone represents a significant step forward in Uganda's journey towards accountability, reconciliation, and peace. However, passing this policy is just the beginning. The true test lies in the effective preparation for and implementation of the policy and the tangible impact it has on the lives of those affected by conflict. And in order to sustain this momentum, Uganda might consider to link its transitional justice goals to the Sustainable Development Goals. The inclusion of SDG 16 ensures that all countries have as a priority the need to build peace, justice, and effective and accountable institutions at all levels. Including the transitional justice goals as part of the broader SDG agenda for Uganda is an important way to ensure the advancement of transitional justice policy mission in Uganda. In conclusion, the Netherlands stands ready to continue offering our support to Uganda in its journey towards peace, justice, and sustainable development. Together, we can build a future where the wounds of the past are acknowledged, the rights of victims are upheld, and the foundations of peace and stability are strengthened for generations to come. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Colleagues, the key words there are healing, accountability, overcoming trauma, and where possible, reparations. We thank you, Your Excellency. We'll now move on, in the interest of time, to our next presenter, who will be Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden.
Thank you very much. And good morning, dear all guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It's a great honor also for me to make remarks at this National Symposium on the Transitional Justice Policy. As we all know, and was also highlighted by my friend and colleague, the issue of transitional justice is very critical for peace, stability, and social cohesion in Uganda. In 2019, the government of Uganda passed the National Transitional Justice Policy, an overreaching framework by the government of Uganda designed to address justice, accountability, and reconciliation needs of post-conflict Uganda. Since then, the government has taken steps to implement the policy aimed at providing strategic guidance on post-conflict justice, accountability, national reconciliation, and achieve long-lasting peace. In particular, the Embassy of Sweden is pleased to note the commendable work that the government is doing in implementing the transitional justice policy as presented in the Access to Justice sub-program annual report last year, including reintegrating reporters and victims, prosecuting war crimes before the International Crimes Division of the High Court of Uganda, developing a manual for the adjudication of traditional justice, and developing guidelines for the use of informal justice in the administration justice, the latter with Swedish funding through our support to IDLO. But despite these efforts, we know that the expectations of communities affected by conflict remain high, particularly in relation to reparation support for the harm suffered. It's also a general feeling or sense that support toward transitional justice has dwindled since the passing of the transitional justice policy. I spent last summer several days in Gulu and talking to a lot of different stakeholders from civil society, local leaders, university, and I was struck by the perception of people still feeling that they are in a post-conflict situation. The issues that was recurring and came continuously back was land access to land and land issues, which of course has many consequences as such, because without land, you cannot access capital, and of course, livelihood is also a challenge. And it was clear that many of the returnees that had fled during war was still struggling with these issues. Another issue that came up was that many young people and children were still missing national identity card, which also had devastating consequences for their potential of going to a school and earn a living. So it's clear when you are there that there are many issues that needs to be addressed, and that people still, to some extent, feel that they are a little forgotten, I have to say, by us donors, but also from the central level. As many of you will know, strengthening rule of law and human rights in Uganda is a priority for Sweden. And I'm proud to state that we have supported work on transitional justice in Uganda for several years. We did it through our former program, the Democratic Governance Facility, together with many other partners here. Most recently through the IDLO Community Justice Program, but also through a peace building program that we are implemented by Safer World. And our Prime Minister to Parliament recently stated that Sweden will remain a globally engaged country that stands up for human rights, freedoms, democracy, and the rule of law, which of course is true also for our cooperation with Uganda. We are happy that the discussion on transitional justice has been reignited with the able leadership of the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Mao, and I think I saw him even enter the room, so I'm happy he was here to hear that part. And we pledge that Sweden will remain a committed partner in strengthening democratic processes in Uganda. Finally, the work on transitional justice has revealed the indispensable role of alternative informal justice mechanisms, traditional leaders, civil society organizations in offering satisfactory justice and remedies to communities. And I therefore would like to commend all those present here in the room for the work that you are doing in this respect. In conclusion, may we never forget that transitional justice is about victims. It focuses on their rights and dignity as human beings, and let us ensure that our work and support promote the centrality of victims. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Another round of applause for Her Excellency. Allow me now recognize the presence of our main host, Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Mao. You're welcome, sir. We're expecting to have Honorable Attorney General, but he had another program that came up and he will not be with us. He asked me to pass on his apologies. We're expecting the Minister of Internal Affairs, Honorable Major General Kaindo Tafire, will also be joining us at some time. Honorable Mao, we decided to kick off this very important symposium with none other than our support that we get in the jealous fraternity with the development partners. We've heard from Her Excellency, the Ambassador of the Netherlands, and as you are coming in, sir, we're getting the remarks from Her Excellency, the Ambassador of Sweden. We're now moving on to our next presenter, who is none other than Her Excellency, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Belgium.
Thank you. Minister Mao, Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. It's nice to see that you're back from Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. So. It's not me, it must be the micro.
Can you check the noise, please?
This one is not. Well. It's functioning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. First of all, of course, I would like to thank here the Honorable Minister of Justice for inviting me to address you today. And I think by doing so, by sending me this invitation, the Honorable Ministers somehow acknowledges the central importance of transitional justice in the foreign policy of my country. And indeed, the fight against impunity, including transitional justice, has always been and remains a top priority of Belgium. And my country remains indeed committed to ending the most serious violations of national humanitarian law. And in this process, it always takes into consideration the suffering of the victims. But let me give you here maybe a couple of examples of the actions my country has been taking in the multinational fora in this context. Of course, as I think all my colleagues here on the podium, I represent a country that is a staunch supporter of the mandate of the Special Rapporteur on the promotion of truth, justice, reparation, and guarantee of non-recurrence. Secondly, I would like to say that in 2020, not so long ago, Belgium took the opportunity of its presidency of the UN Security Council to organize an open debate on transitional justice. And it was the first time ever that transitional justice was put on the agenda of the Council. And in 2016 and 2021, we have organized a couple of seminars around the EU policy framework on support to transitional justice. And these seminars have been organized actually with experts from both the African Union and the EU. And the central theme of these seminars were building blocks for regional cooperation on transitional justice. And then more recently, and in reference to the different approaches in transitional justice, I would like to highlight the role of my country, but also the Netherlands, for instance, in the creation of a new multilateral convention on mutual legal convention, which was adopted in Slovenia in May 2023. And this convention, which, by the way, has been signed last week in The Hague in the presence of Minister Mao, will create a framework for mutual legal assistance and extradition, and is intended to enable countries to prosecute genocides, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and other international crimes much more efficiently. And then lately, at home, at home, 2020, it must be said that the Belgian Parliament has established a special parliamentary commission tasked with launching an inquiry into Belgium's overseas colonial legacy and reflecting an appropriate reparations. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to have been so long on the Belgium, but I think it was just to underline that Uganda is definitely not alone in its willingness to tackle such a crucial problem. It is even more crucial, of course, when perpetrators and victims are from the same country. As it has been widely acknowledged that for countries to move forwards after conflict of mass atrocities, suffering must be acknowledged and justice served. And Nelson Mandela himself was wise enough when he stated that it is necessary to heal the wounds of the past if you are going to build your country and to have unity. Therefore, I would like to congratulate here Uganda for taking strategic steps in seeking to address past injustices and establish remedies for addressing the wrong of the past. And it is also inspiring that Uganda wants to push this agenda forward with the collaboration, well, of us all, of the different actors, of course, the various ministries and institutions, but also with the support of the civil society organizations, the academia, and all the other stakeholders. I also happily note that when I read the concept note on this symposium, that this is not a one-off event, but a building block to a wider dissemination of the transitional justice policy, including the regional and district dialogues and translation into local languages. Well, you know, I come also from a multilingual country, and I can tell you how important it is indeed to have that all the important documents translated in a language that people are able to understand indeed. And I would like to say that, of course, Uganda, well, dear Minister, you know that already, but Uganda can, of course, count on Belgium to help wherever we can. And it is quite clear that we will continue our support to ASF, Avocats Sans Frontières, in the space of transitional justice. Well, if you allow me, I will end my remark of this day with some by giving some details on the work of ASF here. And ASF is, of course, doing many things, but among these things, there is that will to strengthening vulnerable groups to effectively demand and advocate for the rights of persons affected by conflicts in their communities. Also, ASF is working with duty bearers and judicial officers to influence the prioritization of victim-centeredness. And this is key to us. Victims are important. ASF is also trying to create an enabling environment for a constructive dialogue between duty bearers, right holders, and victims, and the affected community. And of course, well, I think you can see it there. ASF is also a key player in the development of the national transitional justice policy. That marks actually the end of my remarks. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Heal the wounds of the past. This we can only do if we are accountable. And this transitional justice policy seeks to do exactly that. But also we had seen that after approval by the cabinet in 2019, they required us to disseminate this policy widely. And today we launch this dissemination. We commence the wide dissemination of this policy. Our invited guests, we will request that even when you've gone back, you continue to spread the message. We are also embarking on a law that will operationalize this policy. Moving on, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to hear from Ms. Susan Namondo, Resident Coordinator of the UN. Madam, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, PS. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, recognize also the leadership of the ministry and other MDAs who are present here, and all the leaders from civil society, our development partners, of course, and my own UN family, especially recognizing the country office of the ICC. I mention them because we hardly ever are together in one setting. It's very good to be here with you. I'm also very honored to be here today. I think this is a really important occasion for Uganda. We congratulate the government of Uganda, of course, for a transitional justice policy that is now 5 years old. And we congratulate you, Honorable, and the ministry for really re-energizing and re-engaging us in this process. It truly is important, and I think we all look forward to the program of work that will come out of this symposium and all the other engagements of what we will all be doing, supporting Uganda on this very important issue. Recognizing that great strides have been made, I think we also know that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. This issue was raised recently in Uganda's last Universal Periodic Review, and most recently also at the Human Rights Committee, and the recommendation that Uganda really step up efforts to implement the national transitional justice policy, including by ensuring perpetrators are brought to justice and victims are provided with rehabilitation and full reparation, including compensation. I think that's also one of the reasons why I think we're really pleased as a UN family that there's a wide, diverse array of partners gathered here at today's symposium. Uganda's future prosperity necessitates pragmatism, solidarity across all sectors of society, and collaboration among institutions, communities, and associations, as we all have very important roles to play in the implementation of this policy. As been mentioned by others, the transitional justice policy is really about being people-centered. And for that, I think we may need to, as we look at the policy, but go a little bit beyond the policy also, for a much wider and longer process of addressing inequalities, promoting inclusive development and equitable management of resources. And when the ambassador of the Netherlands was speaking, she mentioned about more deliberate linkage to the SDGs. I think that would be very good in terms of having a very inclusive approach. It also means that there must be a range of options and opportunities to resolve disputes and seek redress, whether through strong formal institutions or through informal mechanisms, traditional or cultural systems, which offer important remedies and can prevent repetition, entrench social cohesion, and offer important prospects for peace in the future. Honorable Minister and dear colleagues, I think the United Nations family in Uganda has been accompanying the people and the government of Uganda for many years on this issue in terms of advancing transitional justice, and we will continue to do so. The UN has provided some technical support, some capacity building support, and some financial contributions have been channeled through us for a range of interventions before and during the development of and since the adoption of the National Transitional Policy. For instance, the fortification of the legal frameworks exemplified by the development of the National Transitional Justice Policy, where we had UNDP and OHCHR at the time really actively engaged, how we integrate this policy into other frameworks, including how we also translate it in many local languages. Many agencies have been engaged in that, such as UN Women. There have been many capacity
as the chair of the JLOS Development Partners Group. Many might not know that transitional justice actually falls squarely conflict recovery responses, the lingering effects on the conflict in northern Uganda, unaddressed human rights violations, as well as the current justice needs and priorities of victims. I hope that this event will allow all of us to get more clarity and a way forward on some of the issues that are still remaining and not very clear. It was mentioned by the PS already, the issue of reparations, that of course will have a big financial impact. The truth-telling process, maybe the setting up of a truth-telling or a transitional justice commission in Uganda, the role of traditional justice mechanisms. Any other trials coming up before the International Crimes Division and ensuring their timeliness. I mentioned that the first case, the Coelho trial, is ongoing since 2011. The registration and categorization of victims, children born of war, and their registration and documentation needs, and the creation of places of remembering and memorials. I want to end by stating that the Austrian government, as you know, supports the Ugandan government and specifically the justice sector. We also work with civil society. We work with Avocats Sans Frontières. We work with International Center for Transitional Justice. And we continue to reiterate this strong commitment towards initiatives aimed at enhancing access to justice, and specifically to strengthen effective and equitable access to justice for victims of conflict. In the pursuit of lasting peace, transitional justice is the compass that directs nations towards accountability, truth, and a shared commitment to human rights. I thank you for your attention.
Need to put momentum into it. Colleagues, allow me now to invite our next presenter, who is the Deputy Representative of the EU. Your Excellency, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, dear PS, dear members of the Ugandan government and administration, let me stand by the protocols. I'm very honored to be here today. It's a real pleasure to represent the European Union, who is a global actor supporting transitional justice globally. I mean, must have been said already. And you know, the EU policy towards transitional justice is guided by the UN principles and is empowered by the leadership of the member states of the EU, as we heard today. So it's an easy job for me today. Maybe I will start to reflect on what you say, Mr. PS. Transitional justice is not activism for sure, but it's not passivism neither, I think. And it takes an active posture. It takes individual leadership, political willingness, as embodied by the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs in Uganda. But it takes also collective bravery, you know, the capacity to look at one's past, to address it as the best way to not to forbid and to be able to move forward. And somehow the European project is in itself, carries in itself, in its DNA, the principle of the transitional justice, I believe. In 2015, the EU was the first regional organization to adopt transitional justice policy. And we have been since then championing in our development programs and in our policy transitional justice worldwide. As we all know, the EU is a formidable ally in the global efforts to address the legacy of mass atrocities and human rights abuses. We use transitional justice through our conflict preventions, crisis response, and peace-building activities worldwide. And we have become, over the time, the largest financial contributors to transitional justice together with our member states. So this commitment is evident in our comprehensive support for justice, in truth-seeking initiatives, in institutional reforms that we carried all over the world, and in reparation programs, some of them being carried by the ICC, and I salute the team in Uganda today. So this dedication from the EU towards transitional justice is anchored in our policy framework, designed to ensure that the EU's active and consistent role in engaging with partner countries, international and regional organizations to support transitional justice processes. What is central to the EU approach to transitional justice is the emphasis on the context-specific, locally owned transitional justice strategy with the rights and participation of victims as its core. Besides, the EU champions a holistic, long-term approach aiming at combating impunity, offering recognitions and redress to victims, to foster trust and to reinforce the rule of law and contribute to reconciliation and the prevention of future conflicts. So as I was saying, everything is of course anchored within the United Nations principles. And the EU Action has developed a new action plan in 2020 covering the 2020 to 2024 period, prioritizing on accountability gap, combating impunity, and endorsing transitional justice. And we have provided clear guidance for institutions and member states that focus on 4 areas. First is criminal justice. And the EU supports the reform of national criminal legislation and promotes alternative justice mechanisms, such as mediation, traditional courts, to ensure justice is both accessible and equitable. And some of us were at the launch of the judicial year a few days ago, and we heard that Uganda has in itself those alternative mechanisms that it can use in moving forward transitional justice policy. The second priority for the EU is the search for truth. We champion truth-seeking initiatives that adhere to international law and best practices, recognizing the importance of unveiling the truth for healing and reconciliation. We also focus on reparations, and the EU advocates for a participatory, victim-focused approach to reparation, emphasizing the need to address the suffering of victims directly and meaningfully. And finally, we focus on guarantees of non-recurrence and institutional reforms. The EU is strongly opposed to amnesties for war crimes, crimes against humanity, genocide, and gross violation of human rights. And we support the ICC and aids countries in fragile situations to ensure such atrocities do not recur. We have been active in the past in some countries, in Burundi, in Central African Republic, in Colombia, in Rwanda, in South Sudan, in Gambia, where we have developed lessons learned and best practice that we will be happy to share with Uganda moving forward towards the implementation of its policy. So as I'm closing, I want to thank and congratulate the leadership of the Ministry of Justice for Constitutional Affairs for these initiatives. As I was saying, it takes bravery, individual and collective ones, and we welcome the initiatives and we'll stand on your side to support this courageous move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have noted in trying to catch up with time, we have decided that we will not take a break before the keynote address by the Honorable Minister. So we are going to see us through the first session, and then we'll have the keynote address before we can take a break. Moving on now, we will have some remarks by representatives of civil society. We'll start with Professor Ronald Naluwaliro, Principal School of Law, Makerere University. Yes. Also, we'll have remarks from the head of the Office of ICTJ in Uganda, Ms. Sarah Chika Kasande, if you could come forward as well, together with Professor Naluwaliro. Professor, are you here? Shall we then start with Ms. Sarah Chika Kasande, Head of Office, ICTJ, and we share a name, but no relations.
That has always been my predicament. I seem to share my surnames, both Kasande and Kihika, with multiple people. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister of Justice, Cabinet Ministers present, judicial officers present, with special recognition to the retired Principal Judge, Justice James Ogola, one of the founding architects of the transitional justice process in this country, senior government officials, ambassadors and representatives of diplomatic missions, the resident coordinator of the UN, religious and cultural leaders present, esteemed representatives of civil society, in particular the director of the Refugee Law Project, the country director of Advocates Sans Frontiers, and the executive director of the Interreligious Council, not sure if he's here yet. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name, as has been introduced, I'm Sarah Kasande Kihika. I'm the head of office of the International Center for Transitional Justice, an international organization that works to support countries addressing legacies of past abuses. On behalf of the ICTJ and our fellow partners, RLP and Advocates Sans Frontiers, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to this National Symposium on Transitional Justice under the theme National Healing, Building Consensus, and Giving Back to Affected Communities. I wish in a special way to thank our partners, the Austrian Development Corporation, the Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands, and the Embassy of Belgium, who have walked this journey with us and have supported the organizing of this symposium. I also wish to extend our heartfelt thanks to the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs for their pivotal role in organizing this critical symposium. This gathering unites a diverse group of stakeholders with a common goal of forging consensus on the transitional justice approach for Uganda that will address the legacies of past conflicts, foster national reconciliation and healing, deliver justice to victims, and promote accountability as a means of ensuring sustainable peace. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it goes without saying that since we gained independence as a country, we have experienced multiple cycles of conflict, resulting in widespread death, trauma, social exclusion, division, historical injustices, and underdevelopment. The persistent failure to address these conflict legacies has not only continued to feed these grievances and reignite conflict, but has also entrenched a culture of impunity. Addressing serious and massive violations of human rights is imperative because failure to do so threatens the rule of law and sustainable development. In recognition of the need to confront our past, the government of Uganda adopted the National Transitional Justice Policy in 2019. The policy offers a framework to pursue an independent and comprehensive transitional justice process that delivers reform, truth, justice, and reparations. It also offers a framework to address the root causes of conflict and prevent their recurrence by promoting reconciliation, nation building, and addressing the gaps in the justice system. Today, we convene to reinvigorate our commitment to implementing this policy, to identifying the priorities that we wish to see put in place. As we embark on our discussions, I wish to highlight a few key issues that warrant our attention and which I hope will shape our discussions going forward in the next 2 days. First is the importance of context specificity and the need to adapt transitional justice measures that are tailored to the unique political, social, and economic context of Uganda, informed by a thorough analysis of the causes and consequences of violent conflict, repression, and rooted in the local needs and realities. The second is the need to prioritize the role of women and youth, their experiences, and also marginalized groups in the establishment of transitional justice processes, ensuring that the rights and needs of victims are central to the design and implementation of processes. Engaging with victims directly is essential to understanding the best way to address the harms that they have suffered and their continuing effects on their lives. Third, and also critically, is the sequencing of transitional justice processes, which must reflect the realities of our context. It's important to avoid portraying the transitional justice processes included in the policy as competing, but instead they should complement one another, allowing for a comprehensive approach to peace, reconciliation, and justice. And importantly, based on a pragmatic timing, based on the assessment of what would be realistic and feasible. Fourth, and which has been already re-echoed by the esteemed ambassadors, is the prioritization of reparation. I'm very delighted to see the team from the International Criminal Court, who I believe have done have played a significant role in laying a foundation for the reparations process in this country. As we know, many communities and individuals have eagerly awaited for reparations. This was a commitment that was included in the Juba Agreement on Accountability and Reconciliation to address the suffering that they endured and the lasting impact of the harms that they suffered. We therefore look forward to having different stakeholders, including partners from the Ministry of Finance, to discuss how to deliver meaningful reparations, taking into account the challenges and competing priorities of our country. Lastly, transitional justice must transcend narrow technocratic processes that are exclusive to a select few. We encourage the constructive engagement and partnerships with diverse actors and stakeholders, including women's organizations, victims networks, community-based organizations, religious and cultural institutions, the private sector, media outlets, and all factions of our society in order to develop a collective and agreed approach to addressing our past and building a country that we are all proud of. As I conclude, I wish to note that we as civil society remain committed to working alongside the government, support the policy implementation through analysis, strengthening evidence-based interventions, and fostering social cohesion and healing. We hope that by the end of this symposium tomorrow, we'll have reached a consensus on the priorities that we'd like to see taken forward in the policy, would have defined the roles of the different stakeholders, and importantly, identify a strategy for mobilizing resources for taking forward this policy. As we know, transitional justice costs money. It's important to have a conversation of where we're going to get the money to implement this process. So as I finish, I want to thank the government of Uganda, the development partners, and our civil society partners who have played a critical role in organizing this event, which provides an invaluable opportunity to begin the journey of rebuilding the Uganda that we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kika. We're now moving on to our next presenter, who is Dr. Zahara Nampeo, Deputy Principal of School of Law, Makerere University. Dr. Nampeo, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Honorable Norbert Mao, Principal Judge Emeritus, Justice Ogola, development partners present, representatives of civil society, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As has been mentioned, I'm Zahara Nampeo, Deputy Principal, School of Law, Makerere University. I'm speaking this morning as a representative of civil society, although I'm from the School of Law, Makerere, which is really academia. I bring you greetings from the Principal, School of Law, Professor Ronald Naluwairo, who got an emergency last night, and he called me last night to be here. But he asked that I welcome you to this national symposium organized by, among others, the Refugee Law Project. The Refugee Law Project, or RLP, as we commonly refer to it, was established in 1999 as an outreach project of the School of Law, Makerere University, to address refugee rights in Uganda. It is therefore a baby of the School of Law. In fact, the principal of the School of Law chairs the board of Refugee Law Project. And it is through the work of such entities, such as RLP, that are associated with Makerere University, that Makerere University is able to undertake work that transforms Ugandan communities through research and technological innovations. Therefore, while we are an academic institution, we also have a civil society leaning. We are here this morning on the issue of the transition justice policy, a topic that could not have been more timely now for the past and also for the future. For many years after independence, Uganda saw a record of human rights violations, many of which unfortunately ended in disappearances and death, a lot of harm and a lot of hurt. Makerere University too was not spared. This great institution lost our first vice chancellor under brutal death. Frank Kalimuzo was appointed vice chancellor in 1970 by then President Apollo Milton Obote. At the time, Makerere University had just become an independent national university. Sadly, Frank Kalimuzo was reportedly killed on the orders of President Amin in 1972 on allegations that he was working for Obote to destabilize a government which had just taken power. Kalimuzo's death marked the first attack on intellectualism and independent thinking in Uganda. Frank Kalimuzo's remains were never recovered. As academia and generally also as civil society, universities have a role to play in human rights protection, such as on this crucial issue that we are discussing today. In fact, as Makerere University, our strategic focus is to be a research-led institution to provide relevant empirical data to the government and other key actors to guide the country's policy and development agenda. Therefore, the issue of transitional justice is one that touches us deeply, not only because of its national character, but because we too, as an institution, have wounds, and we see an obligation to play a role, a supportive role to heal our community. And we are excited today for this process that begins the journey to helping us as Ugandans, and indeed as Makerere University, to come to terms with a legacy of large-scale past conflict, repression, violations, and abuses. I believe that this symposium is an academic exercise through which the university is fulfilling its public role of social development, and I hope it will trigger debate and information to shape policy on transitional justice. So let us begin the discussion of accountability, justice, and reconciliation. And as we talk about transitional justice, let us craft initiatives that resonate with the affected communities and also which promote both intra and inter-communal healing, because all of Uganda needs healing, not just specific communities. I'm happy to see a cross-section of participants in the room this morning, because I believe that this work on transitional justice and dealing with the past and healing for the future requires a wide range of actors, both state and non-state actors, to work together. The School of Law would like to thank the government of Uganda. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your openness and commitment to this process. I think from the time of your appointment, this is one thing that you have been passionate about, and we thank you for that. Thank you too to the Refugee Law Project for always spearheading trailblazing research and advocacy on key legal, human rights, and governance issues that always put Makerere ahead. Please be assured of the support of the university as you continue this work. Thank you too to the other organizing organizations and collaborators, as well as our partner. Thank you as we build for the future.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nampeo. On our program, we also meant to have remarks from the Interreligious Council of Uganda. They were not here earlier, but I'm told now there is a representative, Mr. John Osapiri, acting team leader, legal and policy advocacy. Please join us, and you are very welcome.
Thank you so much. On behalf of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, we are very honored to be part of this engagement. And I want to stand on the earlier established protocol. And I extend apologies from the Secretary General of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, who is currently indisposed and unable to be here, but is ably represented. And I also acknowledge the members of the Interreligious Council who are in the room. We have Sheikh Musa Khalil, from Northern Uganda. Sheikh Musa Khalil, you're most welcome. He's the regional card of Northern Uganda. And also I recognize the presence of Honorable Justice James Ogola, who is a member of the Elders Forum of Uganda. You're most welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, praise God from whom all blessings flow. On behalf of the Interreligious Council of Uganda, we are delighted to participate in this National Symposium for Transitional Justice. We applaud the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, the Honorable Norbert Mao, for spearheading the process of this symposium and dialogue. The IRCU is an indigenous national faith-based organization uniting efforts of religious institutions to jointly address issues of common concern. Founded in 2001, the IRCU's vision is for a divinely peaceful, united, prosperous Uganda where all people enjoy full health and freedoms for the common good. The IRCU's mission is to promote peace, reconciliation, good governance, and holistic human development through interfaith action and collaboration, advocating for the empowerment of member bodies for the common good. The member organizations that constitute the IRCU are the Roman Catholic Church, the Church of the Province of Uganda, the Uganda Orthodox Church, the Uganda Muslim Supreme Council, the Seventh-day Adventist Church in Uganda, the Born Again Faith in Uganda, and the National Alliance of Pentecostals and Evangelicals. The IRCU is affiliated to the African Council of Religious Leaders, the Interreligious Council for Eastern Africa, and Religions for Peace International. The IRC's current strategic direction is shaped by the desire to build a peaceful, just and stable, democratic and inclusive society that is cognizant of our diversities. Through an envisioning framework that coincided with Uganda's 50th anniversary in 2012, the faith leadership under the auspices of the Interreligious Council committed to build a new society dubbed the Uganda we want, underpinned by the following 6 pillars. 1, a God-fearing nation, a healthy nation, a secure and stable nation, a prosperous nation, a harmonious nation, and a caring nation. These pillars constitute the foundations of the current and future programmatic interventions of the IRCU. The IRCU believes that transitional justice cannot be fully achieved without the full and effective participation of the people of Uganda in building consensus on the Uganda we want. The IRCU envisions that once people are mobilized and engaged, they become more committed to finding lasting solutions to their problems. In pursuit of this, the IRCU conceived the idea of the Uganda National Dialogue. This is a process that intends to present Ugandans with an opportunity to progressively address the root causes of conflict and underdevelopment caused by failures of the previous constitutions and governments. The IRCU, therefore, recommends that the national dialogue should be pursued as a first priority to achieve transitional justice. Undeniably, both transitional justice, national reconciliation, and national dialogue are interconnected concepts that are often used in the context of post-conflict societies and countries undergoing significant political or social change. The linkage between the concept lies in their shared goal of promoting peace, justice, and reconciliation in societies emerging from conflict. Traditional justice mechanisms are often seen as a means to achieve national reconciliation by addressing past injustices, while the national dialogue can help build the trust and consensus necessary to implement transitional justice. Together, these processes can contribute to building a more inclusive and democratic society based on the rule of law and respect for human rights. The IRCU commends the government of Uganda for enactment of the transitional justice policy that aims at guiding the formal and informal justice processes that address injustice, accountability, healing, nation building, reparations, and reconciliation needs for victims of transitional justice. In order to achieve the objects of the policy, the IRCU makes the following recommendations. 1, earmarking of a body to coordinate the implementation of transitional justice and peace processes. Promulgation of a comprehensive peace framework, collectively legislating on transitional justice, peace, and the national dialogue. This will provide legitimate point of reference for addressing all transitional justice-related matters and assign specific responsibilities for various actors. The need to create safe spaces for engagements, dialogue, and capacity building on transitional justice with different actors. These actors include religious leaders, cultural leaders, justice actors, political actors, civil society, local councils, and other stakeholders. There is need to modify and develop transitional justice to meet the religious, cultural, and local context. For example, the incorporation of religious texts in information, education, and communication materials on transitional justice. Building partnerships for implementation of transitional justice with the media fraternity, civil society, development partners, government, and the private sector. Prioritizing of TJ through appropriate budgetary allocations to by government and development partners. This will give attention to the unique challenges faced by victims of conflict. Adopt an interministerial approach to develop program design, planning, implementation, and monitoring to ensure that all government entities involved in TJ, peace and national dialogue processes coordinate to avoid duplication of efforts and creation of contradictory positions and actions. Expedite the enactment of the witness protection law to provide holistic protection of crucial witnesses in transitional justice who face threat or risk. Remove barriers to access to justice for vulnerable victims through the enactment of the national legal aid law. Strengthen the reparations programs for victims affected by conflict through stepping up on the compensations made to victims. Encourage amnestied individuals to participate in traditional justice and truth-seeking processes. The IRCU is indebted to Government of Uganda and all development partners who have supported this engagement. We look forward to supporting the resolutions that will emanate from this engagement to achieve TJ for victims of war, violence, and human rights violations. Ladies and gentlemen, we therefore think that it is time, that the time is ripe for holding the national dialogue, which is a platform for the people of Uganda to decide on the future they want. John Osapiri for Joshua Chitakule, the Secretary General of the Interreligious Council. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osapiri. Distinguished guests, Honorable Minister, our next agenda on the program, as we come towards the end of opening session, will be a documentary that puts us in the mood of exactly what we are looking at. And that documentary will be on conflict and transition in Uganda by Canon Bernice Joyce Nima on behalf of the Refugee Law Project. It will be presented by Mr. Patrick Otimongwech. As they set up that documentary, allow me, Honorable Minister, to recognize some of the key people who are here that you will need to know that they're in the audience. In addition to all our speakers who are here, we have my colleague, the PS of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Lieutenant General Musanyufu, who is also part of the organization of this meeting. We have Honorable Lady Justice Susan Okalani, Honorable Lady Justice Alice Komuhanji Kauka. I want to believe that the documentary is being set up so that we stay within our time. Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, Mr. Samuel Akena. Our former Attorney General, Honorable Frederick Ruhindi, you're welcome. Deputy Country Representative of the UNDP, Ms. Barbara Kiley, Country Director, IDLO. Mr. John Baptist Sasimwe, Deputy DPP. Ms. Maria Kamara, ICC Field Officer. Mr. Scott Bartlett, Program Manager, Victims Trust Fund. Ms. Margaret Ejang, Secretary, Uganda Human Rights Commission. Dr. Pius Ojara, Refugee Law Project. Dr. Irene Anying of the ASF. Her Worship Juliet Hati Hatanga from the Commercial Court. Her Worship Pamela Lamuru, Inspectorate of Courts. Ms. Samali Wakoli, Assistant DPP and Head Gender, Children and Social Unit. Honorable Leandra Komakech, Ms. Rosette Kuhirwa from the National Planning Authority, Ms. Owinji Florence, Assistant DPP, Dr. Daniel Ruhweza from the School of Law, Makerere, Honorable Justice Richard Wejuli Wawire, Honorable Justice Duncan Gaswaga, Ms. Pamela Angwech, Executive Director, Guru Women Economic Development and Globalization. Are we set yet for? I'll continue recognizing some of the people who are here as we get ready. Mr. Jabel Bowe, Secretary General, Amnesty Commission. His Royal Highness Durrani Stephen, Paramount Chief of MADI and Chairman General of Forum for African Traditional Authorities. Mr. Theo Milton, who is Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons. Honorable Justice Canon Ogola, former Principal Judge. Sheikh Musa Kadil, Regional Assistant to Mufti, Northern Region. And Honorable Justice Richard Wejuli Wawire. Okay, I think you can leave.
Human nature is intrinsically greedy and selfish. It can only be checked by strong institutions and strong systems in society. And once we do that, that's part of what I am moving to. Conclusion, simply, let's have legislation.
I'm which
simply,
Executive Director of Women Economic Development and Globalization. Are we set yet for? I'll continue recognizing some of the people who are here as we get ready. I'm with Mr. Jabel, Executive Director of Women General Amnesty Commission and Globalization. Mike. Okay. His Royal Highness Durrani Stephen, Paramount Chief of MADI and Chairman General of Forum for African Traditional Authorities. Mr. Theo Milton, who is Assistant Commissioner General of Prisons. Honorable Justice Canon Ogola, former Principal Judge. Sheikh Musa Kadil, Regional Assistant to Mufti, Northern Region. And Honorable Justice Richard Wejuli Wawire. I beg your pardon. Okay, a small change of program. Our development partners have requested that they leave before we play the video. And therefore, I will request that we come and have a photo session before we can proceed to our next program. Honorable Minister, you lead us on this. Our development partners.
Human nature is intrinsically greedy and selfish. It can only be checked by strong institutions
can take the evergreen. Okay, then you give your keynote address. It's okay. Distinguished delegates, let's have a group photo. Then from the group photo, then we can have the keynote address from the Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs as would request that we have the judges needed to have a special picture with the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, we request that you take a picture with our honorable judges. For purposes of cosmopolitanism, let me request the ambassadors kindly let's again join the team. Let's join the team of judges. You know, this is a matter of conflict resolution. You are at the center of all this. Excuse me. I request that you join. Thank you. We are done with the photo session. Then we can now go for the remarks of the minister. The keynote address of the minister. Thank you. Honorable Minister, it's your time.
Our partners, Your Excellencies, Your Lordships from the judiciary, our traditional religious leaders, and then the cross-cutting people like Justice Ogola, who is a canon of the church, but also Principal Judge Emeritus. Dear friends, first I want to promise that I'm going to be in this meeting all through, because I'm not going to move one step. I'll be sitting there, but I have put one condition to the organizers, that I must have a live microphone to interrupt shortly. And because I really want to listen. This has been an ongoing conversation. Like many of you, perhaps during the Christmas holidays, I was stranded in Kampala with the marabou stocks, the birds we call the Karolis, because they have no villages. They stay in Kampala. If you have ever seen a marabou stock in your village, put up your hand. You know, the Karolis don't go to the village. They love traffic lights and tall buildings, which we don't have in our villages. So I took the opportunity to invite myself to some people's homes. For instance, I invited myself to the home of the ambassador of the Netherlands to have informal chats, to talk openly about what we care about as Uganda. I also invited myself to the home of the Belgian ambassador, and we talked informally about things. I had a dinner meeting with Dr. Katia of our friends from Austria. There was a time I crashed a party at Her Excellency Susan Namondo's house on the top floor of some apartment block. So my speech is going to be how to put a thread through all these conversations. And of course, the outgoing UNDP resident representative one time invited me to cook for me Ghanaian food. And her colleague, who is still around, Sheila, was there. So this has been a number of conversations. So what I'm going to try to do in what has been inappropriately called a keynote address is really to try and put a string through that. As the Belgian ambassador told you, I'm fresh from Europe. I hope I look fresh from Europe. I had the opportunity to be invited to attend a very important occasion, the formal signing of the Ljubljana, The Hague Convention on mutual legal assistance. By the way, war criminals have friends. That's what that convention is about. So the aim is to say, however much I'm your friend, if there's a spotlight on you, I must hand you over. Now, that's a very, very difficult commitment. Because first we have our countries that are supposed to hide us. And then we also have friends. This has been a difficult conversation, particularly in Africa. You remember when we hosted the former Sudan President Bashir? It was a very awkward moment at Kololo airstrip. And we witnessed, for the first time in the history of Uganda since independence, ambassadors walking out in protest. These are things we have to talk about the gap between commitments and our actions and how to close that gap. Now, in that conference, I had the honor, I should say in quotes, of sitting next to countries that have gone through very serious difficulties. On my left was the Minister of Justice from Ukraine. And we had our own conversation with her. We are still continuing the conversation. On my right, I had the Minister of Justice of Rwanda. 1994, we all know the genocide and how the murder of over 1 million Tutsis pricked the conscience of the world. I remember an encounter with General Delea at the US Congress. Of course, as a member of parliament, I was a frequent traveler to Europe and the United States, lobbying them to talk to their friend, my president, Yoweri Museveni, to accept peace talks with the LRA. Sometimes you may be a Ugandan, you may have to address your own president through other people. It's not a bad thing. What you want is that maybe he will listen more to other, maybe he may look at me, Norbert Mao, with some colored lenses and say, this is, an opposition politician. He has never voted for me. He has no kind words for me. So he may not listen enough. But maybe if I talk through a senator or a member of the US House of Representatives, he may listen. Still next to me was the Minister of Justice of the Gambia. So the context in which we are having this conversation is different from the context of 2019. We have to take note of that. Now we have to declare the purpose of this gathering in one sentence. It's about moving from policy to implementation, from intentions to action. We have declared our intentions using very big English words. But when are we going to take the first step? When are we going to do something? So after my conversations with many diplomats, many government officials, colleagues in cabinet, then I invited the people who are supposed to do the donkey work. Of course, Makerere University is a highly respected institution globally, and it is the one that hosts the Refugee Law Project, which has been the most consistent actor in the field of transitional justice. So I invited Dr. Pius Ojara. I don't know whether he's in the room. He's right there. People who are like him are very modest. They are not like us. For us politicians, you make sure everybody sees your face in posters. You plaster posters all over the street so that people may know how great you are. But the people who really get things done, they are normally very modest, like Dr. Pius. And then I invited from within the ministry, I invited the boss of JLOS. Where is Rachel? I think she's somewhere here. Rachel Musoke Odoi, she's there. And then I invited Margaret Ajok, who has been the focal point person on transitional justice. She's right there. And she has just returned from Columbia University, where I don't know what she was studying, but she got a master's degree. I need to look at her research. I think those who do masters don't study, they investigate. So I need to find out whether it was related to transitional justice. So then we invited the Interreligious Council. Then I told them, I have been talking for over 1 year in every conference that we must ensure that the president's promise to enact a transitional justice law should come to fruition. So let's get to work. They then developed the concept, then they started fundraising, and I'm really grateful that thanks to their effort, we have seen this day, and that all of you have turned up, because this is a very, very busy season. Our justices from the courts of judicature have just been through a very intense week of the annual judges conference. And of course, the annual year of our courts has started. So they have a lot of people they have to attend to. So I really want to thank you for responding to my alarm. As minister, all I've done was to really make an alarm. Sometimes it's not the strongest person who makes an alarm, but he must have capacity to make enough noise to draw the attention of those who have capacity to act. Thereafter, even if I hide under the bed, it doesn't matter. At least whoever is threatening the peace will know that now there are other people who are aware. So I thank you for responding to my alarm. Over the years and most of my life, my job has been to wake up Uganda to the imperative of breaking the cycle of violence and reconciling our country. There are those who are easy to wake up. I assume that those of you who are here are the ones who are genuinely asleep, so you are easy to wake up. But in Uganda, we have those who are pretending to be asleep. Now, those are the most difficult to wake up, because even when you shake them, they also assist you by shaking, because they are actually wide awake. They're only pretending to be asleep. Even when you move their arm and you try to move their arm one way, they also help you to move their arm. So that is my toughest job, waking up the Ugandans who are pretending that all is well in our country. And you listen to them on TV, you listen to them on radio. It's something which we have got to confront. So we have to find a new method of waking up those who are pretending to be asleep on the issue of transitional justice. This is a country that has not had peaceful change of government, not even once. We have seen the internet, we have artificial intelligence, we have TikTok, we have Facebook, we have everything. The fastest cars, we even have the Entebbe Expressway, we have everything. Let me tell you, Ugandans don't stay awake because they don't have the latest version of the iPhone. They don't stay awake because they don't have a skyscraper. They stay awake wondering what happens tomorrow. For instance, what if the president of the country does not wake up tomorrow? Those are the things that keep Ugandans awake. And I'm in the best position to talk like that. Those of you who are pretending to be asleep, you may not be understanding what I'm talking about, but you may be woken up somehow. As indeed we have been woken up in 1966, we were woken up in 1971, we were woken up in 1979, we were woken up in 1985, we were woken up in 1986, but now we want to design the future. And transitional justice is critical about that. Those are the things that you are going to have to talk about. It has been my intention to be a bridge between the government and the civil society. There was a time when there was a bit of uncomfortable relationship between the government and the civil society. But the truth of the matter is, for those of you who are Ugandans, you are our civil society. We cannot expel you, and we can expel ambassadors for good reason. We can accuse them of anything, but as for you, we have to deal with you, whether you are in the country or out of the country, because you will, even if you went to exile, you will still be a Ugandan. So transitional justice is about designing institutions that can be a kind of, you could call it what the synovial fluid is to the bone structure, a lubricant. Conflict is inevitable, but there must be some lubricant to mitigate the impacts of conflict. While in The Hague, I had the honor to be received by the president of the court, the International Criminal Court. I met the prosecutor, I met the registrar, I met the executive director of the Victims Trust Fund, And I also met our very own Justice Salome Balungi Bosa. I invited the prosecutor to visit Uganda and talk to the government and talk to us, because Uganda is one of the key midwives of the International Criminal Court. Of course, now Uganda may have some issues, but I declared openly that Uganda is committed to fighting impunity, and that we will always support the court and discuss whatever issues we have openly. In any case, while talking to the learned Attorney General Emeritus Fred Ruhindi, he reminded me that Dr. Katia should have mentioned a key milestone, the enactment of the law in Parliament domesticating the Rome Statute. So Uganda cannot pretend that it shouldn't listen to people from outside Uganda talking about Uganda. We have invited the world into our bedroom. Through that, some of the contentious issues was about the death sentence. You know, there's no death sentence in the Rome Statute. So now we were saying those who are tried in our courts for murder, for instance, can be sentenced to death. But since we have domesticated the Rome Statute, now if we try war criminals, they are now exonerated from the death penalty. The Honorable Ruhindi told me that that was the most difficult conversation he had with the President of our Republic, because it was very difficult. But the context of that time enabled him to prioritize accountability for war crimes, particularly by the LRA at that time, over reservations on the death penalty. So we have that law. When the prosecutor visits, and I believe by that time, the new representative of the ICC in Uganda will have settled down. I met him also. He's Mr. Naidu. He's a South African. And I think we couldn't have gotten a better person to come and head that office here because of the experience that South Africa has had. So this really is what this conference is about. The Baganda have a saying that things which take long are sooner or later forgotten. This policy is a national transitional justice policy. It may have been motivated by what happened in northern Uganda, but it is a national policy. And the transitional justice law, which is currently in draft, is about the whole of Uganda. When I arrived at the ministry, I was informed that there was even an attempt by some anxious or hysterical people who thought they may be suspects to break into an office in the Ministry of Justice. This is a very sensitive topic because it is about being told things you wouldn't want people to remind you about. For instance, if you have killed civilians, you are going to be face to face with the families of those civilians. We have had incidents, massacres in Luwero during the war by both the government forces and even the rebels. In northern Uganda, we have had atrocities committed by the LRA principally and also by the then National Resistance Army. That's why we have those so-called massacre sites, Buchoro, Namukora, and other places. Mukura, where civilians were basically microwaved in a train wagon. LRA massacres in Baralonyo, Obalanga. These are the subjects of transitional justice. I'll pause for 3 seconds so that if you don't have the stomach for this kind of conversation, you may leave. But it is my duty to lead this difficult conversation. So it is true, some people broke into the office of the Transitional Justice Working Group in an attempt to steal a copy of the bill. I don't know what illiterate thieves these are. They don't know that these days we store information in cloud. These really must be pickpockets. They are not seasoned thieves. But I'm telling you this story just to bring it home to you that this is a topic which makes people to quake. Because it doesn't matter who you are. Even if you are the president, sooner or later you must come face to face with your responsibility. That's what Nelson Mandela did. He also had to go before the Desmond Tutu Commission and also undress and say, you know, here I am. That was then, I did this, and I want to own it. Because until you own a problem, you can't solve it. And so, it is also about showing compassion. One of the best moments for me was when the president of Uganda went and addressed the rally in Amuro, 2006. And he told the people, I'm very sorry to see you the way you are. It is my responsibility to ensure that you lead normal lives as the commander-in-chief. And I'm very sorry. That sorry started a change in the thinking of the people, who at that time thought the president did not care at all about their suffering. It was an important change in vocabulary. From we shall crush them to let us talk. I'm willing to talk to anybody who is willing to talk. It was a small but very significant change. That is what transitional justice is about. So it is not really about us. All of us politicians are very ambitious. We want to occupy the biggest office available. But if you care about transitional justice, you must talk about the next generation so that we bring an end to these unending cycles. My written speech is available and it will be distributed. But what has changed in the world brings me back to the philosopher, Friedrich Nietzsche, a German philosopher. He categorized the world into 3 types of people using some imagery. He said you have the sheep, you have the wolf, then you have the guard dog. That makes it risky for the wolf to get to the sheep. We live in a world where might seems to be right, and morality is now on a sliding scale. If you are strong, then the wrong you do is not condemned. That's the reality of the world today. Again, back to the philosopher Nietzsche. I think it's pronounced Nietzsche. What would be the morality of the sheep? They want to graze peacefully. They don't want to be molested. And what is the morality of the wolf? They see the sheep as prey. And the morality of the guard dog is to ensure that the sheep are safe. But we live in a world where the morality of the wolf seems to be dominant. And as you know, even if all the animals in the game parks were to, by majority vote, decree that all animals should be vegetarians, until the carnivorous animals agree, that motion is impotent. That seems to be the kind of scenario in the United Nations, for instance. You have, of course, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Haiti, all these other countries. There are so many. They can all raise their hands and vote for a motion. But there are those other countries that would say, no way. That ain't gonna happen. And that is it. And that is why recently during NAM, these other countries are also saying, is it possible for some of the other continents also to have a seat at the Security Council as permanent members? So we are not going to say a sweeping statement about the context of our discussion. This is the real context. So you can remember the 3 P's according to Nesh: prey, predator, protector. We live in a world where the predators are very strong and act with impunity, and where the guard dog is not strong enough because of all sorts of rules also. For instance, Rwanda is a walking distance from Uganda. We could have crossed the border with our very own army and stopped, or at least contained significantly, the killing of Tutsis. But now you have all these conventions which say sovereignty, non-interference on the internal affairs. Surely, what internal affairs were going on? The butchering of women and children? Unfortunately, that is the world in which we live. So you bring it back home. This is about a conversation with those who have a lot of power, because it is normally governments that commit atrocities. In Germany, it was the Nazis who were in power. They are the ones who kept on killing people with impunity. And of course, some people looked the other way until some guard dogs in the form of Churchill, Roosevelt, and to a certain degree, Stalin had to come in and say, no, you are not going to have your way. Of course, many Ugandans also got sucked up in that war. That's why our president is called Museveni, because he was named after the veterans of the 7th Battalion of the King's African Rifles. So, bringing it now back home, we have the Odell report, which covers the period from 1986 so back to 1962, 62 to 86. I don't know how comprehensive it is. You people in this room will advise me. But it was largely about looking into the rear view mirror. Obote period. Then 95, we have a constitution which established the Uganda Human Rights Commission. That leaves us with a 10-year black hole, 1986 to 1996, totally uninvestigated, unexplored. And we have got to talk about that period. And the people who are the subject of that period are definitely the people I suspect must have broken into the office at the Ministry of Justice. Now, transitional justice is about that topic of saying Actually, it is not about hanging anybody. It is only to let people know that you did it. And if you have anything to say why you did it, you can then come forward and say, this is why I did it. There may be mitigating circumstances. Many countries have done that, including South Africa. We always have bullies in the world, but there is a way out. Now, speaking as a politician and also a student of literature, I finally take you back to Shakespeare's The Tempest. Those of you who have read The Tempest know the story of the king who was thrown out of power. Then he went to live on an island. I'm skipping the story largely. He then learned magical arts. And all through his time in exile, he was plotting revenge on those who ousted him from power. One day, his enemies were in a ship. So using magical arts, he unleashes a storm, wrecks their ship, sets it on fire, and then generally using demonic powers, puzzles them all through the island until he brings them to justice. It's a very good story. You should read it. There's even a film version. There's a moment of reckoning. That is what transitional justice is about. That's what the Ljubljana Hague Convention is about. That's what the ICC is about. The day of reckoning. Now, the best part of The Tempest is that after that reckoning, this monarch then decides to give away the powers that he had got to revenge. Now, that is not easy. How can we save powerful people from power? Mandela had all the power to really unleash terror on those who kept him in jail because he was now president. But he didn't even finish his term. Occasionally, he would even put the former president, de Klerk, to be acting president. He would even put this prince of the Zulu, Mangosuthu Buthelezi, to be acting president. So, like the character in The Tempest, having achieved accountability, he surrendered the power. That's what we need in Uganda. So, the government of Uganda, where it is, and indeed our president, does not need to build another highway. He does not even need to build another bridge. He doesn't even need to commission another industrial park. All he needs to do is to preside over a peaceful transition of power that will compensate for all the uncompleted factories, all the uncompleted roads, and so on and so forth. To me, that was my motivation to be part of the government. Is in fact the most important reason why I accepted. So transitional justice, national dialogue, national reconciliation, the constitutional reforms we are talking about, all those are part of that package of surviving power. Winning power seems to me to be easier than surviving power, at least from my reading of history. So this was supposed to be a keynote, and I hope I have set the real note, because I could have pretended and made a nice bureaucratic speech written for me by my people who are very well educated. I hope I have given you the desire to fight for the future of Uganda. They say you can take a horse water, but you can't force it to drink. I say no. I can take a horse to the water and force it to drink every time. How? I give it salt. So my purpose this morning was to give you enough salt so that you desire what Dr. Zahara said, and also Chihika said about the Uganda we want. How many people strongly desire that Uganda? To the extent of not fearing losing their jobs, not fearing losing their whatever property they have, and not even fearing losing their lives. I hope some of you are in that league, because if you are not in that league, then somehow you may get a phone call and you back and say, you know, this Norbert Mao and his thing, talking a lot about this and that. That is what we went through when we were fighting for peace talks between the government and the LRA. I never get tired of repeating that I was the most booed member of parliament in the history of the legislature. The Honorable Ruhindi was there. Each time I would stand up, boo, 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 sit down, you are a coin rebel, collaborator. I was booed so much that I got used to it, fortunately. No, it is a bit like a natural vacuum. You are so sick, eventually the disease has to look for another customer. So, but we persisted. We persisted until the government accepted that we should have peace talks. In all this, the international community is critical. These members of the international community know a lot about our countries, sometimes even more than us. So I'm very pleased that you are in the room. The beauty is that you are not just friends of the government, you are friends of Uganda. The government is a representative, and that gives you the privilege of talking, perhaps even confidentially, when you meet at your level with our president and other government officials about how to get things done. I want to end on a note of optimism. The time is ripe for transitional justice in Uganda, and this symposium is but one step in restarting a conversation that has been going on before. May God bless you all. Thank you for listening to me.
Once again, let's put our hands together in a strong way for this very strong keynote address. I think this time we are ready with the documentary. Thank you so much, Honorable. As we are internalizing the message, let's watch the documentary, have a cup of tea, then we come and elucidate.
Their jobs.
You don't need to adjust lights.
Human nature is intrinsically greedy and selfish. It can only be checked by strong institutions and strong systems in society. And once we do that, that's part of what I am moving to. Conclusion, simply let's have legislation to meaningfully effect our transitional policy.
We have to start somewhere. And I think starting with the situation in northern Uganda, fresh in our minds, with problems created, which all of us can see, I think it's a good starting point. When you start there, however, it doesn't mean that you are forgetting about everything else. Let's how we succeed with this project, and then see how best it can be meaningfully and sustainably expanded to cover other areas of the country and other conflicts that we have had.
One thing that defines me is bringing peace in northern Uganda. When I was in the Prime Minister's office, the president asked me to move and live in northern Uganda and try to peacefully negotiate with the Acholi people, with the Teso people, and even Lao, to bring a peaceful solution to the conflict. My mandate was never, ever to mediate. My mandate was clearly to persuade the people. I realized that their grievances were genuine, and it could not be purely militarily solved. It's also my belief that a military solution per se never brings sustainable peace, because those who are defeated will always feel marginalized. They will always feel persecuted. So then I decided that we needed to engage the rebels. So I had to talk to President Museveni.
There was a problem in developing consensus in the government on whether government should talk or not talk with the rebels. This took quite a bit of time. There were also people, mainly who were in the opposition at that time, who always called for having talks. But government had a feeling that there was the capacity to solve this problem and defeat the rebels. But this did not come as soon as all of us wanted it. So eventually both government and the opposition, and more importantly, the people in the affected areas, the traditional leaders, the church leaders, the civil rights groups, all agreed that we should give talks a chance, and we should make it the method of resolving this conflict in a sustainable way.
So eventually, I also had to persuade Parliament to agree for a negotiated settlement. Not only that, I also persuaded Parliament to give amnesty. Initially, amnesty was given for only 3 months. That is, if you surrender, you will not be prosecuted. On the contrary, you will be rehabilitated. So that lasted. Then after that, when the 3 months ended, then there was presidential pardon, which we used. But even then, it encouraged defection of individuals, people in 2s or 3s, but fighting was going on. More abductions were carried out. So that is when I realized that we really needed to engage the rebels. The talks moved to Juba in 2006. So then LRA suddenly decided they wanted a neutral ground. And maybe I was not neutral, but I could be part of the process. And that is how it shifted to South Sudan. And then they wanted Riek Machar to lead the talks. And I said, as long as it brings peace, it doesn't matter what color of the cat that kills the rat. Ultimately, the rat has been killed. So that was it.
The Juba peace talks came after many years of conflict, as you know, in northern Uganda, especially the phase which was headed by Joseph Kony. And the discussions came as a logical way of meeting the parties concerned with a view to bringing an end to the conflict, a sustainable end to the conflict, and bring about reconciliation and even making sure that in some cases, issues of accountability were also properly addressed.
The transitional justice policy is intended to address how do we move forward, given our past? How do we move out of that pain that we have gone through? How do we build a nation? Yes, where there will be conflict, but manageable conflict. Not that conflict which arises in death, people losing their property and lives. To us who have been advocating for dialogue, national dialogue, and national reconciliation, that's the background we come from.
There should have been a move towards developing an alternative justice mechanism that incorporates the strengths of the traditional justice mechanism system, incorporates the strengths of the International Criminal Court, incorporates the strengths of our formal justice system, and you create a clear alternative justice mechanism that can deal with the situations of later, post-conflict situations, transitions. Because as I remember, you people one time wrote it that in post-conflict, even traditions are themselves in transition. You cannot hold it and say, this is how we used to do it, because it has shifted as a result of the conflict. You cannot hold it at any one point. The traditions themselves are in transition. The people are morally disengaged. The people no longer think the way they used to think. That's a major challenge. Moral disengagement has many components. Most important is, well, it was done by everybody, so nobody's responsible. So you accept it because everybody did it. That's a form of moral disengagement. What was bad initially becomes good because everybody did it. Two, people get morally disengaged because they say, well, it was by a legitimate authority. The orders came from a legitimate authority. Now, then you hide there, you see? So because it was done by a legitimate authority, because everybody did it, it was okay. So you're dealing with two major structural challenges in respect of the host communities you're talking about. So the society is morally disengaged. The formal justice systems have weaknesses, challenges. ICC has challenges. Traditional justice mechanism have challenges. How do we evolve a new jurisprudence that handles this post-conflict transitional justice process? How do we deal with it? So that is how we say there should be need for an alternative justice mechanism that incorporates and builds on the strength of all these other aspects. And you have a whole system, possibly brand new, and you'll be introducing new jurisprudence to the world.
Well, the ICC, of course, the case against Joseph Kony remains outstanding as the first case that was registered in ICC. And Uganda has that record of having brought the first case. They came, did work. We cooperated with them quite a lot, especially during the investigations. But let me also say that our association with them helped us to build capacity, to be able to deal with cases of accountability without having to resort to The Hague. For example, as we proceed with the Transitional Justice chapter, I do not expect Uganda to be sending cases to The Hague. I do expect that all cases of accountability will be handled by the courts in Uganda as currently constituted, or will be handled through the cultural and traditional methods that are well tested and that are more than prepared to handle such cases.
The component that is strong and is lacking in all these other ones is the aspect of rebuilding. Because you're talking about the punitive justice system, which is the formal one. They just lock you up, finish. What do you do with the people who have been left without immunity? What system will handle them? You see what I'm saying? What system will handle them? And if it is about a society, if it's about a community, how distributive is your form of justice going to be? So that you don't just pick away the criminal, if the society is really bad. How do you deal with the victim? The perpetrator, the host community. How do you restore? You can never restore him back to where he was, but how do you rebuild? That is where the concept of an alternative justice mechanism, and that's where you can go. That's where the traditional justice mechanisms are very strong. Okay, so we can go from that and incorporate.
If you want to have that formalized into law, or how do you bring traditional justice in the criminal justice system? You cannot simply do it through a policy. You have to have legislation. If you want to have sanctions, you can't have sanctions in a policy. Sanctions can only be in legislation passed by Parliament. Those are the powers, special powers preserved by Parliament. Yes, we have a policy, but the area we enact a law, have it effectively implemented. The area we do it, the better.
Well, within the criminal formal justice processes, the most the victims can benefit is participation during the trials. Some of the victims will be able to attend court as witnesses. They are also free to participate and to be present in court and see what's going on. So, the International Crimes Division can only stop at either convicting and then sentencing and punishing, and that's it. It doesn't have the mandate to offer reparations in forms of compensation and all that. Probably the other area where they can benefit is social psycho support. I know there's kind of some development in terms of what support can be offered to the witnesses who come to the court itself. But of course, that's not enough for the victims. Most of them expect the restitution, the compensation, and which cannot be offered by the criminal justice processes. But then within our laws, say under the Constitution of Uganda, under Article 50, any person who feels his rights of freedom have been infringed upon is free to seek for redress in any competent court. That then would be the civil court. But we also need to look at the issue whether they will be able to achieve what they expect. We know that most of these perpetrators have nothing to offer. They have no investments in place. So whether they are awarded any compensation in the civil courts, well, it will be in futility. There's nothing to achieve, nothing tangible to achieve at the end of the day. And then I think then that leaves us with who should then take up the issue of reparation. And I think that's when the government of Uganda really has to come in and see how to offer reparation to these victims. And when we are looking at victims, it's not only those who come as witnesses to court, it's not those who are directly affected in terms of families. Almost everybody in the northern region is a victim, I should say. So then we have to look at what kind of reparation do communities deserve in the circumstances. Do we look at community-based, services? We really need to do consultations to see the best form of reparation for the different communities, because people are affected differently.
Yeah, I think is a principle that must be put in legislation. There are people who still ask questions today. There are people who are still searching and asking themselves, why did it happen to me? Why did it happen? Why did it have to happen to us? And who is responsible? These questions are being asked. You remember very vividly the family of Shaban Mkutu, what they had to go through to come and find the remains of their father and then bury it. What they went through to search for the truth. It is only until they found the body and gave the decent burial that they started healing. There are so many families like that. And this country owes it to such families to solve this, to answer these questions for them. So if we can come through a reconciliation act of parliament, I would be more than glad to give it a nod myself as an individual.
There's nothing that brings the victims and perpetrators together, because reconciliation is still very hard. The case in point, I even remember, I went to, before the camps were completely dismantled. And I remember when I went into the camp. And because at that time, amnesty went on, in fact, it was expanded after 2008, which was a very good thing. But victims were completely left out. It only catered for perpetrators. So I remember going into one camp, and a woman, right, puts up her hand and said, is it because my son did not kill? And that is why he cannot get tuition paid? Is it because I haven't killed and government is not paying attention to me? We are up to today depending on World Food Program, beans and posho. So, and consequently, the perpetrators, they're going in with blankets, with cooking utensils, with some cash. People started attacking them and taking away all those things. And they became scared, and they wanted a place where they could live on their own, because the community were not prepared to receive them. Today, you have child mothers who are lost. They have children where in some cases they have identified villages or areas where the fathers of these children come from. But those also reject them. In their own homes, people will say, oh, the killer's children are in here, so they don't feel safe. This is because the agreement was not implemented. The question of justice, reparation, because the aggrieved will always want to see some justice somewhere. They were also left on their own.
Of course, the court can only handle a few of the people, say we're looking at within the transitional justice mechanisms. Then the other processes, like the traditional justice mechanisms, the Truth-Telling and Reconciliation Commission, if we put it in place, would give the other areas which could complement the work of the court. I think at the end of the day, then we can come out, yes, we meted out justice to the whole northern community who have been affected by this conflict.
Us.
Thank you so much for watching and listening. Let's have a cup of tea and we quickly come back, reorganize, and start the next session. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hello. So we'll give them. Good afternoon. Hello. Can I have the panelists for the next session? Okay. Hello. Hello. So we'll give them. His Excellency Abu Bakr Mok, the Office of the President. Good afternoon. Hello. There's a coup d'etat. Can I have the panelists for the next session? Somebody take it over. Okay. Hello. Hello. So we'll give them. His Excellency Abu Bakr Mok, the Office of the President. Good afternoon. Hello. There's a coup d'etat. Can I have the panelists for the next session? Karibu, Karibu. Please take a seat. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Hello. So we'll give them. His Excellency Abu Bakr Mok, the Office of the President. Good afternoon.
Hello, hello. Is that okay? Hello.
Distinguished guests and delegates, can we reconvene? We are out of time. Kindly let's reconvene. In a special way, permit me to recognize Mr. Mutembuli Yusuf, who is the Deputy Chair, Legal. And what? This one here is the Gujaranti. As we are convening, permit me also to tell you a few things I have learned. And what I have learned is about the pillars of transitional justice. One of which is truth-seeking. Second of which, reparations, reconciliation, and institutional reforms. I think if we are going along those lines, yes, we shall be there according to what territory I have known. Our session, second session, is chaired by our known Professor Joe Oroka Onyango, School of Law, Makerere University. Apart from being an academician, he's a heavy researcher and a very good debater, and therefore we expect the best of the best during his session. And now that I have introduced the chair of the session, I request the remaining part of the panelists who are already informed to take your seat, and I hereby hand over Professor to take us through the next stage. Thank you.
So we've been joined by Mr. Nanchi. Hello, hello. It's on, eh? Good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think the first lesson of transitional justice should be that we keep time. I was very happy. I was, in fact, ululating when I came in and I realized that the Honorable Minister finished his speech at 11:37. And I was very sure that our panel was going to start on time at 11:40. According to my watch now, it's 12:10. So we've lost time. We're not transitioning very well, Honorable Justice. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel is incomplete. We're still for, oh, no, we're complete. Good, we've got a full panel. Our panel this afternoon is going to take us into the nitty-gritties of transitional justice. And I'm very, very pleased because we have a high-powered panel, a panel of very expert individuals who are going to help us through discussing the transitional justice policy, the prospects of its implementation, the act, if that comes to be, the TJ agency, the overall efficacy of the policy, and other matters related thereto. So I'd like to introduce, this is by order of presentation. First of all, we shall listen from Madame Margaret Ajok, who is from the JLOS Secretariat. She'll be discussing the transitional justice policy. So Margaret, you can come and please make your presentation. Each panelist will be given 8 minutes. So we'll have a total of 40 minutes in terms of presentation. And then we will have 15 minutes of discussion, comments, commentary, etc., and 5 minutes for wrap-up. So hopefully we'll be out of here by 1:10 in time for lunch. So Margaret Ajok from the JLOS Secretariat, please, to introduce the overview to the transitional justice policy.
Thank you very much, Professor. Honorable Minister, Your Excellencies, the Honorable Principal Judge Emeritus, Your Lordships, Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's been a very powerful morning and also a challenging morning in terms of what the minister says, hearing things that maybe some of us would not want to hear. Transitional justice, I would say, is a very complex subject that many times could be misunderstood, but I think is also a simple subject that we can identify with. Many people have attempted to define what transitional justice is. I think most of the speeches in the morning have attempted to basically state what transitional justice is. I will not go back, but I think the basic theme of this workshop, this symposium, which is national healing, is basically what transitional justice is. So the UN attempted to define transitional justice as processes and mechanisms aimed at confronting legacies of past abuses and violations in order to repair harm suffered by victims. Key is ensure accountability, serve justice, promote reconciliation, guarantee non-recurrence of violations and abuses, and build peaceful and democratic systems that contribute to the rule of law and respect for human rights. So I think the recurrent themes that have been going on, I think since the morning, are issues of accountability, justice, peace, and maybe one of them that we haven't talked about is development. I think we have moved as a country from war to peace to what we have now as stability. And I think as the NDP says, we want to move to we want to move to a middle income economy and definitely a developed country. So I think all the initiatives for transitional justice are basically for us as Ugandans to aim at developing our country while recognizing our past, healing from it, and also meaningfully contribute to the future. The policy basically is anchored on five objectives. One of them is to address the gaps in the formal justice system, and I'm glad during the documentary, the late colleague Joan Kagezi talked about them, and one of the gaps in the formal justice system is the issue of victim participation in criminal proceedings. Our criminal trials have not been suited for participation of victims, but I'm glad to recognize that the International Crimes Division, whose justices are here, have admitted victims to be represented by counsel in that court. The other issue that the formal justice system aims to address is the issue of witness protection. We do not yet have a witness protection law, but I know that there are ad hoc mechanisms that are going on within the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and also the police to ensure that victims in sensitive war crimes trials are protected. The other objective, the second objective is to formalize the use of traditional justice mechanisms. And again, I'll refer back to the video. The Honorable Ruhindi talked about the best way in which we can make use of traditional justice systems, not simply providing it in policy, but enacting legislation. Of course, there are issues with the traditional justice mechanisms. And while we formulated this policy, we recognized some of the deficiencies with the traditional justice system, especially the fact that they need to be aligned to the Constitution and be able to respect rights enshrined in the Constitution. The third objective is to facilitate reconciliation and nation building. It's important that we build structures that will facilitate nation building and reconciliation. Of course, there have been calls from different actors for a truth and reconciliation process, but also during our consultations, most of the Ugandans felt that there was need to first address localized disputes before going up to a fully fledged national reconciliation process. So it's important that we use the local mechanisms that exist to promote nation building and reconciliation. The fourth objective is to address the gaps in the current amnesty process. Again, referring back to the video, I think the Honorable Betty Bigombe talked about the challenges that the victims have had during the amnesty process, where the alleged perpetrators all the returnees are given amnesty and are given reinsertion and resettlement packages, but the victims are not. So some of those are the gaps that we intend to address in the amnesty process. And also the gaps in terms of whether we can have conditioned amnesties. Of course, there is a provision in the Amnesty Act where the minister has the right to decide whether or not to give someone amnesty, but issues of full disclosure to the communities that have been addressed have not been addressed. And we found also during our study that this is a challenge for reintegration. Many of the returnees prefer to live in secluded areas because they are shunned by their communities who think that they are being rewarded for amnesty. So it's our opinion that a full disclosure process takes place where the alleged returnees can ask for forgiveness from their communities to facilitate their proper reintegration in community. And also another thing with amnesty is that it should not be granted for international crimes. I think there's a Supreme Court ruling that actually emphasized the fact that amnesties should not be granted for grave international crimes. The last objective of the policy is to provide reparations in post-conflict situations. Reparations is one of those key tenets of the policy, which basically refers to redress for victims of gross human rights violations. And they can be offered in both material and symbolic ways. They can be individual, they can be collective. And I would re-emphasize the issue of symbolic reparations, which I think haven't really been explored so much. Many communities or many victims that we talked to felt that they needed some form of acknowledgement. The minister talked of apologies. Even burials of their dead, these are measures that they think are symbolic but are meaningful to them and actually can be reparative to address their pain. And when we go to the material reparations, we know that the ongoing processes within the Ministry of Justice, especially for compensation of the victims of war in terms of the NRA conflict, where there are victims who are being compensated for loss of property, Nacholi, Lango, and Teso. However, there is more that can be done with reparations, and I think it's a key tenet of the policy. So basically, those are the five key priority areas of the transitional justice policy. And we expect that these priority areas can be implemented through inter and intra-linkages. That means that there are a number of ministries, departments, and agencies that we have invited here that can actually have a stake in implementing the policy. For example, I know that the Ministry of Health has in the past had engagement with the Victims Trust Fund of the ICC, where the Victims Trust Fund has been providing support for persons who were maimed, who had certain harm during the conflict, and the Ministry of Health has been providing the facilities. So that's the kind of collaborative support that the different MDAs are expected to have. I know also that the Office of the Prime Minister, after the passage of the policy, has been providing targeted support to the girls and women who were formerly abducted by the LRA. And of course, I also mentioned the fact that we already have a functioning International Crimes Division that was established immediately after the peace process. And one of the recommendations of the Juba peace process was that there should be formal trials for those who are suspected of having committed crimes during the rebellion. So the International Crimes Division also is already an entity of government that is implementing the transitional justice policy, but of course they started before even the policy was passed. So briefly, ladies and gentlemen, that is an overview of the transitional justice policy and the few initiatives that are being undertaken by stakeholders to implement it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Margaret. I think that's a comprehensive overview of the policy, and I hope you're taking notes about issues that you would want Margaret to address. I think on my part, I'm doing so, particularly about reporting, monitoring, coordination, etc. I'd like now to invite Mr. Abubakar Moki, Dr. Abubakar Moki, who's from the Office of the President, and is in charge of, he's the Global Minister of Policy. He's in charge of policy throughout, so he will help us understand where the TJ policy fits in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator. All protocols observed. Like I've been introduced, I'm Dr. Beka Muhammad Moki, Commissioner, Policy Development and Capacity Building at the Cabinet Secretariat of the President, and also the Chief Public Policy Analyst, Government. Now, the subject at hand is prospects of policy implementation in the absence of the law and MDA roles in the implementation of the policy. Now, the policy we are talking about is our National Transitional Justice Policy, which came in place in 2019. Now, you realize that up to now, most stakeholders are not aware of what role to play, especially MDS and other key stakeholders. That's why I've been asked to speak to this. Now, one is that here it's indicated in absence of the law. I would like, first of all, to indicate that in our operations or in our practice, we have different levels of carrying out activities, so implementing policies and enforcing laws. There are those that we can carry out at lower level, and if there's need, bylaws are put in place. And then there are those at district level, and if there's need, the ordinances are put in place. And then at the national level, we have documents that can put in place under under three levels. One, there are documents that can facilitate implementation of any actions through approval at top management of ministries. So there are things that end at top management and they are ready for implementations, such as guidelines and so on. Then there are those that end at cabinet and they are for implementation. Then there are those that go to parliament, they end up being the principal legislations, and you can come up with that. So in most cases, and we have different criteria for what ends at what level. What qualifies to be in a bylaw is very clear. What qualifies to be in an ordinance is very clear. What qualifies to end at top management is very clear. What ends at cabinet is very clear. And therefore, it's not at times correct to say that if a document that ends at cabinet for implementation is put in place, it also requires something that must go to parliament. No, the guidelines are very, very clear. That's why you can have sectoral policies without laws, which are approved by what? By cabinet. So let's be clear that there are some scopes of work that can be approved by cabinet and they are ready for implementation. They don't necessarily require a legislation. Now, where you find a situation that you have come up with a sectoral policy approved by cabinet and you are failing to implement it, the solution is not coming up with a bill or a law to implement that policy. A problem is in the design. It's in the design of that. It's a design of that because what goes to parliament has its unique characteristics and so on. So in our subject at hand, what I see that we did not clearly specify that is maybe bringing challenges for MDS to implement and even local level is first of all, looking at the scope of what we are talking about. Because even from the discussions, we are looking at different perspectives of this transitional justice. Are we talking about post-war conflicts? Are we talking about challenges that arise out of post-conflicts? What are we actually speaking about? So it has to be very, very clear if actions have been taken. Now, once we agree on the scope, and the conceptualization of the problem and the scope, then we need to identify the causes of these issues, which causes also a bit scanty, because solutions should be targeting addressing the causes. And I was glad that some of the presenters this morning mentioned about that. Is we really need to look at causes. Now, these causes should have been categorized that these causes can be handled at a sub-county level, these causes can be handled at district level, these causes can be handled at this level. Now, that now prescribes the solutions, and the stakeholders will be identified according to those different levels. And then you'll also know that to address this, we might need a bylaw here. If it's at this level, this, we need like that. Such that at this time, if we are talking about reconciliation and so on, we should also say, what are those causes that we're addressing through reconciliation? If you are talking about mutual trust, which are those causes we're addressing through that? Because it should be even at addressing the causes. But if we come up with solutions, we are coming out police solutions without speaking to the causes that we address, then the stakeholders might not rally, might not come close to that. And then also what I want to point out here is that if there are frameworks already in place and there are gaps in those frameworks, it will be better to interrogate the causes of those gaps and address them within those frameworks. But again, if you are coming up with another framework to address gaps, another existing, it also brings some kind of confusion in the implementation. For example, if you are saying there are gaps in the current justice system, now, there are processes in the current justice system. We interrogate the causes of those challenges there and fix them there. But if you are saying, well, I want to transfer it into this, then we are going to derail from the original purpose of this thing. This applies to amnesty. We are saying there are gaps in the amnesty processes. Now, the process is there. So let's integrate those gaps, the causes of those gaps there, and address it there with those stakeholders. But if you bring it here, then you'll fail to get stakeholders to implement. And those are some of the challenges that I've seen that makes us fail to implement this policy. So it will be therefore important for us, one, to first of all have a common understanding of what are we trying to address. Are we addressing the challenges arising post-4? Which wars we must also be very clear, which wars are we talking about? Is it from independence to what level? And then we interrogate the causes of those and then see these causes, they fall under what categories? Are they lower level challenges? Are they medium level challenges? Are they what? Then we get solutions to those challenges in that way, then we'll be able to implement. And usually in such processes, we have a structured process of doing that, analyzing those issues, the regulatory impact assessment tool. Now, when we do that, we involve the stakeholders. By the time the policy comes out, the stakeholders are aware of the role we play, and they will just immediately start implementing. You don't need to take 5 years to mobilize them to carry out to implement the policy. They would have implemented it immediately because they were part of the analysis, they were part of coming up with the solutions. So as the policy approved, they are ready to implement because they are ready of that. But if you find a situation where after 5 years, you are just disseminating for stakeholders to understand, or you want to identify stakeholders to implement, then it means the analysis was not properly done. So to correct that, the stakeholders, they should be clear stakeholder mapping right from the beginning, and they should be involved. Like here, we are talking about the victims and communities affected. They should be involved in identifying the causes of these challenges, prescribe solutions, plus other stakeholders that are key, such that once the policy in place, it's a blessing to them to start implementing that, and again, looking at that. So, Chair, my conclusion is that it might, if we are really to implement this transitional justice, there is need for us to maybe it's the time now to review, to first of all agree, as stated, on a common position of what we mean. Otherwise, the statements made are okay. We are talking about this, we are talking peace building, we are talking about reconciliation, but what causes, what causes are we addressing with all these? These are solutions. So, Chair, that's what I can say. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moki. And the message I get is threefold: clarity, 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 in terms of the policy, so that we don't meander around not knowing exactly what we want to do. And I go back to what the Honorable Minister said. He introduced the color black. Said 1986 to 96 is black. So should we assume pre-86 is white, post-96 is gray, and thereafter is red? I don't know. Let's look. What are the colors that we're talking about? We need to have clarity, is the message that I got from Dr. Moki. Right now, I'd like to call on Mr. Nangiro Simon Lowot from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I think he's going to give us a perspective that's slightly different, because I think we've got the bird's eye view. This is now the frog looking up at what is actually happening in terms of the TJ policy on the ground. Thank you very much, Simon.
Thank you, President. Once more, my name is Nangiro Simon Lowot, Commissioner on Policy Analysis at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I'm also the head of policy and planning in that same ministry. And I represent the ministry at the technical committee that has been sitting to steer the transitional justice process. In fact, we can talk about the origin of transitional justice. I think the minister had already hinted the Juba process, and then plus all other historical processes. But for me, as a technocrat, what we wait is for the animal to be brought from the bush, and then we cook. And so I'm going to provide an accountability on how far we have gone with cooking that animal. Yes, the National Transitional Justice Policy is a joint legislation between the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. So meaning that the two ministries are co-hosting and work together in the development of, we did work together in the development of that policy. And after so many years of staying in the shelves, on the 17th of June, 2009, eventually, under Minute 239, CT 2019, Cabinet approved the policy. And when that policy was approved, Cabinet gave clear directives which he wanted us as the technocrats to take forward. And so therefore, those directives, my presentation or my discussion will be narrowed to those presentations. Because as I've said, I'm only giving accountability, what is within our mandate as a technocrat. So one of the things was that in the extract is that Cabinet noted the key aspects of the national transitional justice. Those aspects which Margaret mentioned just now: traditional justice mechanism, gaps in the modern justice system, gaps in the current amnesty process and reparation. So we were told do something about them. So the second aspect was that the policy itself was approved and Cabinet directed that let our minister go ahead and sign it and make it a national document. Cabinet also directed that we should now take on ourselves to disseminate the policy widely, national, to all parts of the country. And then the fourth and most, I think, which is near to what my senior and colleague, Dr. Bakar, was talking was is Cabinet also directed that we fast track legislation on the national transitional justice policy. Finally, and the fifth, Cabinet directed that the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs should provide a transitional period between the implementation of the national transitional justice and the enactment of the relevant laws on transitional justice. So what I'm going to do is to give the progress on those directives which Parliament gave, and on the way, what was happening, what challenges we were getting, and how we are handling it. First of all, with the dissemination, I think that one was easy because we just developed a plan and we started moving the region. We divided into teams, and we are talking on radios. We had the radio talk shows. In fact, the first thing which was done was the minister, together with the media center, made a national statement at the media center declaring that cabinet had approved what? National transitional policy. If I remember that time, it was our Minister of State then, Honorable Obiga Kanye, who was a minister. I also know that in subsequent jealous annual performance meetings and reports, we did a lot to disseminate the transitional justice, and there are reports and clips and which we made as a way of disseminating it. At the time also, it happened when the NDP, National Development Plan 3, was being developed. And we worked hard and we are working hand in hand with the NPA to ensure that some of these aspects are captured in the National Development Plan. We participated in most sectoral meetings which NPA organized. We also held meetings and disseminated this policy to our partners. Now, on the second aspect, on fast-tracking legislation on the national transitional justice, the first thing what we did was we constituted a technical team to take forward the directives. And we had representation from Ministry of Internal Affairs, which was Amnesty Commission, and the technocrats at headquarters. Actually, I'm the one who was representing headquarters. And then from the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, we had a representation from the first Parliamentary Council, the Senior State Attorney, the Judiciary, and Uganda Law Reform Commission. All these have been members. And then we had also a member from Ministry of Public Service, Ministry of Local Government, and Ministry of Gender. This team sat together and developed a plan on how to go. And this is the team which has been sitting on to move forward with the development of legislation on this. So the first thing we did actually at that time, we were very swift and fast enough, is we developed principles which were submitted to cabinet for approval. That process went on very well. However, something happened. That is the time rationalization again started. And that was the time when we had COVID. And that affected the functioning of the team. So the principles remain hanging, but nevertheless, we continued having interrogations between ourselves. If I remember, the AG one time advised us also to, to look at the principles once more and see if what my colleague was referring was true, such as if it was not contradicting any any other institutions, repetitions, and all that, which we have been able to do. So we have been waiting for rationalization to take place because we were not sure where it would go. At some point, we had even thought, okay, let it be at internal affairs, to be merged with one of the directors there. But again, lately, I heard that Parliament had decided that the Amnesty Commission remained as it is, and we saw a kind of ray of an opportunity, and say now we have been arguing that probably why move all over the place instead of lumping these things to the Amnesty Commission to do them. Those are just my thinking, because we have not yet started that and sent it for approval to our senior managers. That's just what we have been thinking as the technical team, and as somebody who has been leading on this. So the other important thing was we were directed was to manage a transitional period between the implementation of the policy and the enactment of the relevant laws or bylaws, as may be. I think the first thing that we did was we requested finance to leave the budget which had been allocated to the Amnesty Commission to remain within the ministry to support those activities. And we worked together with the National Planning Authority to put the budgets into the right strategic objectives. Because as you'll note, NDP3 had some changes. Especially, there were certain things which we also had challenges. For example, we said, now where do we put reparations? And as already a colleague mentioned, Margaret gave an overview. She said this policy was just like, it's an umbrella. Big. It's not that Ministry of Internal Affairs should implement everything, because certain things are beyond its capacity. Some of the things are economic in nature, will need Ministry of Finance. Some are, socio-psycho support. Some are justice and constitutional affairs and all that. So those are some of the things we are struggling with the NPA on how to put this. So that is the progress that we went with the implementation of the directives of government to date, and we are still waiting for the next move, which is when it is now confirmed, when it is clear, home of Amnesty, and of course the senior managers have to decide and tell us, now move this way, then we shall move accordingly. So I will just now highlight some of the challenges that we had, because, well, when you look at this time period, there is that tendency that these people have been sleeping. We have not been sleeping. Things in government must move in tandem. We have to move as one government. All the policies must talk to each other. The vision, the national development plan, and even legislation and other laws. So it's difficult sometimes to just say that let there be a law and there is a law. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. I'm sorry. So therefore, one of the challenges we had national reforms and due diligence. Due diligence in the sense to see who is doing what. Why are we not stepping on some other stones or repeating ourselves? So we had the restructuring of government agencies, which you all know. Then the aligning of NDP, as I've mentioned. And then we also had the consultation at that time. That time is, I don't know, but that's my feeling. This kind of policy, from my experience, is political in nature. It's not like water or education, which is straightforward. Yeah, there are so many biases in it. And so therefore, everybody has his own lenses of looking at it. And now to satisfy those lenses sometimes is not easy, especially given for us who are technocrats. So you will remain there, you are just looking there, somebody is putting that you are the one. So you just keep quiet and wait and say, let the powers be, decide eventually and say, okay, go this way. Then you decide to move the troops that. So there was a broad spectrum of stakeholders, the community are talking their language, and even on the part of government, they are talking their language. You have civil society, their own song, and then the politicians different. So you can see the challenge that we have. And I'm sure if you have been the keen here and listening here, you should have seen, you should have heard how people are talking. There is no one song, but so many. And and as I've told you, the timing was bad. It was time during elections, and these things can be both sides. If I remember that time, that's the time again. Just also jumped and said, we want our cows, to be compensated. We cannot accept this thing to go through. And then we say, now there is this problem which is coming. But what I know is the team really moved the whole country and consulted. Actually, even the team benchmarked. I remember the team went to Sierra Leone, South Africa, etc., and all that. Finally, of course, time is out. Is the resource and capacity gaps. As we have said, transitional justice seems to be a new concept in Uganda. When you say transition, it's like you are saying change from what to what. So all that. Okay, with that, Chair, thank you.
Very much, Simon. I think you've given us much to chew on. I'm kind of reminded of, one book and one saying that the book I'm reminded of is Waiting for Godot, or Godot, depends on, if you're Luo, you say Godot. The other thing that I heard from the Honorable Commissioner is the Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel, all these things being said, all these languages. And the other thing that I heard, I don't know, is it a book or is it a manifesto? The third thing I heard is no change. But anyway, these are all matters which you can discuss. Now we're shifting from the official side. We've heard from government, we've heard from JLOS, we've heard from the Office of the President and the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Our two last speakers are, should I call them non-governmental individuals? Dr. Daniel Reza is at School of Law, Makerere University. He will go first. And finally, we'll hear from Dr. Bania Fakpo, who is I call him a man at large, a man for all seasons. He's an international troubleshooter. I'll leave it there. So first of all, Daniel Rueza, and then we'll hear from Bania Fakpo, and then I'll open it for discussion for everybody.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm already tense because Prof is my lecturer. And so I hope everything I say will be blamed to me entirely and not to him. Honorable Minister, it's always a pleasure to see you. And I'll adopt the protocol here that has already been set. But I must say something, Honorable Minister, to you very briefly. One of my favorite scriptures in the Bible, and I'm comforted that Prof has mentioned the Tower of Babel, so I will not be out of sync. Queen Esther is confronted to do something before the king, and she has many excuses. And then her elderly cousin tells her, never know, it's for a time such as this one that you are made queen. And I'd like to adopt that and say we are comforted that you are minister in spite of many misgivings that some of us had, but never know it's for a time like this that you are made minister. So we're excited that some good things are going to happen. Of course, the gentleman seated behind you has been pushing this TJ policy for us in Parliament when you left. And so we greet Honorable for the good work that you did. So I'll start by talking about how do we anchor transitional justice, this discourse in the constitutional and other relevant legal and policy frameworks. And I was listening carefully to the video where Honorable former Deputy Attorney General was speaking about the need for having some kind of legal basis. The comments from the first panelists may prove a bit disheartening, but I think I have found a middle way that we could move in there. So transitional justice is part of the bigger criminal justice system where you have both the prosecutions taking place as well as the other interventions like memorialization that the Honorable Minister talked about, reconciliation, resettlement, among other things. The Truth and Reconciliation Committee from South Africa giving that kind of information or as a way of being part and parcel of a TJ process. And then the way in which Rwanda does its gacaca system as adopting a traditional system, but then tuning it up with the realities of the modern world. But I guess the question that is asked would be, where do you place transitional justice mechanisms? Some have argued that they should be subsidiary to modern law and should not confront or conflict with democratic values. But my view is that we need to decolonize our minds from the view that the modern is superior, because the modern is actually informed by the traditional and the formal and the current. As you can see, even with the ICC Act that is in Uganda today as of 2010, we didn't have the ICC Act. And I know that the judges of the International Crimes Division were also battling with the issue regarding customary international law and its place in Uganda. So there is a certain level of modernity and current times that we cannot run away from. But the argument that transitional justice is archaic, should be subsidiary, goes against the reality on the ground. Because if you are to adopt an approach of critical legal pluralism, which says that there are different legal regimes or normative orders that are operating in the same time and space as modern law, then you realize that even during the conflict, there were certain aspects of transitional justice that were happening in those parts of northern Uganda where the state could not operate because of the conflict. And if that is so, I think we should be encouraged by the fact that it's actually possible, with or without a specific legal regime, to still do certain aspects of transitional justice that do not necessarily need a legal order or legal backing or an act of parliament for them to be done, by having a wider interpretation or a wider appreciation of transitional justice. You don't need a law, for example, for memorialization to take place. You don't need a law for there to be reconciliation being organized amongst the groups
So there are things that we can do even as we wait for the government to deal with all the intricate details that we've been told until they have a law in place. That would be my first comment. So being subsidiary to modern law, therefore, may not necessarily hinder the work that Madam Margaret and others are doing. In any case, there is the possibility that having a law may not necessarily be the silver bullet that we are looking for. We had the issue of female genital mutilation. The law was passed by Parliament. The law was endorsed by His Excellency. It was gazetted. But my question to you is, do we still have FGM taking place? Yes, it is taking place. Why? And it will be one of the things I'll tell you at the end, that maybe it's because our approach has been top down and not bottom up. Because the stories we hear, for those of us who are doing a little bit of research, is that even in the United States of America, people leave the country and go to those spaces where FGM is being conducted. They carry it out and then come back to this other normative order, which can be quite problematic in my view. So what went wrong with the FGM Act that can be addressed even as we are thinking of legalizing TJ in Uganda? That is where, for me, the place of the policy is very critical. That the policy, even in its state, may have its challenges, can still be an expression of the will of the people as adopted by cabinets for us to do certain things and go forward in that area. The policy, although does not have legal basis, may not have the finances that are needed through Parliament and so on, but it creates a certain will that helps us. I know that Ambassador Dr. Moki would continue helping us in that area. Nonetheless, if you see what has been happening to date, the Acholi Religious Leaders Peace Initiative was an initiative that did not need legal backing. But with the support, interestingly, of traditional leaders, there has been an extent of certain aspects of TJ taking place, which in my view can continue to take place. We need not sit back and wait until there is a legal order or a constitutional framework that takes place. What am I saying? I'm saying that there are other power centers that we can use. For those of you who know me well, I never waste an opportunity to talk about my former school, Busoga College. During the negotiations, the top leaders of the negotiating teams were from Busoga College. Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda on the side of government, and is it called Ojo? Yes, on the other side. What do I mean? That you can use other power sources, other power spaces to help us. Number two, is it undemocratic? Is it unconstitutional for us to propose and push for a new way of doing things in spite of modern law? Now, my definition of constitutionalism is that it's a compound of ideas, attitudes, patterns of behavior, elaborating the principle that the authority of government derives from and is limited by a fundamental body of law. Ideas, attitudes, patterns of behavior. What are the ideas, attitudes, and patterns of behavior of those people who actually want aspects of TJ, a law on TJ? Because if you're talking about democracy and constitutionalism, my view is that those voices which have now been expressed in the TJ policy and maybe in other spaces that could be incorporated would make it support the idea that it is constitutional for those aspects. I am aware, however, that indeed there are certain aspects of constitutionalism or there are other aspects of the law. For example, our constitution says that if there are customs and cultures that go against the ideals of the constitution, those cannot see the light of day. That is why the agreement on peace and reconciliation said that we shall adopt with necessary modifications. So I'm thinking that that will help maybe those who are trying to negotiate with having a law. Finally, allow me add that if you look at our constitution today, depending on which eyes you're using, if you look at the constitution as cast in stone, unamendable, unchangeable, it may be difficult for us to even consider having transitional justice as one of the laws that can be used. But if you look at the Constitution as a tree, a living tree that breathes, that sheds and adopts itself to the circumstances of the day, then it would be possible to say that whereas this may not have been envisaged in 1994-95, it is possible for us to see those aspects taking place. So what then do we do? Two ideas. One, I think involving the people on the ground, what Professor talked about as a frog's eye view of what do the people think, what do they want, and is it possible to support what they want and what they are already doing with law. And two, challenging ourselves to unlearn what we have been taught in our schools and decolonize our minds in order to see the possibilities that are available. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dan. I think without much further ado, I'll ask Barney to take over. We've run out of time, but the organizers will let us.
Thank you very much, Prof. I have 5 minutes. I thought I'd begin by saying I came here from Juba in South Sudan, where I am on the Human Rights Commission appointed by the United Nations to follow the transition in that country. And one of our obligations is to accompany the process of transitional justice, which is in the agreement signed by the South Sudanese. And so all of these issues that we're talking about, they have set out in a peace agreement, which they're now beginning to legislate. And one of the key personalities assisting in that process is our very own Justice Ogola, who is leading a process to look at the reforms that would be necessary in the judicial system in that country. I started with Juba because it's of course in Juba that the agreement with the LRA was conceived and its elements signed. And a lot of the material that we're now drawing from came from those conversations. So if you want to understand the Juba agreement, I would urge you to read 2 agreements, not only agenda item 3, but also agenda item 2, because those 2 parts of the agreement together deal with a range of transitional justice issues that we've been discussing here today. And when you read those texts, you'll see that the term transitional justice is not used. That was a very deliberate choice because we thought that what constitutes transitional justice and its definition should be a conversation that is held here in Uganda. But we did define the key elements. We approached that agreement as a problem-solving exercise. It was not academic. Uganda needed to bring to an end an insurgency that had taken very many years and had blighted the lives of millions. So lesson number 1, focus on transformation, whatever we do in transitional justice. I'm asked to talk briefly about synergies between the African Union policy and the Ugandan domestic policy. But I thought I'd briefly highlight the United Nations transitional justice thinking. It's not a policy as such, but the latest document that I'd urge you to look at is the guidance of the Secretary General from June 2023. Some of you quoted 2004 and 2010 guidance. When you read the latest iteration, you will reach the conclusion that the UN itself is evolving in its thinking about transitional justice. Transitional justice doesn't stand still. It's adapted by different societies and new lessons emerge. And so when we contemplate legislation, and I like what the doctor said in the last presentation, don't set it in stone, don't make it inflexible. One of the key pillars that the new guidance emphasizes for the United Nations is the transformative nature of transitional justice, insisting that it must address structural causes and drivers of conflict, marginalization, with the aim of achieving tangible differences in society. I thought that's an important element and pillar to bear in mind. Coming to the African Union policy, it also took a number of years, like ours, in development. The key element that I'd like to emphasize from the AU policy is its insistence that transitional justice must be holistic, that it must not privilege one form of justice, notably retributive justice, at the expense of restorative processes that bring societies back, that repair societies after conflict and repression. So holistic approach is critical. In terms of processes, implementing processes, it identifies three elements that I would like to highlight. Number one, that there should be national ownership. In a sense, we don't have a problem with national ownership because Uganda actually initiated this policy without external assistance. But what is interesting in the way that the AU conceives of national ownership is it emphasizes process leadership. Honorable Minister, you're clearly leading this process from the front. It also needs to be led from the bottom and from the middle, not only in Kampala, like the birds you're talking about, but also in the villages and the districts. So we need an architecture that is both formal and organic for leading this process so that communities internalize what it is that transitional justice is aiming to achieve. The second thing the AU says is that national ownership means mobilizing resources, both domestic and external. And tomorrow, in the final session, we'll be coming back to that. It also stresses that all processes should be inclusive, not only in the initial design stage, but also in the implementation. And because transitional justice is dynamic, in the redesign, because we're going to have to come back to some of these issues as we monitor their implementation and make adjustments. And I thank Margaret for her outline of the elements of the domestic policy, and I won't go back to them. Important point to note in terms of a holistic approach is that not each element stands on its own, no silence. So you don't have formal justice as one element and tradition, but let's look at combining the two. I've been very intrigued because I was outside the country to see that Matoput was being used as part of a judicial process. can we refine those linkages so that even in sentencing by judges of offenses, accused persons or convicted persons could be required to undergo traditional process, perhaps in exchange for a lighter sentence. So creativity and innovation has to be a part of transitional justice. Why? Because it has to be context specific. We can't apply what happens in South Sudan directly, and certainly not what happens in Europe or the Western Balkans. Reparations. There is a tendency to start with those issues that are procedurally easier and already has architecture. And so it's probably not surprising that we commence with criminal justice, because we have the judges, we have the laws. It's easy to create a division of the High Court as the Juba Agreement required, which is now the ICD. It's harder to design a reparation system. That means, according to the AU policy, in synergizing transitional justice processes, you give priority to those elements that might be more difficult. So let's make sure that we invest in thinking through reparations and actually beginning to make sure that victims see the fruits. And in a sense, the work that the ICC is doing in terms of assistance to victims is an example of what the national system can do. Not waiting for judgments of the court first, because victims are aging even as we speak. The last principle from the AU is called balancing. Balancing means you take retribution and restorative approaches as well as reconciliation, and you don't let one outweigh the other. Very critical concept in approaching transitional justice in this country. So whenever we review, and we should do this periodically, review how we're doing with transitional justice, let's ask the balanced question. Is it skewed? Is there one process that, because priorities of resourcing or scales, is going ahead of others? And if that is the case, we correct the imbalance. So going back to the UN iteration, transitional justice has transformative goals. The AU says leadership is critical, and the objective should be a holistic process that balances the different goals of transitional justice. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. I don't know why they positioned the chair behind the speaker, so the speakers can't see me saying, stop, stop, stop. But anyway, I want to thank all the speakers for keeping time. But I want to consult the MC, who is my brother, a person of authority. What time is lunch? So yeah, so he's told me it's time for lunch. What do? Maybe I'll take 3 questions or 3 comments from that side, from this side, and this, and then we shall wind it up. The gentleman over there, please kindly introduce yourself very quickly, and make your question or comment. But I believe that these issues are going to continue. So there's so much that has been placed on the table that is not going to end before lunch. Yes, can we have the speaker? Yes, sir. It's not working. Can you take this one?
Yeah, I'm Ambrose Ola. I come from Gulu and work for Acholi Heritage Foundation.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued by the acknowledgement of the fact of many of the the panelists that we don't have to wait for a law and that the policy can move us forward. But even before the policy, we were already moving forward in the questions of transitional justice. Sometimes I quickly see that because we were anticipating something to come out of the policy and the law, we have slowed down on doing many things that we should have been doing and things that occur naturally as part of our ways of dealing with conflict and the legacies of conflict in our society. So I think one thing we need to implore ourselves is that we don't have to wait. There are things that constitute who we are, who I am, and these are things around our identity.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the small comment I wanted to make.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think I saw a lady on this side. Have the lady there, then the gentleman right at the back, and then I'll have to call it, wind it up. Yes, the lady over there in the black jacket.
Thank you very much. I'm called Carol Loela. I'm a registrar of titles in the Gulu EMZO, a senior registrar of titles. My issue is what I actually face in my daily activities at the office and what I actually witness and see. I realize that as we look into promoting stability in an area and promoting justice, we can't do that without the land itself. And I realize that actually we have kind of ignored the victims in that as we keep returning people onto the ground, or as people keep settling, we've ignored the issue of how do they settle, what are their health benefits, their food and shelter. We have left them to the common man to fend for themselves. In the process, they have eventually sold off their pieces of land. And as we here talk about traditional, the justice system, how are we going to be able to help the victims of the area down in Gulu, Kitgum, and all these things as we look at transitional justice? On top of that is government in 1966 and 1967 and the Constitution. All the land was given back to, went back to government. Currently, we are looking at the Uganda Land Commission bill, but we are not considering the fact that is this land actually that was given back to government going back to the victims? We have not decided to look at how we can look at transitional justice in line with the land on the ground and the victims. Eventually, the victims will become landless. We need to do something. Maybe JLOS, or the people looking at this transitional justice, should work in hand with other MDAs, like Ministry of Lands, to see that actually land is returned back to the victims of repatriation. Okay. And as we have this also the absentee landlords and people buying large chunks of land, we need to do something about it to ensure that transitional justice is actually achieved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to change. Should we? I don't think we should hear from the panelists. I think we should take more of the comments that should be noted and for further discussion. Is that accepted? All right, so so that we can have more comments, because I think they're very useful. Not that the panelists didn't say anything useful. Certainly they said much useful. But let's hear from, yes, the gentleman over there, right there, and then we'll go this side.
Yes. I am Lori Ochen from Leiro University. My concern goes to Margaret and the technocrats in the ministry about our use of concepts in this document. I'm particularly concerned about the use of post-conflict Uganda. I don't know whether we can arrive at a time where we can say we're in a post-conflict moment, because conflict is part and parcel of human society. Even trauma that we deal with after the war is actually conflict. So can this document perhaps think of using other related concepts like maybe post-insurgency or post-war because conflict will be there as a result of the hidden effects of war. And then secondly, still concerned with conflict. In paragraph 3 of the document, we talk about TJ policy being victim-centered. Now this, in my opinion, is exclusionary because in post-war discourses, we talk about victims, we talk about survivors, and there are people in northern Uganda who have already gone beyond victimhood. They are in the state of survivorhood. So when we talk about victim as being the homogeneous category, I think it is exclusionary because it has a bearing on reparation, it has a bearing on policy. And when we talk about legislation, I think we shall get stuck somewhere because of our loose use of concept.
Okay.
You think about it.
Thank you very much. I think I saw in the white. Yes, yes, there.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Yeah, please introduce
I will-
yourself.
I am Sheikh Musa Khalil, the Regional Assistant, Mufti Northern, the Vice Chairman, actually Religious Leaders Peace Initiative, the Vice Chairman, Peace and Stability under Interreligious Council of Uganda. My biggest concern is about truth-telling. According to the UNICEF report, the number of children abducted were nearly 25,000. But the latest information again coming with data is nearly 60,000 who were former fighters. And the abductor is still at large. Fear of telling the truth will always be there. And leaving them to die with the guilt, culturally, naturally, is not good. Because truth-telling is very important if we talk about transitional justice.
Right.
If we come again to reparation, this big number, where will they get what to pay back to the victims, the perpetrator? Who will support them to pay the victims in order to reach compensation and reparation that Matoput and the religious biblical and Quranic verses also talk about reparation and compensation and forgiveness and life saving. So how do we reach that?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, and then I think we'll have to wind up because it's 1:30, and there's the right to food.
Thank you so much. My name is Xavier Ejoyi. I work with Action Aid. One thing which has come out clearly from our presenters here is that transitional justice is a concept that draws from different fields of study, and by implication, in our society today would mean that different stakeholders, even in government, different MDAs would be involved. I want to just say that this concept was clearly articulated by a philosopher, German philosopher called Karl Jaspers, who was pondering about the question of German guilt, that after the World War, who was responsible for the mass atrocity in Germany? And he summarized into 4. He said there was political guilt, there was criminal guilt, and there was what he called moral guilt, and finally metaphysical guilt. In his analogy, he said, not all guilt is criminal and capable of prosecution.
Okay.
And therefore, in my view, in transitional justice, we need to look at the fact that not all guilt that comes out of mass atrocity or conflict situation can be prosecuted. And transitional justice is an effort to ensure that we have a consolidated and holistic approach to addressing issues of mass atrocity.
Okay.
And so we should look ourselves in that light. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen over here. And then finally, I'd like to pick a woman. None? Okay, so yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to appreciate everyone.
Just introduce yourself, please. And kindly.
Sorry. Yeah, this is Royal Highness Granny Stephen, Paramount Chief of the Mahdi and the Chairperson of the Forum of African Traditional Authorities in Addis Ababa.
Thank you.
I appreciate our efforts to reconcile the nation at this time. It's great to be here and to be part of this process, as I have always been. But at this time, I am concerned. Our problems don't stem from now, don't stem from Kony, they don't stem from Idi Amin, they don't stem from independence. Our problems started in the slavery, colonial, post-colonial, and then we are looking at the future. The reality is what I'm trying to ask myself now is the reality that we cannot live in all this, because now Uganda does not manufacture guns. The guns are made abroad. You understand? And most of these victims have been as a result of these firearms.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, when we know that and we learn that, then comes the question, is this going to be burden of this guilt going to be left to Uganda as a nation ourselves, or are some of these nations going to bear responsibility who have been beneficiaries of this war, whether through the arms trade or through the overthrow of other presidents and so on and so forth? So lastly,
the external question.
Lastly, is that looking at Uganda today where we stand, we are in a real economic situation because of our beliefs and our culture and our tradition. We have a right to identify the way we identify, express ourselves the way we express ourselves, for the sustainability, and organize ourselves the way we organize ourselves. This is our culture. Now, because of our stand against cultures that come from in the West that want to domineer our lives, this is only 5% of the international population that want to domineer the rest of us. My question is, now that they are pulling away their aid and all these kind of things, how is our country, Uganda, going to be able to afford to stand in what we deem as righteousness toward our people? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay. Okay, I think it's 1:30 East African Standard Time. And I'm going to hand over to the MC who will tell us how we should proceed from here. But I want to first end by thanking the panel. I think they've innovated a very, very good and prominent discussion. I also believe this conference alone is not going to resolve these issues. And actually, from their statements, I think we're seeing a way into future discussion and deliberation that we should take advantage of and move forward. Thank you very much.
Let's put a little bit of the hand across with the professor. I have always believed, and it is true, that professors have a specific style of handling issues. And thank you so much for steering the session. Thank you so much to the panelists. Let's clap for them for the wonderful contributions they have made, and all of you who have been part of this. My understanding of this is that we need to continue addressing the mindset change. If we address the mindset, then we stop impunity and we establish the needed rule of law. Thank you so much. Our lunch is downstairs. We have 2 centers. You may need to look at your coupon. Some coupons are reading Silver City. It is just a floor down. Then some coupons are reading Poolside. But they are all located near each other. We convene here at exactly 2:30 because we should have been here at 2. We have lost 30 minutes. let's convene 2:30, then we kick off the final leg of today as we see how it goes. Thank you so much for being wonderful listeners and contributors. Aruta continua.
Hi, this is Kenny G, and here's my new video called Silhouette, and I hope you like it.
Dear members, it's 2:30. I implore you to resume your seats so that we can start the session. We have 2 sessions this afternoon, and it's important that we don't have a backlog tomorrow. Otherwise, it will affect our program tomorrow so much. Dear delegates to the symposium, let's resume our seats. Dear delegates, let's resume our seats. Time is running against us, and we have to finish this. This afternoon, we are privileged to have a field person who is the Lieutenant General of UPDF and a technical person as the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Internal Affairs, Lieutenant General Joseph Musanyuf. He's the chair of the afternoon session, and the session topic is the nexus between transitional justice and National Development Plan 3. Chair, sir, you can take the person.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, members. Can I take this opportunity to invite the panelists, wherever you are, please take your seats. Panelists, please. Honorable Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, Lord Justices, our development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to this afternoon's session. We have had a very fruitful morning where we have understood and gone through what transitional justice is. And now we are going to discuss the nexus between transitional justice and national development, with particular reference to the National Development Plan 3. And to help us with this, I have distinguished panelists led by Mr. Martin Obono from National Planning Authority. Then we have Mr. Charles Abolo, Infotech Consult, Irene Aying from the Lawyers Without Borders. I have problems pronouncing the French name of that. And again, Madam Sarah Kasande from the International Center for Transitional Justice. Again, good afternoon, panelists. You are welcome. And to moderate this, I am Lieutenant General Joseph Musanyufu, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Internal Affairs. So you are welcome to this session. I think this is a very important discussion at this stage, discussing the relationship, the nexus between transitional justice and national development. Our panel this afternoon will bring key actors to discuss the link between transitional justice and development. What transitional justice ultimately aims to achieve is sustainable peace, social transition, and development. This means that transitional justice touches on the question of stable environment for investment, equitable management of resources, and bridging inequalities between communities in the country. at the heart of sustainable development is the inclusive approach to show that no one feels left behind. When it comes to the question of sustainable livelihoods and equal social and economic opportunities for a prosperous Uganda, where everybody feels validated, appreciated, and able to thrive in a country that we call our own country. So our panel of distinguished members offers a platform to respond and provide insights into why transitional justice is useful and necessary and contributes towards national development. And as we know, we have had many attempts at national development, especially in the what we call the war-affected areas. Lots of government funds have been spent in the north, in the Royal Triangle, but do we see what we really expect to see? So to help us, I want to, without wasting time, help us understand this, why there is important relationship between transitional justice and the development of our country. I want to take the opportunity to invite our first panelist, Mr. Obono. Please come and help us understand this nexus. You're welcome.
Thank you, moderator. I think I will just observe the protocol. I don't have to mention names and titles. We'll waste my time. So I go straight to the topic. But before I do that, National Planning Authority has sent a very powerful team who are legal experts. And I'm the only one who is looking at this topic from an economist lens. So we have a strong team, legal, and also an economist. Really, to prove that I may be the right person is that before I joined the National Planning Authority, I was the economic advisor to the government of Salif in Liberia for 5 years under the USAID Governance and Economic Management Program. I was selected out of the other African economists because they thought I was an expert in post-conflict economies. And I think they might have got what they wanted. Before I joined that, I was also director of research at Bank of Uganda. I worked with the late Musime. Before that, I was actually senior fellow at the Economic Policy Research Center. I'm saying this so that you can possibly pay attention to me. And also because I'm going to compete with the activities that is going on in our stomach with food. You know, normally after food, there's a competition for blood, and too much blood is withdrawn from the brain to go and settle what you put in. So allow me also to put in some of those issues really to let that. Now, I noticed the word transitional justice has been used 78 times this morning. And I promise you as an economist, and development agenda, and link it up with what have we done with the National Development Plan 3. Now, as I say this, there's a concurrent event taking place in Entebbe, where we are training the MDS on how the NDP 3 has included the issues of migration, refugees, and forced displacement. What I think is almost the other side of the coin, what we are discussing here. What they are discussing is the effects of lack of peace, where you have the displacement, refugees, and so on. But here we are talking of how to achieve what? The peace. So these are two sides of the same coin, and we should have been there in that particular one. So now, let me go straight to the point. Peace is a key component for development, sustainable development. Underline the word sustainable. A healthy business environment is important for development. And in conflict-ridden communities, business operations are disrupted due to unreliable services, prevalence of social problems, poverty, and so on. In order to escape these, businesses may be forced to close down and move to safer locations. As we say, investments is a coward. In other words, just beat a drum, the first person to flee is an investor. So when you have a situation where there's no peace, you don't expect any investment to come in. Obvious, certainly. Now, the traditional notion of peace, which is, to me, is a bit narrow, to say the absence of war and conflict, is not enough to bring about sustainable development. Now, if a government ends armed hostilities by, for instance, ceasefire agreement, without addressing the underlying factors, conflict is likely to recur, further disrupting business operations and, of course, increasing the poverty, hunger, and inequality. So, in effect, I, for this particular presentation, would like to classify peace in two categories. What I would call first-degree peace, which is simply the lack of war and conflict, and what I could call second or higher degree peace. This is when you look at the issue of inclusiveness and leaving no one behind and being good to neighbors. You know, that is the kind of peace we should be looking for. Second, third degree peace, not the first degree where there is absence of war and conflict. I'm saying this because when you come to economic activities, we tend to project for the next 5 even to 30 years before you put the investment down. So if the peace you have is what I could call temporary or first degree peace, it won't help you. You will not attract any investor, whether local, foreign, etc. So we need to look at a higher level degree of peace that we should be looking at for the first time. Now, I want to hasten to say that in economics, we normally say the two key factors of production are labor and capital. I'm saying that is not enough. In fact, peace is very key in any production process. And I will hasten to add here that peace comes indirectly through the quality of labor. Now, if you have a peaceful stomach, a peaceful mind, you are likely to be more productive. And productivity, by the way, or put it in simple terms, labor productivity. What simply means is that you can produce more output from a given level of inputs. And countries do differ in development simply because of the difference in their levels of productivity. Countries which are developed have higher levels of productivity than poor countries. Because, as I said, for instance, if you are able to produce 10 metric tons of corn from 1 acre of land, you are better off than somebody who has 10 acres of corn and produce only 3 metric tons of maize. In other words, productivity is a key driver for any economy. And I'm saying this because in production, we normally look at labor and capital. Here I'm putting a thesis forward that what is important is the quality of labor when it comes to production. And peace, as I said, the peace of the stomach, the peace of the brain, the peace of what you does matter to increase the productivity of labor. Now, sometimes it's not really pride to be labeled a conflict and fragile state. You know, I worked in Liberia, I said, for 5 years. It was before or during conflict and post-conflict, the investors look at it in the same manner because they know in Africa, they said if there has been some conflict some years back, it's a strong indicator that there will be another one. Simply because we don't target what we call second to third degree peace that we're interested in. And investors, as I said, do take those very seriously. Now, business, for example, can pay their workers competitive wages if they are productive, because I normally tell my students that if you are doing better than your neighbor and you are in the same environment, the neighbor should not go to the shrine thinking that there's something you are doing to him. That's why he's not doing well. Now, the reason I'm saying this is that all of us here have one resource, time. We have 24 hours a day. Divide that by 3, that is 8 hours each. 8 hours to work in your government office from 8 to 5, 8 hours to sleep. Doctors advise us to have good sleep, and you have 8 hours to do that. The question you begin asking yourself is, what do you do with the mysterious 8 hours that is left? That makes you different from your neighbor, not going to the shrine. The issue I'm mentioning here is that peace, which is intangible, but is a key element for any economic activity, whether investments, whether production, even consumption. They can determine, for instance, the type of crops you grow. For instance, I normally say people who grow 3 or 4 months kind of crop. It's because they are not so sure what will happen in the 5th or 6th months. So you can actually quickly harvest your crops and get away with it within 3, 4 months. Look, it determines even what you do. Now, for those who grow coffee, for instance, must be a peaceful area. You put coffee, for the next 10 years, you are home and dry. You are not worried. So sometimes it also and it changes the agricultural pattern that you do. And it even goes to consumption, preparation of food. You prepare matoke, it takes about 2 or 3 hours because there's peace. You know you will still get the matoke and eat. But for areas where there's no peace, you better boil the food very fast, eat and run away. So peace itself transcends into all activities that we have in the economy. Now, I'm saying this because the NDP3 has put a lot of emphasis on how to secure peace. And NDP, as you know, is a national cookbook. You know, it has all the ingredients, it has all the projects, it has all interventions that you require to deliver a specified output. So I encourage those who may not have a copy, but if you get a copy of NDP3, open chapters 19, verses 425 to 443. You'll get all that you require to attain peace and security. Is what it says, a development for everyone to have. Now, in a resource-constrained environment, we know everyone and benefit. So the question is, what to do? In most cases, people find it difficult to reduce their own, their needs. But the only way to do that is to increase size of the cake. If the cake is big enough, and something keeping from the other side, you do not work, and you will come with no protection. But even small cake, that will be failed. So one of the things that we need to do here is to increase the size of the cake. We need to sit down by improving the productivity of your development. And the issue is and efficiency, there is no demand. And what the people that we don't have enough of to talk to them. What is happening is that we are very wasted. And we are locating some of the stories to place where they do not. But you find that the person and it's functional.
Because we know that's an important element in their livelihood. So, budget considerations, and so on are taken by all authorities and guidance and something like that. In conclusion, therefore, I request that we transitional justice, the real peace, the peace that can bring investment, peace that can bring satisfaction, and the peace that can improve our well-being to allow economic actors to be free out there and do the best in order to achieve their objectives. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mario, my economics teacher reminded me of the Alice lesson for weeks. From where I come, I knew cowards be people who run away from first slave of the continent. But Mario has taught me today that the greatest coward at any access of peace investment. The first going to investigate is the first one to run away. So it's not only human beings who run, it's investment. So thank you. And thank you for reminding us that peace has different categories. There's first degree peace and second degree peace. And all these affect the economy and output. I want to take the opportunity to invite our second panelist, Mr. Charles Apollo. You're welcome. I encourage you to use the microphone. I think you can talk from where you are coming.
Okay, thank you very much. I know Marcus has said a lot. I'll keep it very short. My economist, Marcus, I'm not a lawyer, I'm just one of the time. And for as long as I left university, I lived my life in Qatar. I think I had a very brief stint with the UNDP for about 1 year. And from that point on, I took my consulting. My interest was largely in the conflict area. I'm one of those that worked in Karamoja when nobody wanted to go to Karamoja. I remember senior consultants sent me to Karamoja because they thought I had a thick skin for the bullets that were at the time flying in the air. And so northern Uganda, our conflict area, has been largely my area of work for over 20 years. Now, speaking about transitional justice development next up, I will narrow myself a lot more to the private sector aspect of the discussion. I was reminded that I'm supposed to look at it in the context of NDP 3, and so I will also relate to NDP 3. To me, the basic question that I'm supposed to talk about is, can transitional justice succeed without development, and can development succeed without paying attention to issues of justice and accountability that transitional justice basically fits? So my understanding therefore is that one, transitional justice aims at peace, accountability, justice, and lastly, reconciliation. Now, in very simple terms, and to the people in the conflict area, development means something very simple, not the complicated things we talk about: progress, socio-economic, cultural progress, and transformation. But to them it means one, Are they able to meet their basic needs? The right to food. They able to have food? They have shelter? Do they have access to affordable services, education, health, name it? And more importantly, are they treated with dignity and respect? And for as long as these are aspects that transitional justice can pay attention to, then I think the two can move side by side and reinforce each other. Now, NDP 3, just like the Sustainable Development Goals, speak to so many inequalities and issues, right from poverty, gender, education, health, water, clean energy, and SDG 16, that earlier on mentioned, that speaks more about the institutions that are in place. So the question is, and where I'm going to concentrate my presentation on, and particularly when I look at the private sector, which is in the NDP considered, and generally our growth trajectory is considered as key in development. We always speak about the private sector-led economy. So that places the private sector squarely at the center of all development that is meant to take place. However, we also know that during times of conflict, some private sector have been active. In the case of Northern Uganda, we may not cite very many, but we know that even during the conflict, there were issues of lumber, timber was being taken out. And some of these were private sector actors, or at least private sector actors working through their agents that were part of the security or whatever, to be able to extract natural resources in the form of timber and all this. Now the question is, where we have such issues, where we have private sector involved in extractive activities that either stem from the wartime or that are now part of the post-war situation. Northern Uganda in particular, I think you will, those of you that have had an interaction will know that you'll hardly find any of those big trees. Around 2016 to from 2015 to 2017, almost all the big trees were taken out of Northern Uganda. Who was doing this? Private sector companies. Now, if we do not bring the private sector on board, and for me that's the second message I want to drive. If we do not bring the private sector on board, they might, after all, end up simply getting entrenching in the minds of the community issues that grow for less because we will not be paying attention to either those issues that arise during the conflict or those issues that after all even led to the conflict itself. So it's important that if we talk about private sector-led development, we need to ensure that our private sector actors are brought on board.
Land in northern Uganda right now is a very big issue. And you're all familiar with the discussion about the migrant cattle keepers. And to them, many of them have argued, we are investors. But you have an investor that wants to take a whole village. And you have communities that have been victims of a lot of suffering. How does that work? What are we doing as government to take interest in these communities that have gone through so much? Because we are saying we have a private sector-led whatever, we should encourage private sector.
there's a lot of fraud. I think someone mentioned, the registrar was here earlier on, she mentioned, I just have to organize a bunch of boys and rowdy youth, and we go and claim land, and tomorrow we sell it to an investor, who, because he or she has connection with security, is able to deploy. Is that what we want to see? I don't think that is. If that is the path that development is taking, then I think that is too complex. I mean, we transitional justice that seeks reconciliation and more where necessary through one of the mechanisms. Reparation seeks to compensate communities for loss that they went through. The other thing that I want to talk about that we are seeing, and I just mentioned part of it, is, and I think this is obvious, Northern Uganda and the Acholi sub-region in particular is the poorest sub-region. I think the chair of the session mentioned, and others mentioned earlier on, so much money has been plowed into that region since the PRDP, which came in at the end of the conflict. So the question is, at some informal interaction with someone from up here, if there's someone that maybe they have the figures better, they say there's been 7.1 trillion that was plowed into Northern Uganda. I don't know how much of that went to Acholi sub-region. But if you still have Acholi sub-region as the poorest sub-region in this country, yet so much money has been plowed in there, then we need to step back and ask ourselves, what is it that we are not doing right? Because that money was meant to bring people out of the situation that they were in and cause development. And if we are not seeing that, it becomes a problem. So we need to really begin to reflect on some of these. But of course, we are also seeing an increase in incidents of violence, criminal gangs, and in the case of voodoo, or wherever, and those are forms of insecurity. As Michael said, an investor will think twice if there are criminal gangs operating in their area about the safety of their investment. But if you move around Gulu, we have so many young boys called that go. In the night, they take control of some areas, and you don't move freely. These, in my opinion, are effects of the conflict, but are also tying in with the opportunities that do not exist for these young men and women. Because many of them lost out on education. That means even when child is going to put their big investment, many of them do not qualify for the jobs that investment brings along. So they are left hanging. When they are left hanging, what happens? They turn to all forms of violence. I think we need to pay attention to some of these issues, because if we do not address these, then we are definitely not going to provide development, that enabling environment that is so required through peace as a peaceful community, as Marius and the chairman put it earlier on. So as I conclude, I think I would want to say that yes, transitional justice and development go side by side. And I'm happy that NDP3, at least in its design, has endeavored to work through a program approach that eliminates the silos. Whether it's happening in practice is another matter. But I think we've had here repeatedly that if
transitional justice needs to take on a holistic approach. That means that the different mechanisms
that are pursued should not be taken in isolation, but they should all work in sync. So if you're talking of truth commission, are we addressing the issues, the causes, underlying causes of the conflict, and how these are likely to impact on development? We need to address ourselves to that. If we're talking about funding for transitional justice processes and mechanisms, are we also paying attention to the other side that requires related And then if we are looking at the issues crime, violence, are we also taking into account issues that do with the young men and women that are taking onto drugs because they do not see any other opportunities that they could benefit from? And so what then can we do in terms of development interventions that can focus on giving them alternatives so that they are not drawn into that activity? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Church. And I'll take the opportunity to invite Madam Irene. Welcome to the
Good afternoon, everybody. The president has been said that we need to do an elaborate introduction myself, but I'll take that in a minute. My name is Irene. I work for Advocates and Volunteers as Lawyers Without Borders, but I also teach law at the university. So just to continue from where Charles talked, I would like to take my reflection. The topic has been set for us to reflect on the nexus between transitional justice and development with some reflections on NTP3. Now, I find as a concept, both transitional justice, which has already been defined and elaborated during the morning discussion, a process, and so development. Development as a concept in itself is a process. But then when you look at the nexus of the link, I think development is a broader field than transitional justice. My reflection is that when we think about people recovering from the past, demanding for accountability, all that, the concept of transitional justice or the processes should literally fit into the broader development agenda. So when you look at the goal, I wrote it here, I'll read it as is, of NDP3, I think it's to increase the average household income and improve quality of life with a number of strategic objectives, some of which is to enhance social well-being of the population, but also to make the role of the state in guiding and facilitating development. Now, that said, I want to reflect on the discussions that, or the reflections that Charles had. How are the people who I think we've termed through the afternoon as either survivors or some transcending the victimhood to now be called survivors, how are they benefiting from NDP3? What opportunities have we harnessed as duty bearers, be it persons in the private sector, even state duty bearers? How have we enabled and how have we created conditions to enable the survivors or victims benefit from the development processes, whose aim, as I have mentioned, is among others, to improve the social well-being of the respective individuals who have either been victims or are now survivors of mass atrocities. So I think it's interesting to reflect on development and look at it from a rights-based approach to development, which I think differs from generalizing development approaches. I think a rights-based approach to development, I look at it at rather helping people to claim their rights and not providing them with charity. So in my opinion, any development that is targeted or aimed at providing victims or survivors, or that looks at as a charity project, is not development that will help or aid transitional justice or aid rebuilding a society or a population. So I would think we need to look at development in that perspective. I also think it should be development that aims or is pursued rather to enable people gain respect and fulfillment of their human rights. So to me, that is development that is broad enough, or it sets kind of an attitude or a mind to enable us or to enable victims or survivors benefit from all the development processes. And of course, the NDP3, I will not repeat. I think Mario has ably explained the linkage or the nexus or the importance of peace to development. And of course, the phrase that our moderator said that he thought the only thing that people ran away, if I quote you right, were guns, but investors also ran away from a situation that is unpeaceful. So I think we can reflect in that way. And I have rather, I think for me, a number of questions that should help us reflect. When we look at NDP3, when we look at all the development processes, you know, NUSAF 1, NUSAF 2, and now we have the PDM. How are these initiatives that are aimed at improving social welfare? How is it being deliberate, and how is it mainstreaming the needs of victims and survivors? During the coffee break, I had a chat with, I think somebody who is in, who works for NIRA, the ID project. And some of the questions were asking, even when we have PDM now, you're saying register, form associations and all that. But the majority of survivors or victims we're dealing with do not have an identity. But this is part of our development process. It is part of our agenda. So how are our actions deliberate for them to enhance or reap from NDP3? Should we look at them the same way as we look at regions or respective persons who have not been through what the victims or survivors have been through? So I think the question is, are we as development actors, be it state or non-state, or in your private capacity as an investor, for example, we're talking about, I've reflected on the parish development model now. The parish chiefs who are in charge of this, are they aware about some of these unique needs? Do they actually understand when we talk about the conceptual nexus between transitional justice and development? And I think sometimes because there's a myopic appreciation of these terms, we even confuse reparation, for example, and development measures or development services, if I would say. In my opinion, first of all, development services are not reparation. Reparation as a process arises from TJ processes. But if you provide reparation to a certain community, is that development? Or if you say NUSAF 1, NUSAF 2, and then PDM, you do not need reparation. Is that correct? Or are we confusing these two concepts, how they should fit? And we are also avoiding calling development charity for the majority of our survivors. And the other is beyond the awareness, also to look at on the more contextual issue about legals of human rights violations and then the impacts that on people's lives. And a lot of the development programs that we now craft. When the registrar in Gulu, provided her opinion this morning, I found her quite spot on. It goes to when we come up with laws, when we come up with policies to either to demand for accountability, but also to enable people access justice. Are we alive to the fact that there are transitional justice needs? People have been in war, depending, for Northern Uganda, for example, over 20 years. And then we have laws that, either preceded the war or that laws that were enacted or passed during the post-conflict. I'll use that. Somebody questioned whether we should actually be using those concepts, but I'll adopt that for the purpose of this reflection. So the question is, if we are not aware about the respective conceptual clarities, and we come up with those laws, we say in Uganda, for example, you have a right to sell your property. And the moment you sell your property, then the person who has bought it, it's a free economy. But how do you balance that interest vulnerabilities that have been occasioned by war. Some of those policies that the government should come up with in order to address that gap. And so for me, I think Michael, I said rather I don't have answers, but it's more questions to really enable us reflect on this. How does transitional justice fit into the broader concept of development? And to ask ourselves as duty bearers, state, non-state, even as civil society, how have our programs enabled victims and survivors to harness or to reap from DP3, but also development initiatives that are in the country? So I hope that we can continue with these discussions and perhaps come up with either more questions to help us reflect further, or solutions to enable us come up with policies, laws that are more alive to transitional justice needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Irene, raising very key fundamental questions. I now take the honor to invite Madam Sarah Kasande.
I'm among those that clearly the afternoon has got disoriented. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure again to address you this afternoon, and I'd like to thank my esteemed fellow panelists who have interrogated the theme really in depth, and Irene has raised fundamental questions that really give us an opportunity, a moment to reflect on when we talk about development in a context of post-conflict, what do we mean? And what does inclusive development look like? And can transitional justice contribute to this inclusive development? So unlike Irene, I'm going to focus very narrowly on transitional justice itself and what potential does it have to achieving sustainable development, but also specifically in contexts that are emerging from conflict or those that have experienced violations and aspects of repression. For a while, there had been that kind of division, and we're talking about when you talk of development, it's one issue. When you talk of transitional justice, it's another. But we've seen normatively and through various policy documents, for instance, the guidance note of the UN Secretary General that was mentioned earlier today, and how it looks at transitional justice as a strategic tool for sustaining peace and sustainable development. But also building on that, the African Union Transitional Justice Policy Framework, which also emphasizes aspects of socioeconomic justice, recognizing that most of the conflicts on the African continent are rooted in historical injustices, in inequality, marginalization, discrimination, contestation over access to resources. So how does a process that seeks to address legacies of past abuses take all this into account? Now, I must acknowledge, traditionally, the field of transitional justice primarily focused on civil and political rights. So whether there's violence, mass murders, killings, mutilations, rapes, etc., that was the priority. And I must say that even a number of transitional justice commissions, when you look at their mandates, this was what were primarily focused on. But eventually it was recognized that these violations of civil and political rights do not happen in isolation. They are linked to equally serious violations of social rights. And I think for our context, Uganda, that is quite evident. I think is highlighted very well, the socioeconomic impact of conflict. In northern Uganda, people were displaced for over 20 years. At the same time, denied access to clean water, denied access to healthcare, denied access to education, denied access to basic livelihood. And that has a continuing impact on the communities. Even if the guns have gone silent, the fact that people were not able to continue with their education, or children were not able to go to school or get necessary care or necessary nutrition, this has a continuing and transgenerational impact. Therefore, it is important that a transitional justice process not only reflects on civil political rights violations, but also those socioeconomic violations and also the socioeconomic impacts of the violations of civil and political rights. So ladies and gentlemen, when we talk of transitional justice and dealing with legacies of the past, we must have a transitional justice process that has the ability to reflect back and address this as holistically as possible. So I will, for purposes of time, again, going back, I'll highlight elements in which transitional justice can contribute to sustainable development, but also want to draw as much closer home as how was highlighted earlier today, that in addition to the agreement on accountability and reconciliation, we also had an agreement on comprehensive solutions. Now, this agreement recognized the socioeconomic impacts of the armed conflict in northern Uganda, and noted that in addition to providing redress and ending violence, you also have to address the disparities that exist between a conflict-affected region and the rest of the country. As many of you know, this region had the socioeconomic indicators reflect that it was over almost 10, 20 years behind the rest of the country. And that's why we laud the government of Uganda for putting in place these what they call development programs, the PRDPs and NUSAFs and others. And up to now, there are a number of grants that are still being implemented. But in the course of our work as ICTJ, we discovered that whereas there's been a lot of money invested in socioeconomic, very limited had been focused on healing of the individual. In a couple of researches we conducted, we found that people would go, yes, access these grants from the sub-counties. You're supposed to get money or a goat, to rear a goat, to buy, to cultivate. But you can't buy a goat when at the same time you need regular medical treatment, right? You need to keep going to a health center to get that bullet wound or whatever treated. So money that should have been contributing to the individual's livelihood and development is instead focused on primary health care, which they should access. So healing is a fundamental aspect to development. And that's why, to me, it's really encouraging that we are holding this symposium under this theme, national healing. Because you can't talk about development when people are still dealing with pain, physical, emotional, traumatic pain that has not been confronted, when people are still asking questions, why did this happen to us, right? So that affects the ability to take part in meaningful development. So that's why our transitional justice process should really complement all these other development programs. The development programs do not displace the transitional justice processes, but they should be complementary, prioritizing first and foremost the healing of the individual, the healing of the community, and also collectively creating conditions for reconciliation and social cohesion. I think there were discussions this morning about what happens to all these people who are returning, right? There have been conversations about these young people, strong young men and women, but they've not been able to get back to their communities because the circumstances have not been created that reconnect them, that reconcile them with those communities, that help communities heal and accept those people returning. And all these are aspects of development, because development does not happen in a vacuum. These are conditions for achieving development. So I would like to go to a few elements as I conclude. As I said, my previous speakers have really highlighted ably the nexus, especially the NDP3, and which I must thank that including transitional justice in the NDP3, again arising from the JLO sector social development plan 4, was a sector development plan 4, which then fed into NDP3, really created and demonstrated that as a fundamental aspect of the governance and security process, you must deal with the past. You must address historical injustices. And now, how can transitional justice meaningfully contribute to this? At its core, as we have discussed earlier, is prevention, right? Tackling root causes of why conflicts happen, why human rights violations happen, why particular communities have been aggrieved, have been excluded, and why is there this sense of we are not part of this broader structure called Uganda. So in many contexts, transitional justice seeks to address the legacies of these abuses, as I have already highlighted, citing the AUTJP that talks about addressing those legacies of economic injustices so that all the populations of a particular country feel included in the country's development process. Tackling these inequalities, whether they are based on gender, race, ethnicity, religion, but those factors that create distinctions in society and deny others an opportunity to be part of a national process and a national prosperity. So transitional justice really looks at those root causes. And we've seen in many contexts, for example, in Morocco, Sierra Leone, and current transitional justice context, Colombia, where part of the truth-seeking process is looking at this part of collective historical injustices and marginalization and making recommendations that target those specific communities that have been historically excluded so that they also feel part of this one nation. And that, to me, the preventive role of transitional justice, again, cannot be understood, especially from a criminal accountability process. I know many will debate the deterrent effect of prosecutions, but there are several examples whereby holding perpetrators of international crimes accountable, whether at an international level or domestic level, sends a clear message and to a certain extent deters. And we've seen in some contexts, I want to mention our neighboring country, where the preventive statements of the prosecutor of the ICC impacted how actors conduct themselves in elections. And this is all part of a transitional justice element. The other aspect I'd like to highlight in terms of the role of transitional justice is restoring civic trust. One of the fundamental goals of TJ is restoring civic trust of citizens in the state so that they can meaningfully participate and feel that state actions and institutions are there to serve them. When you have a loss of civic trust in state institutions and individuals disengaged, that also limits their ability to participate in meaningful processes for development. And that, to me, undermines the broader development. So when individuals feel government can roll out programs, government can undertake interventions, I mean, many of this. But when citizens feel that, no, this is not for us, there is corruption, you know, this is only going to benefit a few, not necessarily everybody, limited engagement. And even those programs will not be designed to achieve the end without saying what we have seen in relation to the development programs. And then lastly, the forms of transitional justice processes. And in this case, I'd like again to emphasize the aspect of reparations, which is one of the central elements of transitional justice. The forms of reparations can also contribute to sustainable development. In many contexts, there's always, again, and please forgive the cliche, the misunderstanding of reparations goes beyond that. I'm happy that here we have many representatives of victims and survivor groups who will tell you it's not about compensation, it's about education, the material benefits that only programs that are also anchored in development processes can contribute to that. Taking children to school, access to healthcare, access to land, access to livelihood, access to basic needs. And this is where we say that it has to be anchored within the broader government development process. Because again, our colleagues from the ICC will tell you, yes, the court may order, we provide healthcare to 5,000 victims of Dominic Ongwen. But ICC is not going to build a school or a hospital. There must be an existing structure which can be enhanced to provide this particular service, but also by making sure that individuals have access to healthcare, and as I already highlighted the other example, have the treatment. It is psychosocial support, mental health, or physical treatment, then they're able to become more productive members of society. So when you have operations programs that are service-based, focusing on healthcare, focusing on education, focusing on livelihoods, that contributes in the long term, as long as they are not implemented in isolation, but anchored within the broader process. And that's why to us, and I'm sure we've had these debates when the policy was being debated, do you have a completely separate process, or do you see how what they call MDAs, forgive me. Yes, agencies can actually contribute and anchor these processes or principles in their program. So the Ministry of Health, for example, when planning for Northern Uganda, can it take into account that there's a significant population with war-related disability, with untreated psychological trauma that require this kind of assistance, and how that eventually makes sure you have a productive population. So I'd like to conclude by highlighting that transitional justice is not this abstract process of justice, but it's really fundamental to contributing to a society that says, one, we address the legacies of the past, we create a cohesive society, but also a productive society that contributes to national development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Sarah. And now I need guidance from the MC how much time we have for reactions. I'm being advised that we have high schedule time of time by over 30 minutes. So want to invite questions, and I think you are free to make comments. Yes, madam. Or if you, yes, if you have specific questions for a panelist, you can also address them.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Pamela Ngwej, and I come from Gulu. And I just want to add to all the four speakers, but also put more emphasis on this session 3, especially looking at these nexus of transitional justice. And I would want to change the topic a little bit and call it the war at home. And I would want to emphasize on land rights. And so when we speak about development, the questions the women war victims, children born on war and rape are asking, where is our home? If you cannot put food on the table on a daily basis, then what are we discussing on transitional justice? If the policy emphasizes on interim reparations or interim restorative, transformative reparations, what are we waiting for? What are we waiting for on the issues of the law? To come tomorrow next, while there are a group of people on the street, and we are not even discussing reintegration. What does reintegration mean in transitional justice? Then we can move closer. And I agree with Sarah and all the speakers, and also what was emphasized by Mr. Charles, the issues of land. All what the war has left is land. And you will agree with me even not to speak about development, if the people do not have, within the customary tenure system, if there are a group of investors and people who come to northern Uganda and begin to claim better ownership of land than the incumbent community, then where are we reintegrating our own people? So I would want to emphasize that land conflict is the barrier to a peaceful transitional justice process at the minute, and is something we should treat with the level of agency. If there is one of us that cannot determine how they can eat food tomorrow, then I think it is an emergency. And if we cannot reintegrate women and children born of war and rape back to their homeland, something which is so clear in the transitional justice policy in front of us now, the role of cultural institutions. As we wait temporarily, can we begin to move closer home? So the role of cultural institutions are quite essential in transitional justice at the minute to address the war at home, and also let us begin to look at how to address the legacies of conflict. I want to quote two women. One of them said, if I cannot put food on the table and I do not have a choice to make where my children can go to school, and I do not know where to go for my health, then it means I am not yet back home. Finally, I think that the ICD teams are here. One of the victims said, is a victim of Dominic Ongwen rather than a victim of Kwo Yellow. Victims are now making choices, and yet both are for them. So I think that we need to address this because the gun is silent, but there is war at home. And this war is clearly linked to land rights. And also is clearly linked to the gaps in understanding customary land tenure system. There is a bull in the kraal that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. That gentleman next.
Thank you so much, the panelists and the minister in the house. My name is Chris Songo from Uganda Victim Foundation. I have two things to raise. One, we had talked at length about the nexus between transitional justice and development. But I want to ask this question across the panelists, that is it really possible to make distinction that whenever you mention the word transitional justice, there's no way you can run away from some words which are peculiar. That is, talk about abuse, talking about recognition, talking about acknowledgement, talking about forgiveness and reconciliation, and talking about deterrence. Because that is what set transitional justice completely apart. Is it possible to provide development where victims are feeling okay, they have accommodation, but you have ignored acknowledgement? You have ignored the process of reconciliation. Is it possible to achieve transitional justice that way? If it is not possible, then it means there's a clear distinction where the power that be under all circumstances must make a deliberate decision to say, yes, if we are to change something for the best of the future, then there's no way of dodging a transitional justice process, irrespective of whatever level of development you have done. The other second aspect I want to bring forward, I was very up about the definition of first degree of peace. And I want to buy with the international criminal justice where the ICC talk about an interim assistant at the time when justice is not yet fully disposed of. Is it very difficult to design a system which target victims specifically at an interim level so that the interim development being processed in Uganda, now that we are at the stage of NDP 4, we are in the process. We can put it very clearly that even if we are in the process of implementing the policy, the process of designing legislation, but we can put something in place at interim level through the executive power, which is clearly spelled out in the Constitution, where a administrative power is brought forward, and these people are clearly targeted. I just wanted to ask that way. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there was this hand. Yes, the blue shirt. Yes, your hand was passed.
Yeah. All protocols observed. My name is Henry Klamo Komakech. I'm a victim for Council of Victims in the Core Yellow case. I think perhaps we were the first victims council in Uganda. So you know the challenge we have right now. Something new, something not done by anyone before. So it's a challenge. But my question is, if you talk about having a nexus between transitional justice and development, the NDA 3, is NDA 3 unapplicable in Northern Uganda? If it's not, then that means that the grounding is also wrong from the onset. Because if you're talking about NDA, which applies to the whole country, then you're going to run the same risk of what is special in the NDA 3, which talks about victims or survivors or post-conflict or transition, so to speak. That's what I want to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Komakech. And then we will cross this side.
Yeah, thank you, Master of Ceremony. First, I've listened to the assumptions in these conversations, the narratives, and the routine.
It's cool, but go ahead.
And a routine. Oh, was I supposed to talk?
No, but since you have started. Oh, everybody's Komakech. My apologies.
You forgive me for that.
Sorry.
First,
the fault is mine.
The first, what I'm hearing is the idea about historical legacies, and we seem to be talking in general without understanding what these historical legacies are. Can we start from there to appreciate what is this historical legacy that we are talking about by historicizing both the problem and the transitional justice? Secondly, we have TJ policy 2019. It has colored our table. I don't know how much emphasis we are putting here, or what are we drawing? We seem to be talking too many things, and yet most of them are here. So how is this meeting being guided by the TJ policy? A lot of resources, but we seem to be flowering the table. Very lastly, at the end of this meeting, I would think we have a TJ agenda. We are setting an agenda moving forward. I think this is one of the so many meetings I've been attending. At the end of the day, I'm going back. The victims are the same year in, year out. We've never had a very strategic idea of going to have a workshop with the victims or research. That this table is not the Komakechis. It's not the commissioners, it is the victims. And we are quiet listening to the victims. But then we can not only listen, but prioritize. And the victims will tell us what their priorities are. And the victims will conceptualize whether reparation comes first and development second. They are a position to educate us.
Thank you, thank you. I think, yes, I am one that we have very little time. I request that we summarize
Okay, thank you so much, our moderator, our PS. Mine is still about the nexus. Of recent, government roll out the program of PDM. I would like to bring to the attention, especially Commissioner Nangiro, I don't know where he is. Since there's that nexus, and we are talking about development, and then there's the NDP3, how do we dovetail PDM as a strategy for enhancing victim-centeredness and their capacity to be developed? Because I see the guiding principle of this policy is about victim-centeredness, and I know the victims are down there where PDM at the Paris level is being organized. Then two, it talks about vulnerability. So at a practical level, how can this be dovetailed to ensure that we have a kind of a very speedy process that enhances the capacities of victims at the lower level, but using PDM as a bypass?
Thank you. Ma'am.
Thank you so much, moderator. All protocol observed. My name's Cham Helen Keti Elungat from Northern Uganda Transitional Justice Working Group. I'm really delighted with all the presenters, but I want to take over from where Honorable Leandro Komakech has stopped, talking about PDM as one way to fast track. There are a lot of hurdles that the victims themselves, especially the children born in captivity and the children born during the war, as a result of either mass rape or whatever, an abduction. Those children have no identities. And our law currently that in PDM, you must have a NING number. And that is one of these children. They are now men and women. They don't have that NING number due to some of the conditions at NERA in acquisition of the national identification. So when we talk of tracking development, peace, I think we look at wholesomely, taking into consideration not only in Northern Uganda, because even in other places of Uganda, where there has been abduction, and women and girls have come back, returned from abduction with children born in captivity. So this is something that we need to look into holistically and see how we can address that issue as we talk of going forward to start implementation of the TJ policy at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there are many comments, but we don't have time. We are still here tomorrow. So I'm assured by the rapporteurs that every observation and question has been captured and it will be acted upon. On the last comment, Internal Affairs is planning national mass enrollment, and I can assure that every citizen within the course of this year will be enrolled and given a NIN number. So that question will be addressed. I want to take this opportunity to thank the panel. We don't have time to react. Thank you very much. And I thank the audience. Our session is closed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's put a little bit of big hand of applause for the General. Thank you so much, General. Thank you so much, the panel, for this wonderful steering. You can see as we go deep, we begin to understand in details and we begin to touch where it is itching. As we are seated, I sensed that our bodies are also beginning to complain about transitional justice. So I have a young lady here who is here to help our bodies get back to the understanding of the transitional justice before we go for the next session. Yes, you come and help us here. She's coming. And good enough, she's a youth.
Thank you so much, really. Thank you so much, really. I like to request each of all of us to stand up. It's going to be simple. You are going to see from me what I'm going to do. If all of you are going to follow me, we are going to do it like this one.
Another hand clap. You see, everything matters. Our next topic is a very interesting one. It is talking about advancing gender inclusive transitional justice processes. What are the opportunities and gaps? I remember when I used to be in school, the gender studies had started, and they used to tell us that the woman was the most affected victim of conflict. The husband is either killed or exiled. The son is also either killed or made fatherless. The daughter is raped. Hunger is surrounding her because there is nowhere to get food from. And in most cases, she becomes the human shield for the war. So a woman all around gets more affected than anything. Our moderator for this session is Lady Justice Susan Okarany, Justice of the International Crimes Division, Court. I request her to take her seat and then invite the panel. Because of the lateness we are in, I request we use about, because now we use about 30 minutes so that we can leave room for the last session, and we should be able to get out of here at least 5:15. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies. Honorable Minister, allow me to adopt the protocol that was listed by Ms. Chihika. The topic has already been mentioned. To discuss this topic, we have Ms. Samali Wakoli, the Assistant Director of Public Prosecutions. You're welcome, Samali. We also have Ms. Elizabeth Luanga, the Women's Situation Room in Uganda. We have Ms. Juliet Were, Deputy Executive Director of the Women's International Peace Center. We have Ms. Marianne Akumu, Program Associate, ICTJ. I'm calling more people than I'm seeing, but I will continue. We have Mr. Jimmy Wamimbi, Transitional Justice Coordinator, ASF. distinguished delegates, I honor you all. Since morning, I have been hearing something to do with the pillars of transitional justice. I have had criminal prosecutions, truth commissions, reparations programs. No, I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything about security system reform. Forgive me if I am a little bit dense, but I didn't. I had memorialization efforts. I had a joke mention something about gender justice in the passing. And this is the most important part of transitional justice, in my humble opinion. You've already had some reactions from the previous discussions. Now, transitional justice, for transitional justice to advance prevention and sustainable peace, a gender-sensitive approach that recognizes the gendered root causes of conflict. I had somebody, causes and abuse is very fundamental. Transitional justice provides tools and mechanisms that can be used to transform societal relations and address structural causes of violence. And Uganda has made some strides with the adoption of the policy that we have discussed this morning, which has a gender equality as one of its principles, and the prosecution of SGBV crimes during conflict. I want to apologize on behalf of the Republic of Uganda. Honorable Minister, you might say that I don't have the right to do that. You had Dr. Katia speak about the Thomas Koyelo prosecution that has taken decades, almost a decade. And I'm apologizing on behalf of the country, not on behalf of the judiciary, because when that prosecution started, I was relatively young. And the judges of the ICD were relatively young. I think that the registrar of the ICD, the current one, must have been a baby. And the truth be told, the Thomas Koyelo trial has very few counts of sexual and gender-based violence. So it is not true that we have really addressed that issue very well, even in the current prosecution. So this session will examine the progress that we have made in advancing gender justice through transitional justice mechanisms, the gaps, and the opportunities. Why must we address this? Because victims, women, are largely the victims of large-scale past abuses. They are also relatives. Women are relatives of those who have experienced legacies of trauma. They are witnesses. They are survivor organizations, etc., etc. So to interrogate this subject, we have Ms. Wakoli starting, and I have a question for you. Justice and accountability for sexual and gender-based violence crimes are important in addressing cultures and patterns that allow these violations. In what ways has the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions addressed sexual and gender-based violence crimes, particularly those that occurred during conflict? Thank you. You can take up you can sit there if you wish.
Thank you so much, my Lord, and to all our distinguished participants. More often than not, in times of conflict, the focus of most of the responders is on how many people have died and how many properties have been destroyed, and little or no effort is usually put on SGBV. And that has been the perception not only for Uganda, but also for other various countries, where in most cases you find that when such happens, investigations will begin and the focus will be on the murders and other crimes, with the SGBV component being left out. Yet, in conflict times, women suffer direct violence. They will suffer the domestic violence. They will also suffer sexual violence. And it is until now, or most recent, that now we are focusing on the fact that sex is now used as a critical weapon of war. And therefore, we need to pay a little more attention on sexual offenses that happen in times of conflict. Like you earlier noted, Chair, indeed, even in that case of Koyelo, it took us quite some time. And when we came now with experience, we have learned the charges were amended to include some offenses of sexual, but of a sexual nature. But you see that it was not the primary consideration at the time of the charges being preferred. That said, when we talk about transitional justice, we have to be alive to the fact of the various stakeholders that are involved, and this has been mentioned by many of the participants here. We are not going to look at the concept of either reparations or even justice itself in a wholesome way. We have to give it a gender perspective. How are you dealing with the women that are involved? And many times we tend to forget the biggest category of people who are affected, and those are the children who are born out of the war, and those who also come and are living in the communities. Who is taking care of these children to ensure that they also participate either in getting justice or in getting settlement or compensation, in whatever way we may look at it. Reintegration in the community, many times we may look at them as either survivors or even victims. But the communities sometimes will continue to look at these women and children as perpetrators. And as you look at aspects of transitional justice, are they therefore is society continuing to perceive them as victims, or is society continuing to perceive them as perpetrators or having been conspirators of the crime? That said, it's critical, therefore, that as we work on this policy, we focus now on the needs of the children. We also focus on the needs of women. The land component has been mentioned. How do we resettle them, considering the fact that women cannot easily come and enter the society and live as though life was normal? They will not be allowed to remarry as soon as they can, neither can they own property at freelance. What has therefore the ODPP done? As the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, our mandate is a constitutional mandate, and we largely focus on prosecution of cases. But as we have been handling several cases that are conflict related, we have realized that now our mandate should not only focus on response, but we also need to work more on prevention mechanisms, such that we don't focus on only prosecutions alone, but we stretch our hands to see the people who we are working with and the people who we are calling witnesses. We have now incorporated the Department of Gender, and we work now very closely with our Department of ICD to make sure that every case that we handle, at least the gender component has been taken care of. As we handle cases under the prosecutor-guided investigations, we have to make sure that the needs of the children, the women, the elderly, the persons with disabilities, and all other categories are taken care of. In courts, we are now making special provisions for the protection of children and also women who are witnesses. I think you all know that now they cannot testify in an open court. There are special mechanisms under which such witnesses testify. They testify in camera. And we have also established other mechanisms to ensure the safety and protection of children, including establishing child-friendly spaces. Lastly, we have strengthened our capacity with working with the CSOs to make sure that we work on referrals. What I cannot do, I have to work with others to ensure that the victims receive appropriate support and then the follow-up. Just last week, I think a team of our prosecutors were in the field on an outreach where we are now reaching out to members of the community. And we are hoping that such can help us have a gender-inclusive prosecution in handling cases of this category. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Samali, who has said it indirectly. That basically very few cases of gender-based violence or sexual violence in conflict have been resolved since the main conflict that we had. And people think there's no conflict raging right now, but there's a lot of radicalization happening and so many cases coming to the ICD, which are terrorist, sexual terrorism, I may call it that. Now have the next discussant, Ms. Elizabeth Luanga. And the question that I have for you is, the Women's Situation Room has since 2016 been advocating for the full and meaningful and active participation of women in the electoral processes and the peaceful resolution of conflicts. Have we made progress? What gaps still remain? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's always difficult to say whether you are making progress in the situation in which we find ourselves. Yes, indeed. I think in terms of our message of peace, but we find that we still have not peaceful elections. And we are all Ugandans, we live here, we know that our elections have not been peaceful in spite of many efforts. So what we have actually realized is that there are underlying issues, national issues in this country that are very grave, that are undermining our peace and stability. And the Women's Situation Room now focuses on the in-between the elections. For instance, we have a post-election strategy. We had one after 2016 in which we did a lot of work, one of which was to commission a study on electoral violence. And the findings of that study were that Ugandans over time as a society have become increasingly violent, and that Ugandans today resolve misunderstandings or differences of opinion violently at home, in communities, in schools, everywhere. And that we found that very alarming. Our post-election strategy for after the 2021 elections identified some serious issues on which we are engaging what we call stakeholders, election stakeholders, the Electoral Commission, all the political parties, the Uganda People's Defense Forces, and the police, and also the Uganda Human Rights Commission. Our effort is to bring to everybody's attention that unless we address these issues, we will not attain peace and stability. And I see this when we talk about transitional justice, and I look at where we are after so many these cases all around the country, but more importantly, northern Uganda war, which is so fresh for all of us. And all that has not been done for 20 years. The fact that we have a policy that came very late, but that has been passed since for 5 years. And I know that there's been limited implementation, at least that's what I've heard since this morning. I realize the gravity of the issues that truly undermine our peace and security. If we are unable to deal with such reality of children abducted, children born in captivity, isolated from their communities, and now they're getting to be adults, and we still sit here as a nation and not really doing anything to deal with that. It is scary. So as for me personally, and I know my colleagues in the Women's Situation Room, we really believe that this country has to come together and address these very, very serious issues. Somebody today talked about the lack of trust. Ugandans don't trust systems, they don't trust literally anybody, government, because there is so much hopelessness. So I am really grateful to the Ministry of Justice that we are now kickstarting the implementation of this transitional justice policy. And I truly hope that this time around, what needs to be done will be done, because otherwise our country really has no future. Thank you.
Must be wondering why I keep getting up. It is exercise for judicial officers because they have back problems. So you have to keep getting up. Some have podiums like this in their courts. Honorable Minister, the Women's Situation Room is saying nothing much has happened, but they are very grateful that you have invited us here and the conversation has started. Next discussant is Miss Juliet Were. And my question is, Women's International Peace Center, which was formerly known as ISIS Wike, has documented the experiences of women in the conflict in northern Uganda since the height of the conflict to the present day. What progress, if any, have you witnessed? Thank you.
Thank you. So my name is not Juliet Were. Juliet Were is not. Yes, so my name is Latifa Namtevi. I work with the Women's International Peace Center. And yes, thank you. You've asked the progress that we've made since we documented women's voices. And so from our documentation. Oh, okay. All right. I think this is better. So the Peace Center is very cautious and aware of the structural barriers and gendered exclusions that still persist within transitional justice processes that sometimes manifest as marginalizations of women in decision-making processes, and also including them in the discussions, peace processes, and even when it comes to the transitional justice policy, brought on board almost in the end, almost. And so as a Women's International Peace Center, what we have done is focus on three things, which is grassroots involvement and advocacy, as well as continuous documentation still. So in terms of grassroots involvement and organization is we have women, for example, the women in Lira and Dopolo who we trained on the transitional justice process. And so our training is sort of an institute where we facilitate the women's conceptualization of transitional justice as it relates to their communities and their environments, and then allowing them a space to be able to interpret it and relate it to the issues and the needs of the people in their communities, and allow these women the opportunity to lead the processes of addressing the transitional justice issues. And this also ties to our point 2 of advocacy, because in a way we are claiming some of the spaces. We are allowing women to
be able to exercise their own leadership in their different spaces that they've created for themselves, as well as other spaces that open up. For example, the peace caravans, the Peace Week. So we have women actively participating there. And then in terms of our documentation is continuously highlighting the women's voices, their experiences, their priorities, and their needs, so that they are able to inform the programs that are coming up and going to be targeting women's participation or gender inclusive transitional justice processes. So to tie it all together, we are trying to create ownership. We've worked a lot with creating ownership of the idea of transitional justice. And yes, actually creating ownership and also allowing women's leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing the work that you are doing. My take home is one thing, Honorable Minister, and that is women's meaningful participation in the process of transitional justice. In spite of affirmative action provisions, what the government has already done in including women in all spaces, they are still not meaningfully participating in all processes as is required. Our next discussant is Miss Marian Akumu. I hope she's the one here. I think so. And the question I have is, one of the aims of the transitional justice is to repair and provide redress to victims of conflict. How can these processes be engendered to ensure that they meet the needs of all victims? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, moderator. And yes, I confirm I am the person indeed. I think throughout the course of the day, we've heard a lot about the experiences of conflict and why transitional justice is important. And I think it's important to go back to the realities of conflict, because as we know, conflict is a gendered process. We know that some of the causes of conflict are gendered, the experiences during conflict are gendered, and the experiences after conflict are also gendered. And that's why it's important that when we're designing programs that are aimed to repair, bring healing, enable progress towards this envisioned peace and sustainable future, we consider issues of gender. And we know, for example, that in the conflict in northern Uganda, gender determined a lot of roles in the conflict. We know that young girls and women were abducted and primarily became forced wives or ting-tings who were helpers in the home. We know that young boys and men were abducted for the primary purpose of, joining the fold of the rebel group and fighting to advance the causes of the LRA. So that means even when we're considering how it is that we provide healing and repair to these groups of people, we have to consider all these elements. And because when we then consider a gender blind approach, we miss part of the causes and the experiences, which are critical. For example, we know a lot of the women suffered rape and sexual violence. So if we're providing responses to their needs, we have to ensure that these medical needs are also covered. But we also know that men and boys also suffered sexual violence, an issue which is not very widely spoken about. So that means if we're designing medical interventions, we also have to take this into consideration. We have to consider the cultural taboos around such issues. We have to consider the capacities of our health centers and health workers to adequately respond to their needs. Because as part of, in the course of the work that we've done, we've engaged with male survivors who have said, based on their experiences in health centers, they've not gone back to receive the medical support that they actually need because of the attitude of the health workers. So how are we training health workers, specifically in these areas where we know that these issues occurred, to be able to adequately respond to some of these needs. And so how do we engender these processes? The first one, and I think a critical one, is through consultations. Survivors and victims are best placed to know what their needs are and what the appropriate responses are. We also know that contexts and experiences change. For example, someone who left captivity in 2006 will not have the same needs now as they did then. So it's important to have meaningful consultations, which then inform the programs and designs that we come up with. We also have to ensure that the process of transitional justice itself is accessible and non-discriminatory. We know that we'll be hard-pressed to actually achieve these lofty ideals that we have for transitional justice, but the process itself can be healing for victims and survivors. And this is something that we've heard repeatedly. So how are we ensuring their safety and protection? For example, my fellow panelists noted some of the steps they've taken in protecting witnesses during court processes. And we do acknowledge and applaud those processes, but can we do that with an effective witness protection policy in place? So we also need to consider how we are engaging on those spectrums. When we are undertaking registrations and data collections of survivors, are we considering the fact that there are certain taboo topics which people might not be willing to open up about, and that we are cognizant of cultural limitations and therefore take that into consideration when designing tools or programs? Are we taking into consideration the fact that, it has been mentioned that a key category of victims from the conflict are the children who were born in captivity. Many of them are now young adults, but some of them are still under the age of maturity. So can we design processes which enable their caretakers and providers to be able to stand in their stead and ensure that their views in all these processes are also implemented? We also need to ensure that the processes that we implement do not further contribute to stigma and resentment against victims. In some of our consultations around providing reparations for survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, many of them mentioned that the biggest challenge they have is actually stigma that they face within the communities, because that stigma then prevents their reintegration into the society. It limits their interaction with others and also limits their ability to access, some of the services and support we've been talking about. There was a question about TDM, and we also know there's UWEP. Many of these involve being a member of a group, but how can you join a group when you're being stigmatized by the same group? So these are some of the issues that we need to take into consideration. And there's also been a conversation earlier about the social economic impact and how this also relates to civil and political participation. In some conversations, we met a lady in Teso who said she actually wanted to stand for one of the local council elections, but when she made this known, the whole community said, this one is one of the rebels. We can't have someone like that representing us. So it's important to address some of these larger contextual issues if we're to make progress on some of these other issues. It's you mentioned some of the strides we've made in prosecuting sexual and gender-based crimes in the Thomas Coelho case. We think that's already a laudable step forward. And we think that, however, we think there's room for more training, more support to ensure that all these processes are indeed gender and victim sensitive. I will leave it at that for now and hand over back to you.
Thank you so much. I think you've said quite a mouthful that I cannot summarize quickly. But one thing that I've taken is building capacities of all the stakeholders, including health workers and health centers. I have always said that if you cannot address and respond to gender-based violence or even sexual violence against children in time of peace, how can you do it in time of war when all facilities and services are limited? The last discussant is Jimmy Wamimbi, and your question is, victim participation in transnational justice processes is key to the realization of its objectives. To what extent has this been realized in Uganda? Thank you.
It's by design that I stand. So don't think I'm not being inclusive by standing with all my colleagues, talked while seated. It's such an honor to share a panel with the distinguished ladies that I'm honored to share the panel with. And speaking after them, you know, most of them being gender specialists is either a joke or the beginning of a joke. But nevertheless, I'm honored to share the panel with them. I'll begin with a question. How does a society rebuild or restore human dignity? How does a society heal wounds, mend fractured relations, restore rule of law, a culture of human rights, and nurture democracy? This is the whole gist of transitional justice. You know, since morning, we've had different attempts to define what it is, but literally, when you're talking about transitional justice, we're talking about how do we rebuild societies, how do we restore dignity, how do we heal wounds, and how do we nurture democracy. And all these values are universal, and they cut across any gender construct. I work with Advocates and Frontiers, an international NGO that is committed to enhancing access to justice for the most vulnerable in society. And since 2007, we've committed to fulfill this mandate through transitional justice engagements, through natural resource governance engagements, through safeguarding procedural and constitutional rights of pre-trial detainees, and through gender issues. And our approach has been through capacity buildings, gender mainstreaming, work through the networks and collaborations, through documentations and knowledge sharing, and through advocacy. In conversations such as this we're having today, one would expect that in attempts to do gender inclusive TJ, one needs to look across the entire continuum of society, looking at all the gender constructs in societies. But for diverse reasons, social, cultural, legal, religious, and others, most of the victims and survivors that I've engaged with in the course of doing my work have identified themselves within the context of the gender binary, and probably for the same reason, nobody has identified themselves otherwise. So I hope nobody will say that you talk about gender inclusiveness and you're sticking to the gender binary of men and women. For all those reasons, I've not come across any identifying otherwise. Situating our transitional justice policy in the wider context of the African Union transitional justice policy, It calls for TJ mechanisms that do not only deliver justice, but also transform fundamental gender biases in society. You'll agree with me, dear participants, that and thanks to the great work of people who are advocating for the girl child. But before that, and it still happens in most of our societies, during socialization processes, young boys are told by society that they're destined to do productive work. And their female counterparts are told by society that they're destined to do reproductive work. So realize that the gender bias in our communities is still alive and well. And it's until we have these conversations that we'll demystify and deconstruct some of these. And we are glad that our own national transition justice policy promises that, as evidenced by gender being one of its guiding principles. You'll also agree with me, as shared by one of my colleagues on the panel, that the conduct of conflict these days has changed. It has picked on an unconventional format that is fought on the bodies of men, women, weaponizing conflict-related sexual violence. And the credibility of the credibility and the impact of any TJ mechanism, therefore, should be hinged on how the TJ approaches the engendered harms during conflict, but also the consequences in the aftermath of the conflict. Gender perspectives in TJ have often neglected many possible meanings ascribed to gender and justice in different geopolitical regions. I was asked to talk about victim participation, your Lordship. But one would wonder, who is a victim? It's a question that we've grappled with. It's a question that people have grappled with in communities. But thankfully, the national TJ policy we all have on our desks clearly defines who a victim with. And to quote it verbatim, it says, persons who individually or collectively suffered harm, including physical or mental injury, emotional suffering, economic loss, or impairment of their fundamental rights through acts or omissions that constitute gross violations of human rights and may include members, dependents of their families, or another person. So this definition is all inclusive. In a way, it's wide and covers a wide array. Victim participation, therefore, allows victims of crime to make representation. Earlier on, Honorable Council Keke Komakech introduced himself as one of the victim councils, plus Council Jane. She was also in the house. Victims representation, victim participation allows victims to make representation, to submit observations, to have their views and concerns presented or considered at all phases of the proceedings when their personal interest is affected. And we are happy that this is happening so well, especially in the International Crimes Division. As normalcy and continuity sets in after conflicts, gender harms experienced during conflicts most times get silenced, and this reimposes or sometimes reconsolidates the pre-conflict norms. So we are glad that the policy is not silent about this, and conversations such as this highlight some of the As I wind up, international criminal law, in some respects, as influenced by the ad hoc tribunals, such as the one of Rwanda and Yugoslavia, have seen the development of more gender-inclusive definitions of gender-based crime, and the Rome Statute doesn't base in its definition of rape and other forms of sexual violence, which is different from how our national instrument defined it. However, in May 2018, the decision of the ICC Court of Appeal that overturned the conviction of Jean Perry Bemba for the conflict-related sexual violence against men and women was a bit of a setback. Given the backdrop of such a beautiful definition of rape and other conflict sexual violences in the statute. As I wind up, why do we even have to look at gender in the lens? Gender shows how men and women are affected differently. It also helps in determining what crimes to be investigated, as we know that there are some crimes that affect only men and those women. It sheds light on invisible crimes such as sexual slavery and forced sterilization. It highlights on the lasting consequences and the secondary violations. It also allows men and women to determine what justice means for them. As well, recommendation, as I wind up, Your Lord, doing gender-inclusive TJ demands that we pay attention to the gender dimensions of specific forms and patterns of victimization. It also demands that we pay attention to how these victims wish or do not wish to be approached during the justice processes. It also demands that we consider multiple ways in which gender norms and understanding affect both men and women. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wamimbi. I think I failed to control the panel. I saw my very distinguished panelists reframing the questions that I asked them. And unfortunately, I did not have an interaction with the panel before this very afternoon. It is my fault. However, the panelists have done justice to the subject of advancing gender-inclusive transitional justice processes. And they have shared their lived realities and experiences and examples from around. Can we give them another hand clap? I am going to take a few questions. There will be no responses today, but the responses, the questions will be documented. Unfortunately, I will start with the lady over here. Please, we have less than 10 minutes, less than 6 minutes to take the questions. So be straight to the point, or the contributions.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am Kabahenda Flavia Rwabhoro. I represent the people of Kyegegwa district, and I'm the chairperson of the Committee on Gender, Labor, and Social Development. I loved the discussion, and I have only 2 observations to make. I want to thank the panelists. I am looking at access to justice versus responsive justice, because for me, those are 2 things. Accessing justice is not enough. We want responsive justice, putting yourself in the shoes. And that is why I love the statement of allowing victims to suggest how best they would love their conflict to be dealt with. That is when we shall offer responsive justice. Number 2 is about analyzing data. So many times we have all this data about children, about women, about everything, and we are mesmerized by numbers and percentages. I want to just give an example recent, when the government tells us that 39% of the households in Uganda are living in abject poverty. Who are they? And then they go to these households to give PDM. Don't you know that we have child-headed homes in conflict areas especially? Did the children's homes get this PDM money? Was there anyone who broke down this data to ensure that services are given to every of the 39% households? Are they women? Are they men? Are they children? So we just blanketly go with numbers and percentages and we never break it down. When we have data on children, are we talking about children in conflict areas? Are we talking about the children in refugee camps? Are we talking about children everywhere? And break down this kind of data into what the reality presents. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Henda, for your contribution on disaggregated data. Thank you, Honorable, not Honorable, but Madam Dorcas Sokalani.
You see, we share a name with the the moderator. Mine is a contribution. The Center of Gender Equality is about land. Land for production. Everybody is struggling for land. I heard the lady here talking about food on the table. I have heard about, the panelists have talked about conflict, but in conflict, who are at the forefront of fighting for families? It's women. That's why gender question is there. In the Ministry of Lands, we have developed a land strategy. And I hope that my colleagues from other ministries also have gender responsive strategies like ours. We know that we inherited cultural in the past. Differences, men own the land, the women till the land, men take the money. But these days when we go to issue titles, especially in customary areas, we make sure that the household, all of them are involved. Let me give you an example of CCOs in the north, which we have created, especially in Acholi area. We have involved the husband, the barren wife, the witch doctor wife, those who came, whose dowry was not paid, but they are part of the family, girl children and boy children on the title. Why is it important? They told us the cultural norms of Acholi. The male children own land from their mothers. So they equally divide the land. Then we have seen a new phenomenon in the north. In the north, when you give them these CLAs and CCOs, the families actually tend to aggregate the land and go to till the land together. So there is more production. You were talking about NDP3 development. We know we are an agricultural country. We have to harness that. And how do we do that? Land security. So we are saying the benefits and transitional justice can be achieved through those ways, through the cultural ways, which we go into, which are acceptable to our people. Recently, we had a meeting in Tororo, where we have formed a CLA in Karamoja. There are investors who have come in. But now people in Karamoja can sit on a round table with the investors and negotiate their rights on the land. So that is very important. I've been listening. I came in at lunchtime and I got interested because I did my master's in land, in women in decision-making and gender. So I think if we solve this problem and think about our past and reflect our cultures and see the positivity of some of our cultures, then we'll get there through the land adjudication. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zokalani, for your contribution. The land question cannot be forgotten in transitional justice. I will take one other question. Now I have seen, okay, I can't refuse Dr. Ruweza. He over-criticized me when I said that customary international law can be a basis for charging Thomas Coelho in my pre-trial ruling. I'm still intimidated. So I'll allow him to ask his question, and then the gentleman in white there will be the
Your
last.
Lordship, I am most grateful. You cannot be intimidated, I'm sure, as a mother and son. I am very interested in the question that came as a result of research that happened in northern Uganda. There was some research which was showing that during the conflict, we had an increase in suicide rates amongst the boy child and amongst the men. I don't know whether our panelists could throw some light on what is the situation right now. Have there been any interventions that have improved the situation or not? Or what do they propose for us to do? Relatedly, when I was doing research in Amuru, the Pabo and Lamogi sub-counties on the question of land, because we wanted to understand what was happening. And what I found very interesting was that the conflict of land was for the young boys connected with ability to make money to pay for bride price. And so there was a conflict within the family, intra-tribe, intra-family conflict, where the boys were saying, we have nowhere else to get money to pay for bride price. And as a result, our parents do not want us to sell this land. So there is a conflict. But then the girl child now was getting babies without responsibility from the boy child. And I saw something unique happening there in form of a conflict. I wonder whether our panelists have confronted any of those issues and what they would suggest would be the way forward in resolving that nuance in the conflict. Thank you very much, Your Lordship.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruhweza, for your insights. Very intriguing and showing the complexity of the conflict in northern Uganda, its ramifications for the future. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam, for giving me this opportunity. I stand once again by saying that if we talk about transitional justice, reaching that justice, we have to go through a process. And if we talk about healing, that's where my concern is. Because if we take it lightly, it will future. And some of you will ask me later. Because when I talk about 25,000 child soldiers, they are victims, but most of them are victims at the same time perpetrators. In 2012, together with my Bishop Ochola, we visited Thailand. We visited religious motivated violence where Buddhists fight Muslims. A year later, when they decided to pay a counter visit, when they reached, they asked us, they want to interview at least 5 victims. We took them to a home of one, just near the hospital, a very beautiful young girl. She was already in her senior 6, but she was abducted by the time she was only 14 years. We never asked her the question, but our guests, unfortunately, asked her a question. Hello, have you ever killed? She lowered her head. She shook her head. That I've killed. She narrated the story that 5 of them, in order to pass them, become real rebel, they had to kill another one.
We cannot hear the entire story.
No, just I'm ending it.
Yes.
So after killing that girl, one of them hit the head and the brain busted. So the girl said, so long as fish is cooked in that home, she fell sick. And from that time, she started crying. So there are several more of that are dying with that guilt. Are they healed? How do we go to support many of them who are at the same time victim, at the same time perpetrator? When she was asked another question about a man, she was already given to a man, a virgin. They raped her. These are very painful situations whereby if we are talking, we are from the ground. I'm not deceiving you because of indoctrination by the rebel leaderships. Most of these youth were made to be perpetrators and victims at the same time. If we don't help them, the guilt will spill over because many of them has already killed their sister, killed mother, because the guilt is still within them. How do we help them in that situation?
Very powerful
Thank you.
contribution about from the assistant imam. I don't know whether it's assistant mufti, mufti from the northern region, how to deal with victim perpetrators. And there are many in the northern Uganda conflict and in many other conflicts. Healing is their psychosocial support provided for them. Thank you so much. MC, I'm sorry for killing your time. Once more, I thank the panelists for their contributions and the floor for the response. Asanteni.
Let's put our hand together for the chair of the session. She has gone beyond, but the matters were a bit emotional and touching. And thank you, the panel. Let's put our hands together for the panel. And in a special way, we welcome Honorable Kabahenda. Thank you. And your contribution was so touching. I will beg your indulgence that we finish this so that we don't have backlog tomorrow. But meanwhile, we are having a working coffee behind. You can quietly serve yourself coffee as we finish this last session. It is a hard one because it is talking about the youth who have been traumatized. Some of you who are reading newspapers, we have had, I think, 3 deaths in the last 2 days from forces. A police young girl stabbed a young boy in prisons. I am reading a military young man has shot a girlfriend who is also working with military police. So those are some of the things which we are talking about that we have to do. And of course, we also know that in the next elections, we shall have about 4 million youth who will participate in the election that have never voted, that have been in this saga of trafficking, unemployment, LGB issues, very many things. Now we have the person that is very well placed under the Ministry of Gender by the names of Mr. Mujuni Bernard Mukaba, and he is a commissioner of equity and rights, and which belongs to the Directorate of Social Protection. So I request that you will take on your session. We are supposed to have gotten out of here by 5:15. I think you will use your dynamics of gender and being gender to make sure we have the shortest but most precise and concise session. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Director of Ceremonies. My job is very simple this afternoon, and with all protocol observed, it's about catching the grenade and making sure it doesn't take me with it. We have a very, very interesting panel just to make sure that the teams are already aware and they should be already assembling up front. Kindly, you can take the marching orders so that I don't have to mention one by one, and then we can start the premix. Just to mention that I have very, very interesting and front. One is Jesse Mugero, is the program associate at ICTJ.
thank you so much for running, and youths are going to be running. We have Michael Wambale, is also the legal officer to Refugee Law Project, and Mrs. Lamunu Sharon Brenda, who is the Peace Fellow, and also Mrs. Vanessa Tomhendo, a very active youth activist. Kindly move fast. And also Mr. Patrick Odinga is also a youth activist. Just to relay the fact that in 2005-06, we had just drafted the law to establish the Equal Opportunities Commission, and I was lucky that I was behind that legislation. And as peace talks were going on in Juba, this bill had just been read, first reading at the parliament, and I remember very well the LRA got the law and dressed it into their negotiating instrument, the entire legislation. And that's the first time I thought I was going to be associated for having. If I wasn't lucky that it had been discussed in parliament, probably I would have gone hiding. But it was also a remarkable achievement to see that some of the legislations can actually be in line with addressing some of the imbalances that have been perpetrated. We also know that 70% of this country, or 69%, to be very clear, are youth, young people, and this is not a statistic that can be neglected. We also know that the UNDGs talk about leaving no one behind, and the team here knows this very well. Also know that peace is not just absence of war, and it has come out in the discussion. We also know definitely that these are matters which you must hold very dear, our hearts, they're emotional, and that even when, for example, a fly perches on your private part, you don't use the hammer to kill it. I will keep coming in quietly because I'm an author, by the way, and I've written about the contemporary, the past and contemporary African life. The book is called The Rabbit on the Pulpit, and I'm here on this pulpit. So what a manifestation. So I'm going to begin with JC Mugeno, ICTJ, who is the program officer, and want to listen to the role of youth in transition justice in this country. Can you please give us your thoughts? Be free to either submit from where you are or just coming here. And no lawyers, unfortunately or fortunately, all of them are lawyers, including the one speaking. So I don't know. God help us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, our dear moderator. Good evening, our dear participants, Honorable Minister, members of the judiciary, your lordships, all protocol observed. I'm here to talk briefly on the role of youth in transitional justice, and my co-panelists will be able to take on the other aspects of this discussion this evening. And as I was contemplating on this, I thought about youth have a key role, not just in participation, but in sustaining all the gains that can come out of transitional justice processes. So their participation in transitional justice process is not just as victims or as people who are beneficiaries of transitional justice projects, but they are right holders. Some of the youth are people who have been victims, secondary victims. Some have been primary victims, but they are right holders as citizens of this country, and their participation is vital to sustain the gains in transitional justice. But youth also have a role to participate as contesting for political positions, because we know that transitional justice is an inherently political process. And we know that when people are still young and they have all this vigor and energy, they can direct it towards noble goals such as representing their communities in various places of political leadership. A good example you can get is from the time of the 1994 South African Truth Commission. And one of the recommendations after that was that the voting age was lowered to 16 to give more youth an opportunity to participate in the political processes. But youth can also participate in mobilization for community transformation. For example, through participating in these memorial prayers and initiatives that take place in the various communities. You have various examples that we have mentioned, such as the annual memorial prayers in Ombachi, in West Nile, that is in, you also have in places like Kichwamba, this is in southwestern Uganda. And these memorialization initiatives could be the beginning of de-radicalization programs, which I'm sure can be implemented with other transitional justice mechanisms. Indeed, they can also continue speaking truth to power through holding their political leaders accountable. For example, following up to find out how have these development programs such as PDM been able to benefit particular groups of people, such as the young people who are often left out or not brought to the bargaining table. So with those few remarks, I would like to invite back Mr. Mjuni to give another panelist an opportunity for us to continue investigating how the youth can participate in transitional justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being very brief. There is a comparison between being brief to some gender stereotypes. Brief enough, but also long enough to cover. Mr. Bwambare, thank you so much. Bwambare Asimwe, Michael, is a legal officer at Refugee Law Projects, and we've done a lot of work here. And we know that being a youth itself is changing, it's a transitional process. So transitional livelihood in a transitional justice system. Can you come and shed lights on this phenomenon involving youth, the journey, the young people in transitional justice? Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. It is a pleasure standing before you and discussing serious stakeholders of our community called the youth. As the moderator had elaborated before, the young people do not just make the biggest number on this continent, but also in our country. That is about 70% on the continent, and in our country, around 69%. And oftentimes, when we are talking about transitional justice, and if we are traced back most of the discussions that have been had on transitional justice, you're preoccupied with detail or content that has been shared by experts, technocrats, and just like you can see in this house. And often, the young people sort of come up as an afterthought, and often borders being cosmetic. Because if you look at 69% of your population, while countering a problem, certainly you'd be having a sustainability plan for it, because you'll be sure that you have 69% of your population backing up such an effort. But unfortunately, the young people have often been disregarded in these particular discussions, where we should actually be taking center stage in discussion. We have been objectified to mere actors who should be influenced and controlled, where they will say that we are going to pass this policy. I had a technocrat from the ministry saying that when they are overseeing when they are to oversee the implementation of the policy, they left it to the internal affairs and the constitutional affairs ministries. And I was very eager to wait. I was very eager to listen. What about the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development? Because I know that's where my youth lie. And later on in the discussion, I heard him say that they have been also engaging the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Economic and Social Development. And to me, that was a plus, because I knew that that is one step forward. So while there is a lot that we can talk about the progress we have had as young people in this particular transitional justice process, there are still setbacks. Take, for example, of course, we have registered quite a lot of progress when it comes to the African youth involvement. You will talk about the recently adopted African Union Youth Charter. You can even talk about the resolutions that have been made by the United Nations Security Council, traced back in 2015. But we are talking about these recent years. 2015 now was actually, I think, about 18 years. But we are talking about conflict that has been there since 1966, as the Honorable Norbert Mao was saying. We are talking about efforts of discussion that have been lasting for all this time. But guess what? We are talking about young people in 2015. And these are the people that are making 69% of the population of this country. So while we are progressing in legislation, in policy, to include the young people, there is a lot left to be done because there is still that particular stage of implementation. We might have missed out on the conceptualization. We might have been engaged in the design and implementation, which they are talking about here. And I think this time on the implementation, we should be very clear and we ascertain what youth are where, not just symbolism. We want competent youth on those working groups, not just for symbolism, but people that are going to influence decisions. Because we are 69% of this country's population. The previous speaker talked about the civic trust that there is in this country. And I agree with them that the civic trust is a bit low. And when I was moving around in Kasese, I thought that it is just a Kasese issue, simply because they had just experienced the 2017 atrocities that happened there. You find people are laid back, young people are not interested in anything close to government. So I'm actually thinking that we have an uphill task to disseminate this policy, because there is that sort of fatigue of anything to do with government. And when I just thought that was Kasese, then I remembered that even in matters where we are involved in deciding who governs this country, again, we are laid back. We have 18 million voters in this country. You will be surprised that 43% of the voters did not participate in the election. If you want to know the magnitude of political apathy that there is, what is better than that? So it means that even before we think of actually disseminating this policy and including the young people, we may have to reassess and do a thorough analysis on what went wrong, so that we don't just disseminate information that is not on fertile soils. We might otherwise be dropping things on rocks. Because quite a lot of things have happened between 2019, when the policy was approved by cabinet, and now. Things have changed. People of Kasese, for them now, the memories are fresh of the atrocities that happened there. In the north, they have said it all here. The Refugee Law Project has a compendium on conflicts in this country. There are 125 conflicts that were documented. So if you have all these marks littered around, it means that you may need to have to reassess again before you disseminate this information.
All right, thank you so much.
Yes, I will end up by calling upon those that are in charge of this policy and dissemination, that they should consider young people as stakeholders that need to be engaged and included, and not just actors that should be influenced, controlled. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bambari. I really appreciate. The next speaker will be Ms. Lamunu Sharon Brenda. She works, she leads an NGO, so she's owning a youth-led organization, and she's also a peace fellow. take us through the challenges. What are the challenges? What challenges do you envisage? Inclusion, diversity, equal opportunity, and issues to do with accommodation of youth interests. Thank you so much. Kindly take note of the time. Yeah.
Thank you so much, moderator, Honorable Minister, and all protocols observed. A very good evening to you all. Lamuno Sharon Brenda. The moderator made a mistake. I don't own an NGO, but I lead as a community-based organization in Gulu. It's called Konyako Foundation, a community-based organization that focuses on girl-child education, especially girls who dropped out of school during COVID-19 lockdown. And I'm a Peace Fellow with Refugee Law Project under the program called Conflict, Transitional Justice and Governance. It is a big honor for me to be in this platform. And it is my first time to be in a space like this. I thank God for it. Thank you so much. I've been tasked to talk about the challenges we face as youth-led organization in peace building and transitional justice processes. We have a number of challenges, but I want to pose a question to you all. Look around, look at your neighbors. How many young people do you think we have in this symposium? Just take a second right now. So one of the biggest challenges we have as young people is inclusion. We are excluded from key decision-making spaces like this one. Yet our needs and views are supposed to be included in these initiatives, but in most cases, we are excluded. To add on that, how about the victims of war that we are talking about today? Children born out of war. These are the people we expect to be in spaces like this so that they're able to witness by themselves. It's not actually good sometimes to just go and give them reports. They should be there to witness and also give their views. So it's important to also include them and also involve them in the consultative meetings that we carry out. So another challenge we have as young people in the youth-led organization is limited access to information. Many young people in Uganda today lack awareness on peace building, transitional justice processes. Actually, some of us even don't know our rights. We don't know our rights. So I call upon the government, especially, okay, let me direct this to Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. If they can organize a program that they, in all the regions in Uganda, educating young people about their rights, because these young people, if you are to go out there, they don't know their rights, they don't know opportunities available for them. I heard people talking about PDM, but right now, if you are to go deep in the grassroots in Gulu, where I come from, ask any young people, what is parish development model? They don't understand, but they just know the term PDM. Another challenge also we face as young people in transitional justice processes is also challenges to do with socioeconomic barriers. That is poverty and unemployment. I believe all of you are aware of the unemployment that we are dealing with as young people. I, Sharon, who is speaking here, I am unemployed. I am a lawyer. I graduated, but I'm home, only doing voluntary work. So when you're unemployed and you're poor, it is hard to engage in these peace building activities at times because it requires resources. And then another thing I'll talk about is limited education and skills. I must say I am lucky to be one of the youth selected in the Youth Love project with Refugee Law Project. They have equipped us with skills. They have empowered us. Some of us now can train other young people in their communities. But that is not enough. It is like a drop in an ocean. More is still needed. Another challenge I'll also talk about is cultural and social factors. I am happy we are having religious leaders here and cultural leaders, so they will go back home and try to address this. You find that deep-rooted patriarchal norms can limit young people, especially young girls and women, from taking up spaces. And this limit them from expressing their views in what? In peace building and justice. So that is also a major problem that we are still facing as youth-led organization in peace building and transitional justice processes. And another thing that I've seen in my community that is still there up to now is trauma and insecurity. You find that it is very hard for young people in my community to engage in peace building activities and TJ processes. Why? Because of the trauma and the insecurity. When they come out to participate in these activities, they are stigmatized. So they feel that when they come out to participate in these activities, it will remind them of the past wrongs they went through during war. And this has limited their engagement in TJ processes and peace building activities. And maybe lastly, because of time, institutional challenges where we have limited funding and resources. I talked about money being, okay, I personally, I believe money is everything. Those some of you may not believe, but money is key in everything. Let me give you an example of this event. If we never had money, it was not going to happen like this. So there is limited funding and resources. So peace building and TJ processes often face resource constraints, limiting the capacity of the youth to engage to engage effectively. So I think those are the challenges we are facing as young people in youth-led organizations. There are very many challenges, but those are the major ones that we are facing every day. And I personally is experiencing it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause. Thank you so much, Brenda, for elevating the discussion and issues, youth and young people. The next panelist will be Chomhendo Vanessa, and she will take us through the strategy or strategic way forward. What do you think for young people going forward? Yeah, the pulpit is yours. Thank you.
Good evening. All right, so protocol observed. As my former colleague stated, I will not have to repeat that. I'm called Chomendo Vanessa, and I'm a lawyer by profession. I had the privilege of working with the Ministry of Justice before, that is Mbara Field Office, and Refugee Law Project, Adjumani Field Office. And I've also been in the North for about 5 years. So I think I have about some time of experience with a few things that happened there, having spent I had my bachelor's degree from Gulu University. So I'll start from there. So my topic is about the way forward. Now, before I start on the way forward, I want to specifically appreciate our Honorable Minister, Norbert Mao, for staying. First of all, it's shocking for starters. Most people first ministers do the speeches, take the pictures, and I think it's intentional to put the youth at the end at 5 p.m. when all of the people have left, so that you don't hear our problems. But we thank God today you're around and you're going to hear them. Yes, but special appreciation to you and any other leaders, Lady Justice, and the retired judges, and any other persons in their capacity. Now, the way forward, I don't want to repeat what everyone else has said, but to be specific, I want to believe the way forward is here. We are saying we start building strong institutions. Judges are here, justices are here, the Honorable Minister is here. I've seen prisons here, RLP is here, Gulu people are here, Wambale from Kasese, you're here. What do you people want us to take us the way forward? I wouldn't want us, because this is not the first time we had a transitional justice sort of thing. We had one in Gulu. So do we come to speak English or just repeat ourselves? Because we keep saying we're going to do this, we're going to do this. Why don't we just have a conference where we come and say, last time we said we are going to do this, and there is a representative of the Ministry of Internal Affairs who said by the end of the year, everyone will have national IDs. So we expect the next meeting for him to bring a report, not for us to repeat ourselves again, because I believe we speak too much English in these things and we don't get things done. But for purposes of record, I'll just air out a few way forwards that I think are key and everyone should look into. For example, the issue of, I don't want to repeat inclusiveness because everyone has said it, but it makes me wonder, all the speakers this morning have been saying we include victims. Actually, even some of the ambassadors talked about it. I think Her Excellency, the one from Sweden, the representative from Sweden, talked about it, inclusiveness of the victims. But then what do you call inclusiveness when the youths that make up 70% of the population are not included in these things? I bet if we move out and check in that book at the entrance, the people aged around from 18 to 30, a bit fishy. You know, I want us to be honest. You know, Mr. Mao in the beginning said, let's make noise. I hope I won't get fired up after this. But I think this is the right place to make the noise. And I believe most people here, your leaders, your parents, to be specific. I think it's unfair for us to drag these discussions for a while now. If you're talking inclusiveness, then why are youths not included? When you want labor to work, you call upon youths. When you want people to bury, I see youths are the ones mostly carrying the coffins. But when it comes to big things that are going to develop them economically, mentally, that's where you draw the line. I'm telling you from experience that Gulu youths are not okay. And once they are not okay, it spreads to other people, other regions. The imbalances, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about the fact that the Gulu people, Kasese people who are experiencing conflict are going to come to Kampala and compete with jobs with the kids of course, the people who are here, who went probably to Gayaza and didn't have any incident of conflict. I think it's unfair. I think it's totally unfair for us to keep talking and not doing the work. And then maybe another important something we would look at, it's the last presenters relating to gender. I like women, to be specific. I like the way they speak. I like the way they are passionate. Now my question goes to the men. How many organizations have you men set up to look after the boys? Or you want women to do this for you?
Yeah, thank you for that hammer. You've raised the hammer. Yeah, thank you.
No, because actually the world leaders, 80% men. Billionaires, men. Look at parliament in Uganda, men. But on advising young boys to be better is where you draw the line. You have boys. Most of the things that are happening to women, the rapes and everything, they're not done by animals, they're done by men. So if we push girls, but don't push the boys will still come and do the bad things and we shall go back to zero. And I'm seeing women clapping, unfortunately. The men don't clap. And yet we are talking about the boys. But I think that's something we shall look at. I think it has even been over social media, men blaming feminists. And I keep asking them, what are you doing about it? Do something, bring one organization that is specifically for boys, and you see us support you. But it's not there. Yet you make the decisions and you're the heads of the families, to be specific. And so the key point there is let's be specific and let's focus on independent groups as we are in the quest of transitional justice. Boys, let's not neglect boys. It's important for them to have the right mental health. And let's have children And Uganda is good at ratifying a lot of those laws. I've seen in the transitional justice policy, we ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of a Child, and then adopted some protocols on child prostitution, pornography. And yet in Gulu, there is still child prostitution. My Gulu people, do you know Buganda Pub around there? There are a lot of children. We have a lot of child-to-child sex, and you see, we cannot blame even the boys because they're also young. We have children, I don't like calling them teenage mothers. That's defilement. You call it the way it is. Let's not hide under teenage pregnancies. They are children. I'm finalizing. And we should call it the way it is. So as I said earlier, I think the youths are sidelined. And our solutions, I didn't stand here to read pages and re-echo what was stated. I only stood here to call for action. That's precisely, everything was said. And deep down, you know it. You know that youths are being sidelined. That's why we are at the end of the presentation. We are being given 5 minutes, you cut off and they go when everyone else has left. I really ask all of us here, we have the voices. Representatives of the president can deliver the message. The Attorney General is, the former Attorney General is here. We have justices, we have judges. We have very big people here. Make the noise as our honorable minister stated, and then we shall get what we want. And unfortunately, I have to end there. Thank you so much for listening. And my last quote would be, this is what it would be. If we do not take care of the youth's problem, we shall actually be creating the next generation of terrorists. If we do not heal the wounds now, these people are going to sit back and revenge and start calling other regions, you're the ones who brought the war. You're from the sector that never experienced the war. 5 years from now, they're going to be ganging up and becoming the next generation of terrorists if we do not help the youths in this process or sideline them in the process of transitional justice. Thank you so much for listening.
Wow, thank you. A round of applause. Thank you so much, Vanessa. She's really done justice to her paper and also challenged our thought processes. And now, of course, you know, and she brought the issue of, you know, in my culture, we have a saying that if you talk about things which are cyclic in nature or have a bent stomach, then the slashing cycle will start to grumble. And probably when she talked about men, and that's why they were very quiet about what you raised. But thank you so much for electrifying the debate. Patrick Odonga I've met this man on different engagements, and he's lived the conflict. He's been an Ogu, and he has a lifetime story to tell. Some of us who are storytellers is very, very interesting. So, Patrick, please, you have the floor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, moderator. And once again, I thank God for making us share the platform together again. The Honorable Minister, who is also my president, and I will still be proud to mention that, you know, when you have a father whose level nobody can pluck like a ripe mango, you will wait for the mango and eat. And I'm truly grateful, and the different distinct guests and the protocol observed. You know, when we talk about youth, peace, and transitional justice, there is no way you talk about the youth, then you fail to handle security. There's no way to talk about youth, then you fail to talk about health. And there's no way to talk about youth, and you fail to talk about education system. And all things that are involved that concerns youth. A young person like me may be dressed smartly, but mentally may not be okay. because something happened somewhere that need to be addressed. A person seated down like you, maybe taking evening tea, and you feel the person is okay. At somewhere, the person is not okay. And there is an issue particularly that need to be addressed, that concerns that human being. Focusing on peace. We have been in a post-conflict area. Personally, I live in Gulu. 98% of the young people that you see them moving are looking for survival. Either at night or during daytime. The one who cannot get during daytime, they will now wait for the night hours to come. As you go to sleep, they go to look for their ways of survival. And there's so many strategies and there's so many interventions that has been taken to the northern part of the region to see that youth, their status are being lifted. But still all are in vain. At the end of the day, the people who will get are not the actual one who are supposed to get. And accountability are being made very clear and sent back to the donors that the youth from northern Uganda benefited from this, yet in actual sense, they have not benefited. You cannot talk about peace, yet I don't have anything on table to eat. And you expect me to be peaceful? You cannot talk about peace, yet I am sick. I can't access medication. I can't access some other treatment. And when it's referred to Lacho or to Mulago, a young man like me would just surrender and say, let me go back and continue with the hustle, whether I'm sick or I'm not sick. You can't talk about peace, yet someone is being chased away from ancestral home. That is not the child of the family. It's a rebel child. It's a spirit child. And you say peace is inexistent? Moderator, we cannot talk about peace. Yet young youth, girls and boys are not in school, are loitering. And if you ask them, what do you want to do? Somebody said, I want to go back to school. Does he have the capacity? No. Does he have somebody who can take him out to school? No. What about skills training? No. So when we talk about the youth and peace, the situation gets more complicated because there's a series of things that need to be addressed so that a young person like me and the community where I come from and the youth that I advocate for should get what is enough. You know, sometimes when we come to Kampala in a meeting like this, things seem to be good, but go back home. The young boys and the young girl will come and ask, and when somebody asks you, have you come back with sunflower? You may think it's a laughing word, but somebody asks you when tears is coming. It means life have turned somebody down completely. We had a lot of experiences around peace. For somebody to live well, for somebody at least life should change. We have done a lot of intervention, but still it is not yielding its fruits. We come and talk here, we don't get the solution. I think the next meeting we will come and speak the same thing. And the solutions are not got. Next year we'll come and speak the same thing. And the solutions are not got. I wish the implementation of TJ policy get done in the morning so that in the afternoon reparation is done. It would have been the best. Some people are dying. What will be done unto them? The one who are dead, and yet they need to be compensated, need to be reparated. What can best be done to them? Young youth are dying on the street, are being killed. Access to education are not there. What best can be done? I have a personal experience. In 2015, when the issues of birth certificate was so terrible for some of us. I remember our battle with the late RDC Lapolo. Our Ladir Lapolo. One Jumukana Kamaka Nyalwaki Edom. Young children are losing scholarship. What best can be done unto them? Just because of this one kind of document and national identification. What best can be done for an RDC? Go and look for your own ways. You young people who are go within here, you come to disturb us in the office. I did not give up. I said I've been a silent soldier too. And you know, when you're handling a army passion and you have also undergone small training, there is a confidence you will also build and speak what is right and stand on it. There was a woman who had 2 cows. She trained her cows in a way that she nicknamed them. One cow is called Apio. And the other cow is called Lamaro. Every time she mentions the name Lamaro, the other one will get up and come and attend to the horn of the cow. And something happened that a known man in the village ended up stealing the 2 cows. And he stole different cows from different places and took the cows at his home. And at his home, there were more than 50 cows. The woman went to the police and says, my cows got lost. But I know where these cows are. When they came to the home of this man, they asked the man, are these your cows? The man said, yes, these are my cows. Then they asked the woman, among these cows that you are seeing here, are they yours also? Said, yes. You man, are these your cows? Yes, they are mine. You woman, are there your cows among this one? Said, yes. And the policeman says, can you prove if these cows, if 2 are yours among them? Then the woman left, come out. She came and stood. Appeal. The cows, one cow just stood up and started following and coming to the woman. Then she again came. Lamaro. The next cow left and started following the woman. And the woman started going. And the 2 cows were following her. Whose voice do you always listen? That if you speak, you can change the environment. Everything about us, without us, it's not for us. Thank you so much. God bless all of you.
Thank you so much. You can hear the ending connotation. Patrick is very, very electrical. I have listened to him. He left a lot and attended to, and I'm sure probably at any other opportunity he'll give more details. He's lived the life of transitional justice or lack of, and most of these young people's lives are just a manifestation. Thank you so much. I don't know how much time we have for the audience. You can manage that. 7 minutes. Thank you so much. Kindly make sure that the audience is gender balanced, if possible. Otherwise, I'll have my chairperson of the committee and it's you choosing. Oh, yes, I'm trying to instigate the fact that it should be. Yes, please. Thank you. I'll take 4 questions. 2. Yeah, thank you. Professor?
Thank you very much. I love the presenters. The young people have said it. And I think we need to go back to the drawing board. I want to agree with the young man who said that actually since 2019, a lot of things have changed. And most likely the policy could be obsolete. Can we go and look at the policy again and find out whether the dynamic nature of what is going on now is not affecting it? Because the dynamic nature of violence now requires that we really have solutions. And we cannot encourage patriotism until we involve the people in finding solutions to their local problems. And if we don't do that, and we think we are encyclopedia and we are supposed to just give people answers, I think we get it wrong. I want to emphasize the fact that we have turned our eyes away from the boy. My committee visited all the remand homes in this country, and the boys are in remand homes, and there are no girls. Are we breeding the boys for remand homes? And the boys have turned against us, even in the girls' campaign, even in the women's campaign. For as long as we don't have the boys and the men on it, we are just wasting our time. Because boys have gone underground and they have become landmines. Every girl that passes is hit. Every girl that passes is hit. And it doesn't take a man any hours to impregnate 20 girls. It doesn't. He doesn't even need a day. So if we are going to empower the girls and protect them as much as we can, and then we leave the boys at large, and then they come and hit at them, and they impregnate all of them, and then we start crying, oh, teenage pregnancies, oh, teenage pregnancies, and the boys are looking at us and just laughing at us. So we are better off doing balanced nurturing, because for me, I think that this conflict management should start from the family. It is the last mile. It is the first line of instance. That's where conflict must start being managed, by making sure we do balanced nurturing, making sure there's equity in the family, and then that one can now exhibit outside our families. I thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Flavia Kabahenda. I remember very well, I was nurtured to become a priest. Can you imagine? And after failing to join the seminary, I did not have any database of girls in my head. So at campus, I lost 2 girlfriends because I forgot their names. The next time I would meet them. And that tells you how a boy child actually starts the process of suffering. But thank you so much for the submission, my chairperson. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Okidi Christopher. I happen to be president of the Students Guild of Gulu University around the time of the Juba peace process. And I just want to attest to what the young people are saying. It looks like conversations in Uganda about the past does not need young people. That is at least, this is the second time I am actually in this room. There was a time when still UNDP and civil society organizations convened and had a panel of old people give us a lot about past musings, forgetting that even conflict itself changes. Yeah, today we are talking about AI, you're still talking about old conflicts. There's climate change, you're still talking about. So this is just because you do not have an intergenerational intersection in your programming, you see? Earlier on when I came, people were also talking about the need to have a constitutional framework for the whole entire transitional justice. I belong to a school of thought that does not believe that such a framework is even necessary, because the Constitution of Uganda is already a transitional justice document. In the national objectives and directives of state policy, it is already very clear. We are talking about our past history and where we want to head to. If you're talking, we even have the Geneva Convention Act. We have the Penal Code Act and all these kind of things. So in Uganda, I think people just love to legislate. They don't mind whether they have to implement it. They just love to legislate without even, first of all, understanding the whole jurisprudence that anchors the law they are talking about. Today, people are even talking about AI, but have they told us, has someone done a jurisprudential analysis, for example, of machine intelligence? So I think cross intergenerational is very important. And to young people, I just want you to, maybe next time we should also convene our own as young people and invite them to come and listen. I believe in that kind of disruptive approach. Yeah, because if space is never given, space is seeded. And young people also need, Maria is there of ICC. Maria, remember, you invited me for a roundtable meeting with the ICC president. Did I come and request for it? It is just because during the Juba peace process, I would go to look out for LRA delegation and say, you also come and address students of Gulu University. We also want to listen to your LRA side of the Juba peace agreement. Likewise, the government of Uganda team, come, students are here, I'm the guild president. So I think young people, we maybe after this, let us meet and see how we can create a post-conference of this so that they also come and listen to us. But nevertheless, I think all people, you need to understand that it is young people who are going to implement all these things. They are more invested than you.
All right.
So deliberately provide space. Thank you.
All right. Oh, that was a lot of courage. No, Brian Tracy, one of the motivational speakers, says that in human life, you are either in a crisis, out of crisis, or about to go into a crisis. And let's have that in the back of our mind so that we can help to frame, to develop a better narrative and framework. Okay? Okay. Yeah. I'm about to pick a lady now. All right. Oh, yes, please.
I have to claim that space. And I want to sing this song, Latino Kwano Gulu University, and those are my students. And I thank them very much. I'm very,
professor.
I'm very proud of you, Patrick. He's my current student. And I want also to thank very much. You know, in Acholi, we have people who don't need to pull Honorable Mao. He doesn't even need money. We just come for his, whenever he comes, we go. Those are the leaders. Thank you very much, Honorable Mao, for being there for us. But one thing I want to bring to you, Honorable, is the exploitation of the young people. You know, I was en route to Addis Ababa, and then I saw all these young people in this Muslim attire going to Saudi Arabia to be what? House girls. To be honest, I was very incensed. And also when I meet my students doing mobile money, you know, it really lowers my esteem. I feel that my work has gone in vain. So I think I know it's in the Ministry of Gender, but we really need to address the issue of exploitation. I know people are unemployed, but don't again add on people's pain by taking them to breastfeed dogs. We've seen that video, really, it's very disgusting. I think this is where a law has to come in to, you know, safeguard our young people. We love them, and please don't give up. Continue doing what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's the importance of the MC being very, very gentle to the audience. Thank you for protecting me. Yeah. Another submission. I saw some hands. There's someone behind, and then the next one. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, our Master of Ceremony. The reason why I really stood up, thank God that Honorable Minister is in this house. Indeed, the youth who narrated a story of a woman and a cow has passed a very very important message. And his message, we should not take it lightly. As I talk, sincerely, these soldiers, child soldiers, fought battles. Battles with UPDF, battle with SPLA, battle with Equatorial Defense Forces, battle with many militia groups in South Sudan and Congo. So they should not be left just redundant. So that another master comes and calls them. This is a message. We must not take it lightly. So I really call and humble appeal to government to mind about them. Young girl from Gulu University, former student, just yesterday when I was coming to board a bus, I found a girl, very young, the age of 15, I think. She was crossing the road and talking actually. Nen la choni, ulua mirmira li bapara pikekan, and li bapara pikonkarenitio. Look, that guy called me. That was what she was narrating, a prostitute. And the guy wanted to give me 15,000 only. Then the colleagues say, hey, 15,000 does not work now. So the testimony you are giving here is true. We must act now as leaders. We must act now and not give time. And we must consider this youth and take their statement as one of the things very important. Let us really mind about these soldiers. These soldiers must not be underlooked. If you dress them well in army uniform, make them select the guns they want, tell them that we want Goma in Congo, they will take it the following day. General will go and take tea there. Let us not undermine these forces. So it is important that he has given a story. Read deep into the story. It's very important. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marim. Thank you so much. The question remains, what happened after that bargain?
Okay, thank you very much. The point I wanted to just add on, I know it's a symposium, but we're trying to work toward the final implementation and then leaders and so on and so forth. The issue on land and traditional leaders is that it's mainly of ignorance, because when we're talking about northern Uganda, we're talking about an area that is customarily owned. You understand? So this is not Milo land or leasehold or freehold land. The freehold belongs to the traditional institutions, management, land management. And in the traditional institutions, there's a traditional land management system that the law and the policies provide for. First of all, the law in Uganda says land belongs to the people. Then there's an act, a land act, and then there's the land policy. So the land policy says that the traditional management institutions make decisions over lands or in the customary areas. So to me, when I see young men and other people complaining about land issues, their inability to access land, it really frightens me. Because that means that as traditional institutions, we are not doing our adequate job. In Madi sub-region, we have about 19 settlements for refugees. I was the first one to start giving out settlements, land for settling, because of the power of traditional institutions over lands. You understand? So I don't believe that anybody should be landless in northern Uganda, except if the traditional leaders don't know their role. So I don't want to, in the interest of time, what I would like to request is the Honorable Minister of Justice, the Minister of Internal Affairs, and the Minister of Lands or something like that. We need to put on a conference or something. Actually, government needs to have, finally, government needs to have a national leadership training center, session and school for traditional leaders, because you don't just come born somewhere, they say you're traditional leaders and you inherit what you don't know about. You have to have the skills to lead and have the interests of the people in the National Development Plan. You have to know where Africa is going today in order for you to direct your subjects toward this thing. And lastly, is that the Constitution is supreme law in Uganda. And any culture or custom that does not talk about things that are human rights and stuff like that of the Constitution of Uganda is repugnant to the Constitution and it's not supposed to be practiced. You can document it and shelve it, but it is not supposed to be imposed upon people. So
thank you.
God bless you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Your Highness. I take that also as a recommendation, and you can be sure that I will deliver it to through my minister and my permanent secretary about national leadership training and work together for sure for the traditional leaders. And thank you so much. The audience has been very, very wonderful. It's very tough. Yeah, you can write some of the questions because I can see very many hands behind. It's already 6 and people have picked their children from different centers, and the traffic in this city is quite hectic. But thank you so much, my panelists. You've done a good job. Congratulations. Kindly a round of applause for them. Well, thank you so much for listening, and may God bless you. Back to you. Thank you.
Let us greatly thank the chair of the last session. You can see because of the youth, it has been very vibrant. And let's also clap to the wonderful youth. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Now, there are things which I'm very excited about. The theme for today is national healing, building consensus, and giving back to affected communities. All these things are exactly coming. It means this theme was very well thought. But I want to note that the word policy covers the entire country. As we are talking, the other day I was reading statistics in Usoga. 68% of the children go to school at primary level. Only 24% crossed senior 1. Isn't that an injustice? My brother in the Ministry of Gender, I'm glad you are in that protection directorate. I worked in Karamoja 3 years. Every time I see these Karamojong kids, I don't think these kids can transport themselves to the street. Now they are children. When they become adults on the street, where are we going? We have the traumas in Kasese. We have incursions in Chisoro. We have these land evictions in the center. So when we are talking about transitional justice, I want us to widen our eyes. Let us look at Uganda, not necessarily with emphasis to northern Uganda, but actually one person sang a song, said, everywhere there is a problem. And if we are to get to the situation, we need to have an understanding. I also thought, as a student of public policy, needed to guide, especially for tomorrow's discussion. By the time a policy is implemented, there are processes and stages they have gone through. A number of things you are commending is where actually this policy started, because a policy comes as a result of a problem in society. It is shaped, it is processed, it is approved, then implemented and reviewed. The reason this discussion is going on is trying to look at, yes, the policy is in place. It was put in place by 2019, but is what can be improved on it. And that's why when we are talking, let us emphasize recommendations than questions. Because those questions, we ask them, we know we have the answers. So I would be glad that tomorrow we concentrate on recommendations so that we strengthen our policy, and it serves us, it serves our children, and it serves for the coming generations. Thank you so much for today. Thank you for endurance, but I'm going to request the admin for any administrative instructions. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Okello Edwin, and I would like to start by saying thank you. Thank you to all for taking your time to stay, to listen, to contribute, to participate, but also I noticed there was a lot of reaction to the discussions, which I found very positive. I'm here to give an announcement in regards to a transport contribution. I would like to kindly note that we'll be offering transport contributions to participants from Kampala, initially referred to as the Marabus Kaloli. The Kaloli is a bird that is synonymous with Kampala. Traffic lights, and I quote. Our panelists, we thank you very much. It's also another category we'll be looking at. Our senior government officials, and of course, resource persons, but also not forgetting our participants from upcountry. I would like to kindly note that in our registration process, a number of participants wrote their email addresses instead of their phone numbers. And we hoped to make the transactions via mobile money. So I would like to kindly inform everyone that all your payments will be done tomorrow after clearance with the registration desk. And for participants from upcountry, I will kindly request that you kindly check with us at the registration desk for clarity and a way forward. I know participants were invited by the International Center for Transitional Justice, ICTJ. These should stay behind and see Jesse. And Jesse is right here. He's waving his hand right here in front, on the front left side of the hall from your side and the right on my side. So we thank you all for coming. And for any queries, kindly reach out to me. I'll be very glad to give you clarity. And I repeat, for our upcountry participants, we will kindly receive you at the registration desk to give you proper instructions and a way forward. For our Kampala participants, all your reimbursements will be made tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. And tomorrow, let's be mindful also to register our names and phone numbers in the names. Our phone numbers should be registered in the names that we have registered. Thank you very much and have a good evening. Thank you.